TUMC just subscribed voor 19 munts.
Went through an entire opening spiel, and now I've used up all of my energy. Actually, I'm fine. I'm fine. Hello, 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 hello. I am sorry for that. I'm sorry for that. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am... This is not a beaver stream. This is a painting stream. I'm going to be painting. I am going to be painting today. Today is a painting stream. That is what I am doing today. Hello, hello, hello. With painted Roman beaver. I don't have a beaver model. No one is up timber and they borns. No one. No one, no one, no one, no one. No one. Yeah, today's a handcam day. Yes, yes. Somebody is excited about the handcam. Thank you, Tayumichi, for the 19 months. That's so generous of you. That's so kind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. These subs keep me alive. They are the difference between life and death for this old man. So I really appreciate it, and I probably shouldn't be so melodramatic when I say that, now that I've said that out loud. I was trying to be a little bit of a variation on my normal way of saying it, now I feel weird. But thank you very much, Tayamichi. Thank you very, very much. What if I designed a minis game that was basically Redwall with weirder animals and more interesting sociological commentary? I say go for it. I say go for it. I can think of a couple of games that are pretty... Redwall inspired. The two obvious ones being Wander Home. Yes, Root is what you're thinking of. Root is what you're thinking of. And I think that turning Root all the way into being more of like a full-fledged war game is, I think, a viable option. I think that's a credible option. I think you could do that. I think that would be compelling and interesting as a pathway of development. I think that is an option. Oh, yeah. I don't know how many balance problems it has other than the Wanderer. No, you're not wrong, Tohu. You're not wrong. The balance of the game in the default state, at least as of 5 years ago, is that the well, two factions auto win just kind of means you've got kind of two S tiers. The big problem is that the Wanderer is extremely likely to win left to their own devices. Like, unless if there's a Wanderer in the game, they will probably win unless all of the other players conspire together to prevent the Wanderer from winning. And it's very hard to make that conspiracy work because the Wanderer, there's very little benefit to fighting the Wanderer. Like, if you have Aerie and the Baron, right? If you have the cats and the birds in the game, the cats and the birds have a kind of zero-sum conflict between the two of them, and so they have a genuine interest in killing each other regularly. They have, like, it's not something you... Like, if you are the birds and you attack the cats, you get something out of it, right? Like, you are taking a resource from them and gaining it. Whereas if you attack the Wanderer, you're just doing damage to the Wanderer with getting very little out of it. And so it's much harder to get players to conspire against a Wanderer, and the Wanderer can pretty much just win off-map. They can pretty much just kind of win off-map. So that is a huge balance problem. Yes, it's a pretty classic tragedy of the commons situation. Probably a more classic one than any actual historical examples, because tragedy of the commons in actual history are extremely rare. So, you know, Oh, geez, Pete's. Okay, actually clicked on my own tab, on my own viewing tab here. I tend to have my own tab open. At this point, primarily, I used to do it primarily so I could see if there were any bugs happening, but the main reason why I do so at this point in my life is for a much dumber reason, which is so that when I raid out, I will raid out at the same time as other people and be in the correct chat when I'm raiding out. I just think it's kind of a goofy little funny thing that I do. But yeah, the times that I have played Root, usually nobody plays Wanderer, so the matches I've had of Root have not felt incredibly imbalanced and stupid, but I do remember one game of Root that I played where we had a lizard player, and the lizard player had absolutely no idea how the lizards worked at a really fundamental level, and then just, like, didn't get anything done and got their ass kicked completely. Like, was not a meaningful balance factor in the game. Like was basically like a non-participant in the game. So that sucked, to be basically playing like a 3-player map with 4 players, because one player, like, did not understand. And hello, I haven't done hellos yet, but I don't know what TI4 is. I don't know what TI4 is. All I can think of is, what is that? What is that? There's a Zachtronics game that you're reminding me of. Oh, yeah, I have not, I've never played it. I've never played it. I'm vaguely interested. It's not something that, like, I'm losing my mind about. I thought you were talking about TIS 100. I thought you were talking about TIS 100, which I have very little experience with, but it is crazy. So that was my actual thought. I thought you were talking about TIS 100, and I was like, I struggle enough with... I've never been Shunjun IO, so I think... Or Exapunks. Exapunks I got pretty far into. Some of the Zachtronics games I didn't beat just because, like, I didn't get super into them. Molex and Tez I didn't get super into, so I just never beat it. But, like... the only one I actually beat was, I'm acting like I've beaten a lot of them. I've only beaten Opus Magnum all the way through. And Eliza. I beat Eliza all the way through. But Eliza's a visual novel, so it's not a big deal. I'm vaguely interested in Twilight Imperium, not insanely. Like, I'm it's not that I'm opposed to playing, like, 10-hour games. It's not that I'm opposed to playing, like, 10-hour games. Like, I play lots of war games. Oh, also, since I have Shark right here, I need to check something. This might be a bad way to resolve this problem. Who am I playing against tomorrow? Am I playing against you, Shark Raids? I got confused about this. Because Fate said that he was going to be playing Infinity against me tomorrow night. But then the last thing that Fate says is that he's doing a housewarming party. Okay, it looks like it's you. It looks like it's you. I won't... Yeah. Fate says he's got a housewarming party. It looks like... If you are down still. If you can't make it, that's okay. I will do something else, I suppose. I'll do something else. And I'm happy to walk through you with the tabletop simulator use and UI and stuff like that. That's not a big deal. That's easy. I have another match earlier in the day. Let me do but I will then play another match against you. But yeah, if you're down. No, 10 EST. 10 EST. 7 EST, I'm definitely not available. I'm absolutely not available at 7 EST. There's absolutely no way. 10 EST. Okay, yeah, this is evening stuff. Okay, thank you, Tohu. Let me say hellos. Let me say hellos. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Weabiscuit. Hello, Tayu Michi. Hello, Mikks. Hello, Sharkray. Hello, Tohu Bohu. And congratulations, Tohu, on getting the job. Very much congratulations. I did not say that earlier. Congratulations. Hello, Theo. Hello, hold on, who am I asking here? Hello, did I say hello to you? I definitely did. Hello, Hugatree, be a target. Hello, Momo. Hello, Gringotts Underwriter. Hello, Cyber Tiger VT. Hello, not a professor. Hello, Nap. How are you doing, Nap? Not a professor. That's what it stands for. It's non-aggression pact with the other professors. You'll be trying out some of the new Corregidor. Excellent. I like the new Corregidor models. Hello, who am I missing? Hello, Almantas VT. Hello, Almant OS. And of course, hello to Not a Professor. And hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Thank you all for being here. It is a real kindness that you show up. I really appreciate it. And today is, as mentioned, a painting stream. I have a new painting tool. Oh, and Kara has joined us. Hello, Master Hentai. Hello, Kara. We are just warming up. Karatsun. How was the Overwatch? How was the watching? How was the watching overs? Are you well, my dear? Are you well? It went well. That is good to hear. Miss Kara. That's good to hear, Miss Kara. Oh, hold on a second. I was taught a new trick the other day for this one. I saw a new trick for this one the other way. Was that good? I think that was. I like that trick. But hello, 1,000 skeletons, and hello to the other raiders. For the raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of of sociology, and a current VTuber, an old man who love old things. I mostly do calligraphy, but today I am going to be painting a miniature. You will be seeing my big ol' manly hands in a few moments. I have actually given a lecture as a VTuber, at a college, at NYU. I didn't give a full lecture, but I was a guest on another lecture. So I have done it. I have done it. But I don't know. VTuber would probably not be what I would be a professor of if I go back. If I go completely insane and I go back to teaching, I am actually much more interested in family formation these days. I'm interested in family formation and high trust environments. Those are the two sociological questions that I feel probably the most compelled to do. Probably the most interested in doing. Speaking of, this is more for Kara and Mikks. This will become a Hangout stream, if you guys want to hang around for that. It was good. I talked about gender performance, right? I talked about gender performance at NYU. The professor's VTuber software has malfunctioned. That's what the PNG tubers for, baby. That's why we have the PNG tubers around, is so that we can is as a scuff break. Is as a scuff break. So they sound really complicated, Cyber Tiger. They sound really complicated, and they kind of are, ultimately. So family formation means basically, how do people fuck? That sounds really complicated, but that is what it actually comes down to, is like, somehow people get married and have kids. What is going on there? What is going on there? That's what family formation means. Somehow people get married and have children. Hello, Gorian Vasaner. I've been spending a lot of time around kids lately because there's been a bunch of family events. It's a topic that is important even though it shouldn't be. I know, right? To some extent, it's a topic that people take very seriously, right? Yeah, some of that happens, no idea. Well, 1,000 Skeletons, the reason why I find it interesting is that it keeps not happening. Somehow Western society and several other societies have produced a situation where we've managed to create the straight people who do not have sex. How did this happen? Every other society has managed to do this by the evidence of the fact that they didn't go extinct. Why is this a problem? This is something that's fun. What's going on? Well, the skeletons, you'll get me on my high horse about this, like in way too much depth. People who are much poorer, yeah, people who are much poorer and suffering a lot more. People who are much poorer and suffering a lot more had a lot more kids. And there isn't a correlation right now between lack of poverty and having more children today, even within the currently existing cultures. Entertainment options is honestly not a bad one. That's not one I think is too bad. Education is an interesting factor in this. My big brain theory is that for most societies, having more children is an economic positive for your other children, right? If you have 2 children and your question is, do I want to have another child? In most societies, the answer is yes, because of the economic structure. In the economic structure where putting in more, like each individual child is taking resources away from other children, then you have an incentive against having more children, right? That's kind of what I think is the biggest thing. And yeah, there just are a bunch of factors I think are bullshit. Religiosity is the big one that I'm like, absolutely, this one's not true. Religiosity and free time are the two that I'm just like, these ones don't stand up to the evidence. Those are the two that people bring up all the time. I'm just like, I don't think these are true. I don't think these are accurate. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Yeah. Paltato Cat. Hold on. Pal, check this out. Hold on a second. I have to get the voice in. No, you're gonna like this, pal. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think my autos have gotten considerably better. I think I've made them considerably better by making them Latin American. It's World Cup season, so everything's Latin American now. And hello, Arcane Memory. How are you doing, my dear? You don't need to tell me very much, Arcane, but are you any closer to returning to streaming? Yes, that's where it Mikks. Step one finally happened. That's so good. That's so good, Arcane. Arcane hasn't been able to stream for a while because of some pretty rough external circumstances. I don't know how much I'm willing to tell how much I'm allowed to tell people. But the first step is really important. The first step is a very, very big one. The first one is a very, very big one. So I am very excited to have you back to streaming sooner rather than later. And yes, Mikks has actually hit on what I think is a very important nail on the head here about like the difference between psychology, like why this is about this as a sociological topic rather than a psychological topic. There's a lot of things that feel like they're very important individually, and it turns out that sociologically they're kind of a wash. That's actually fairly common. Suicide was actually one of the first major topics that sociologists confronted as and this was like Durkheim's like formative studies were on suicide in France. And it's very easy to subscribe to the idea that suicide is entirely a matter of personal choices. And that was a prevailing wisdom at the time. And if that's the case, then there shouldn't be trend lines. You shouldn't be able to draw trend lines in how suicide happens. Suicide should have an even rate across time. It shouldn't have high variation with time and then high correlation with specific events. I mean, the real truth of the matter, 1000 Skeletons, is that this is the horrible truth, is that a lot of times when things get worse, people have even more kids. Yeah, suicide's a very important topic for psychology, sociology, and philosophy, for that matter. Very important topic for all those fields. But yeah, extremely important for sociology and psychology. It's kind of the original topic that actually made sociology capable of being like valuable as a quantitative technique. Yes, that is a good point. Yes, Mikks has it. Mikks has it. Yes. Mikks has it, yeah. Like individually, we will often, many of us say like, oh, it's so hard to be alive, therefore I don't want to have kids. But people tend to respond to crises and stress by actually having more kids. It's something that people will often do as people who are put into like really horrifying situations. I'm talking like genocides. Often respond to these kind of circumstances with, I need to prove that my people are alive and will continue into the future. So just straightforward hardship correlations don't convince me. And it's annoying. This is part of the reason why I find this compelling, right? Is that for me, for my biases as a political agent, as a political person, it would be really, really convenient for me personally and the politics I already hold if the answer to a problem was give workers more rights and treat them nicely. That would be really nice for my already held standards and beliefs. That would confirm my biases really strongly if it's like, oh, there's this horrible thing. The solution to this horrible thing is to be nicer to workers. And it does not appear that that matters. It does not appear that that matters. It does not appear that that matters at all. But yeah. The other thing that I mentioned, so I said family formation, high trust societies. Yes, high trust societies. Because this is the thing that stands out to me as the really shocking difference between the 1000 Skeletons, me and Mikks actually think that that's fairly realistic. That like it's not like busyness in terms of things you actually have to do, but busyness in terms of things that you have optional to do. But yeah, high trust societies is like when I spent time in Japan, it was like so bracing. It was so alarming to me to look at the difference between the United States and Japan, and the difference tended to be very, very strongly a question around like, good lord, is Japan a high trust society compared to the United States? And it just makes everything so much smoother. And I don't know a lot about why these things happen. I don't know a lot about high trust societies, and from a brief overview, it's a relatively understudied topic, but I would like to know, I want to know what it would take for the United States to have the kind of just basic functionality that Japanese society has. I'm not talking about like big deal stuff, but just like, you go to the train station and you can find your train. You drop something and somebody else picks it up. Yeah, Mikks has a good point here. Mikks has a very good point here. I think Mikks is onto a lot here. Hello, Lord Veterinary 266. Hello, hello, hello. It's not, I mean, it certainly helps that it's more accessible than sex, but people who had a lot of access to sex would still seek out and create pornography, right? Like, that's not like like even when it was not accessible, people would still seek out pornography. And create it, obviously. Creating porn is a lot harder than just having sex. I don't know if people, like, have thought about that, but yes. You've walked into a sociological discussion, Lord Veterinary. You've walked into a sociological discussion. If people talk about kinship, conjugality, family formation, these are what they're talking about. I would include smut novels as pornography. And yes, yeah, at one point less accessible. In the present tense, it is more accessible. Yeah, Mikks and I using the technical language. Here, yeah, family formation and pair bonding. Pair bonding's so funny as a phrasing. I think pair bonding cracks me up. Oh, okay, Lord Veterinary. I forget exactly why I started on it, but it was like, if I were to go back to academia and become a professor again, there are two topics that I'm really interested in lately for the last couple of years, and one of them is, why are straight people not having kids anymore? And the other is, why is being in Japan just at a very fundamental level so radically more pleasant than being in the United States? Omegaverse takes a lot of things from like science, like the science of mating adjacent pseudoscience. Like, I mean, Omegaverse starts off with a piece of animal etiological pseudoscience. Is like the core thing that is Omegaverse. Like the most important decision in what is Omegaverse was some animal behavior, etiological, I say, is the fancy word for it, pseudoscience. So that they would take other things, right? Yeah, I mean, I actually feel kind of annoyed because Ronin was talking about Omegaverse, and she actually made it sound less cool than I already thought it was. Because like when people had already talked to me about Omegaverse, like they had made it sound like it was fundamentally rape kink stuff, and it's like, okay, that's fine. And she's like, no, it's like it's barely about like non-consent and stuff like that, and it's like, like, what are we doing now? Like, more basic than most BDSM. Yeah, it's got kind of like I kind of got the impression that, like, the 24/7 slave relationship stuff. Hello, Alec Gulk. I can't say about Japan, but East Europe comfort comes from local communities. Yeah, and the United States has never had tight family bonding as a major thing. I come from a pretty tightly bound family, relatively speaking, and other Americans think it's weird. Right? Other Americans think I'm fairly strange for coming from a family where, like, we talked about finances and health really openly, and that, like, I will go to weddings and funerals for people I've, like, never met because I have to, like, we have to send somebody to represent my family. Right, that like there's like family relationships going back like generations, and it's important to maintain those, and sometimes that means that you go to a wedding with people you don't know, and that's just part of life, right? And that's part of why I got to have a lot of the advantages I had in my life. To be honest, I grew up with a lot of privileges that even other white people of my social class don't have, and they're downstream of the fact that I come from a family where I can land in like random cities and call up like an uncle and be like, hey, I need help, and my uncle will be like, I know a guy. So how tight is tight versus loose for Americans? So I think that Blue has described like what is considered often the norm for Americans, which is that a child, once they turn 18, is kind of expected to just be a fully independent human that has very minimal relationships with their elder generations. This is called fission, right? This is family fission. And it's pretty unusual. It is pretty unusual. The level of fission in America is quite unusual. It is an unusual factor in us. I don't know how much that contributes to the ways in which the United States is relatively low trust. We're not like incredibly low trust, but we're relatively low trust. We're certainly lower trust than Japan. And I don't know that I would go to that for an explanation about us being low versus high trust, because a lot of very, very tightly knit communities are actually extremely low trust. Tightly knit family networks are often extremely low trust. Like Latin American countries are actually lower trust than the United States overall. Like, as a rule, they're considerably lower trust. And like India feels so low trust. India feels so low trust compared to the US. Yeah, I would say so. Trust is not the same as like, do you like the people around you? Trust is your willingness to trust the process, right? Trust is how much do people in your society assume that the tax man is cheating them. Yeah, often family. Yeah. No, like trust is like high trust is a little bit different than what I think people are thinking of. Trust is not like about like close interpersonal bonds. There might be a connection. I don't suspect that there is a strong one between like tight interpersonal bonds and like trust and society. I also did not get in hellos to Flea, Flicker, and Itsy Bitsy Bones. Hello. If I didn't say hello to, I think I said hello to Kits Creates PNG. Yeah, the older generation sports ability. Yes, Alec Golk is talking about a situation that is fairly common, that there was a large decline in the trustworthiness and stability of Eastern Bloc countries following the 1990s. And, well, starting in the 1990s, really, we should say, or as the 1990s. It's kind of what the 1990s were if you were in a second world country, was a total collapse of civilization. And that tends to lead to tighter knit bonds. Yes, in the agency of the people in question and in the whole society, right? So, coinage, yeah, I think that they are. Well, it's actually hard to say Creates PNG. This is something I'm not an expert on. I am really interested in it because I've been driven mildly insane by being in Japan and just like having customer support interactions that didn't take 2 hours. Has driven me slightly insane. Yeah, I was talking about trust for like at the state level. I was talking about state level trust. And strong kinship societies tend to be low trust. What's interesting is that some preliminary research turned up that low trust correlates with unstructured timekeeping. I found that to be interesting. Like what work tasks do you do on a given day? How many different work tasks do you do during a day? And how often are they broken up? How often do you switch work tasks during a day? The more often there is work task switching, the lower trust the society is. And that's not causal, right? That's a correlation. I have no idea which way the correlation goes. It's interesting. I don't know a lot about it. Yeah, that's possible. There's a lot of things that could be going on here, right? Yeah, my default assumption about customer support, I'm with Gringotts. My default, I'm talking about Japan. Japan is a high trust society, Kit. I would say Japan is a considerably higher trust. There are people Delulu posting at large on Japanese Reddit. Maybe that matters. And like I in general have operated on a belief that like I don't talk to the cops because the chance that the cops will help you is very low. And the chance that they'll just shoot your dog for no seeming reason is quite high. That's very low trust. That's very low trust. And yeah, but like the Scandinavians who have talked in chat, like some of the Scandinavians have talked about like interaction with their government that are just like unimaginable to me as an American. Like just accepting that their government is like generally going to be competent and get things done in a way that Americans are very opposed to. And I think America is trending like away from that, right? What are the benefits of living in a low trust society? I don't know. I don't know that there are, Gringotts. I don't know a lot about this subject. I know a little bit about the subject. I don't know a lot. The police activity I saw in Tokyo, Mikks, was police officers picking up garbage. Like, that's what I saw the cops do. Which is just, like, unimaginable to me as an American, right? Like as an American, like, the cops won't stop robberies in progress in America. Like, so, like, you wouldn't call that activity. Fair enough. I understand that. I understand what you mean there. I understand you. But yeah, Gringotts, I don't know that there's a lot of benefit to living in a low trust society. There is a really, really high cost to living in a low trust society and acting as if you live in a high trust society. That is very expensive. That gets you killed. So like that's kind of my perspective on that. At a personal level, there are definitely some benefits, right? So, yeah, I guess it's got to depend on the type of person you are to some extent as well. I guess it's got to depend on the type of person you are to some extent as well. But yeah, I don't know. These are like the sociological topics I find the most compelling right now. So I would say Gringotts, I would not say that, to me, the thing about a low trust society is actually kind of similar to monarchy, where there's not a lot of benefit to monarchy, but monarchy is a stable equilibria. I would say that this is a question of, like, you can't collapse from a low trust into a high trust situation. you if a high trust situation collapses, the thing that you collapse to is a low trust situation. Yeah, that's true about the authoritarian systems. Yeah, and you like clear roles. Yeah. Australia and the US are pretty similar. I have been making a joke for a while that Australia leads and the United States follows. Which is why I am predicting that gambling in the United States is going to get a lot worse. When we were having a discussion about gambling, about online casinos on the Discord, and my general hypothesis has been that major cultural trends in Australia tend to be followed by the United States. Possibly entirely due to Rupert Murdoch. It is entirely possible it is literally one man's fault, but we do tend to follow Australian trends, which is kind of funny because Australia and the United States both share a common delusion that Europeans fall for all the fucking time, and it drives me crazy. America is often thought of as a European country that just happens to be located in the Americas, and the truth is that America is an American country that just happens to have very low amounts of melanin. And similarly in Australia, Australia is not a European country that just happens to be located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It is an Asian country that just happens to get lots of sunburn. And I think the Australians are getting better at dealing with this. The Americans are going insane about this. Like all the Americas are post-colonial societies. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, Flicker. So the United States is sometimes thought of as a European country that just happens to be in the Americas. And it is, in fact, an American country that just happens to be full of people of European ancestry. And similarly with Australia. Australia has a lot of things in common. Yep. But culturally, we're not. Culturally, we have a lot more in common with Mexico. Yeah, culturally and geopolitically. I think that culturally and geopolitically, we have a lot in common with Mexico and Brazil. And particularly statistically is like the big thing. I'm talking in terms, my biggest thought on this is in terms of sociological statistics and economics. The United States has a murder rate that is completely insane by European standards and is reasonably low by American standards. By American standards, we're not that weird. Like if you make a map of murder rates and put the United States next to Europe, it looks completely insane. If you put us just in the Americas, it's just like, oh, okay. That makes sense. Like, and yeah. And I would say that it's actually kind of funny because this is my hot take, is that like Australia leads and America follows, and then America leads and England follows. The United Kingdom's desperate drive to become as American as possible is incredibly successful. They are working so hard at becoming so American. And like we could not have done a better job if we tried at trying to make them American. Like they are becoming so American. We're more delusionally Anglophilic than they are. I mean, Sharkery, it's not really that weird. The reason why England is becoming America is because a bunch of rich assholes looked at America and realized that if they didn't have an NHS, they could make more money. And they're the people who are in charge of the United Kingdom. That's what's that's the story. The end. That's the yeah, but they're lying. They're lying. There's a similar this hot take. This similar thing happening in Japan. Like the whole case that that Sane-chan is making, the whole thing that she is selling to the Japanese people is maintaining our unique and dramatically different culture from the United States, and then like she's importing Donald Trump politics. So it's just a lie. It's just bullshit. What's her metrics? I mean, immigration is a big one. Where their economy is, because Australia, this is one of those things that's crazy. Australia is a resource extractive economy. Australia is like a resource producing economy. High education and incredibly long work hours, tons of gambling. Those are also Asian cultural traits. those are also some things that are pretty fucking Asian. Australia does have some pretty unique stuff and some places that it feels very, very American. The emphasis on outdoor sports feels so American. They're not just like regular outdoor sports, but psychotic outdoor sports. Like motorcycles and stuff like that. Like that kind of stuff is just like yeah, I'm just gonna go like hiking in the desert for like a week is like only like Americans and Australians do that, to my mind. Like everybody else is like, why would you do that? That's stupid. Like, but yeah. I haven't checked smoking rates. Australia might. I haven't checked smoking rates. I wonder how Australia does on smoking. Because that's one of those things that's like shocking to me as an American whenever I'm in Asia, is just how much people smoke. Yeah, the stereotypes of Australia and Vegas. Yes, Australia, Florida, Texas, Vegas. Hello, Youngly. Hello, Youngly. How am I doing on ads? Ads are starting in 4 minutes. I will be taking a stretch. I will be taking a stretch break during the ad break. And then we will be painting. We'll be painting a little guy. This has been a lovely discussion though, and I'll probably open up the chat. I don't know enough about New Zealand, to be honest. I don't know enough about New Zealand. I know a little bit about New Zealand, but not enough. Don't enslave the fire elementals. Be nice to them. I'm sure the fire elementals would work just fine for a fair wage if you gave it to them. All right, Theo. We're going to the BRB screen. We'll be right back. Hello! Hello, 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 hello. Hello. It looks like there was a crash while I was away. Brief disconnect. Okay, okay, okay. That sucks, but we're back. That sucks, but we're back. Let's... And it's nice that that correlated very kindly with me being away. Very kind of my internet to do that. My internet took a break to cool off. Yeah, it's pretty unpleasant here. I actually went for a run today. Oh, my camera's being chunky. I ran in even 100-degree weather. And I gotta say, not a good idea. Well, the answer is Itsy Bitsy Bones. I didn't finish the run. That's part of the answer, is that I had to walk. Yeah, I'm a New Yorker. It's high heat, high humidity. I absolutely did take a break to... I did walk a lot of it. A pretty large percentage of the entire run was walking. Yes. There we go. Let's over here, and... Oh, we've got at least some shade. I was not too worried about sun. People were like... I did talk to some people like, oh man, make sure you like wear a hat and stuff like that for the sun. Like, it's actually not that bad, sun-wise. The sun was not the trouble. It was, this is a fun fact if you didn't know about this. There's a point where the heat and humidity conspire to make it so that you can't actually sweat. Or at least, like, sweating doesn't actually cool you off. So, like, I actually felt fine for the first, like, 2 kilometers or so of my 5-kilometer run, and then by, like, kilometer 3, I'm like, I am not actually cooling off. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. Yep, Komos, thank you for summarizing it better than I could, right? And so I was like, oh, that's what's happening here. So I'm just, like, slow broiling. So, like, I just, like, walked back the last, like, 2 kilometers. And that was pretty unpleasant. Yep, that's pretty much correct. Hello, Mikks. Hello, Mikks. I was waiting.
Outside, yeah. I'm just.
How you doing?
I'm not going outside.
Yeah, it's gross. It's
not like 20, like fucking like 28 degrees Celsius or higher.
Well, I mean, the funniest part, right, is like you understand me well enough, and I think a couple other people here like completely get me on like exactly why I did this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because when you break habits, it's very, 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 very bad for you mentally.
There's that. There's also I want to say that I did it. Right? Like it's also like
you do have a little bit of a problem where you want to be the kind of guy who runs in every sort of temperature or every sort of weather.
Oh
right?
yeah. Yeah.
And that self-identification is incredibly, incredibly important for you.
Self-identification, I think, is incredibly, incredibly important for a lot of people. I just am aware that my self-identification is very stupid, and I still do it anyway. Yeah, you're correct. I like the challenge, and I also like. I think I forget where I said this, but like, I am highly motivated by being frustrated at various points in my life where like somebody proposes a stupid idea and I'm like, that's a stupid idea, and then people are like, well, how do you know? Have you tried? And I'm like, and I tried and it's stupid. So I like to have my receipts in order. So it's like, how do you know that running outside in 100 degrees Fahrenheit is like unpleasant?
I've never liked that sort of logic.
I don't like it, and I like to be able to fight it face to face.
See, the thing is, I feel like... How do I put this?
Mm-hmm.
I do not like giving the premise that you have to have done something personally to be able to judge it. Credence. By doing the thing that they want me to do, which is... I mean, ultimately, it's only anecdotal experience matters.
Yeah.
That's the actual argument being made. Theory doesn't exist. Only anecdotal, immediate material experience.
Yeah, it's an epistemic realist argument, which is actually
it's an epistemic realist argument that's based in the fact that the majority of people, especially people in certain countries, right? I'm not sure how common this is. Like, as like a baseline of human psychology, so to speak, right? Not that there really is one of those.
Yeah.
Or versus like, I know it's common in America, and I also know that Americans are notoriously bad at empathizing with people that they have not personally met.
It's very weird how bad they are at that.
Or who do not remind them of people that they have personally met. And when I say they are notoriously bad, I do not just mean that they are bad in just one direction.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's easier for people to empathize and sympathize with people that they've never met because they don't see any flaws in those people and can idealize them.
Yep.
People do this with animals a lot, in particular.
Right?
The animals are perfect and pure and innocent and can do no wrong because they aren't humans who are bad and wrong and nasty, right? As though, you know, a bear can't be nasty, right? As though an animal can't be bad-tempered. Right?
Yeah, and I've worked with enough dogs to assure you that there are some dogs that are just fucking mean, man. There's some mean dogs.
And they're not necessarily mean because people have treated them badly and they just need love, right? Obviously, experience matters, but... And I'm not saying that somebody or any animal is just like, you know, a bad seed. I don't believe in that shit, right? But what I am saying is that sometimes the internal experience of a creature, humans included, is what actually matters to determine their temperament. Sometimes it's not because they've been done hard by. Sometimes it's because they feel like they've been done hard by. Right? To use a higher form of reasoning here, but yeah.
Flea Flicker, I will say in my case, guilt is absolutely a huge motivator. I am pretty open about this. That is definitely a really obvious and frequently exploited personality flaw of mine, that guilt will motivate me pretty strongly at a pretty personal level. How much that applies to other people, not sure, but it is pretty easy to guilt me into things. And I will probably not go running out in 100-degree heat unless it's very, very low humidity. Gringotts, I don't need to prove the point.
It's not really good for you, man.
It's not. It wasn't a good run. Is like the biggest thing. Like running is extremely good for my mental health.
You have experience in material sciences and chemistry. You should know this.
Yeah.
Just like the theory should be enough, technically speaking, right?
Yeah.
So not to chastise you too much, right?
But also,
I will, however, guilt you into taking care of yourself.
Also, I mean, it's good to have the experience was interesting from an individual, direct level. I'm not going to recommend it to other people unless you are pretty familiar with your limits. I am pretty familiar with my limits. I have been very dehydrated at many points in my life from hot weather, and I fucking hate the heat because of it. So I was able to tell when it was. I was able to tell well before it was particularly bad that I needed to like stop, and I had my phone on me. I was ready to call for somebody to come pick me up if I needed to. I was not.
See,
I am not.
I think the big thing here,
yeah.
right, from my perspective, is I'm hearing you explain this.
Yeah.
And I'm just like sitting here like, this is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. And I will be totally honest. Like, I'm actually like making sure I'm not being too mean about this because, you know, you laughed, which is good. But I am like very anti-experience.
I know you are.
Right?
You are. Yeah.
I'm a very anti-experientialist. And by this, I do not mean I am against people being experienced with things. I obviously value like expertise. I just don't think people actually need to do things.
I know.
I think people should be able to understand them by thinking about them hard enough. And the fact that they don't seem to be able to drives me nuts.
Well, and see, I am very much at a personal level. This is not because again, this is something I ultimately did for pleasure, right? This is not something that I did because
that's
like
even
I was
worse.
Yeah, no, I like to build up the giant experience bank in my mind. I like to build up the memories, even if the memories are like obviously unpleasant and I knew they weren't going to be good. You know, I will do things I'll drink horrible drinks that people think are disgusting because, you know, I'm curious, right? Because I'm really curious. And I like to have all that stuff built up in the bank. It's something that I enjoy. And it's actually kind of funny that this is actually one of those ways in which VTubing has changed me a bit. Even more in the direction of I feel like I need to have firsthand experience to justify my position. Like it's actually driven me further away from the position you have. I will say, Weeabiscuit, I know enough about the statistics around cave diving that I don't need to do that.
So I will say, right? Yeah, my position isn't necessarily that experience is bad, right?
No, I know.
Having experiences is bad, even though I will make that argument when I'm pissed off, right? That's one of my weaknesses, I will admit. I will make arguments about how people should just be miserable when I'm pissed off enough.
Yep. Yeah, you flanderize really badly when you get angry, yeah.
Yes, because I feel, when I get angry, it's because I feel like my perspective is being dismissed. Yeah,
so you go to a more extreme position in the hopes that people compromise down to the more to another position.
No, actually, I'm not trying to accomplish anything. I'm just being really sarcastic. Or sardonic, perhaps, would be the better term, right? I'm just being mean. At that point, fair. I just become mean. I'm just being mean because I'm pissed off that people aren't listening to what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Right?
I
was sane watching you a little bit.
Yeah. You are. I would prefer if when I am admitting a fault, not to be steelmanned.
Yeah, fair enough. That's why I'm backing off on it, right?
Yeah. But the real thing here is that what I am very opposed to here is the idea that intellectual knowledge cannot be enough. That an intellectual understanding is somehow lesser, inferior, or incomplete, but an anecdotal, personal understanding is somehow always an elevated and important experience that's worth sharing, right? That having this sort of experience is somehow good enough on its own, but that its less material opposite is not, or counterpart, I should say, is not good enough on its own.
Hello, Razboucle. I would say it's not whether it's material or not so much as whether it's unmediated or not, right? It's the mediated knowledge versus unmediated knowledge, and it's very much an increasing, I would say increasing American cultural bias around epistemology. It does feel like there's an increasing bias towards like, oh well, like you weren't there, I was. Which I know drives you completely up the wall.
You don't know how it was because my emotions felt good at the time and I liked it or hated it or X factor that you can never replicate, so you can't question or judge me. Like, that's always what it leans into, I feel.
Yeah, and it's you are talking about like art experiences. I'm thinking about like healthcare.
Oh no.
You know,
I'm talking about everything.
yeah.
What I was specifically thinking up there was like people who are at riots. You can't judge me, you weren't there, is really common as a like way to relativate one's own actions in a situation to a party who may be judging you. Like, this is like the kind of argument that somebody would make to a jury of their peers. Can you really judge me?
Yeah.
Right? Are you really able to, like, tell me I was wrong to punch him in the face when he was being such a dick? How can you judge me when that wasn't happening to you? If it happened to you, you'd behave the same way. And of course, there's no way you could actually prove that you'd wouldn't behave the same way because you're not me, you see. Right?
Well, I mean, the counter argument that people would make would be like, oh, no, I was put in an analogously similar... I was put into an analogous situation, and therefore I know that I would have behaved differently because I had an analogous experience, and that's more valuable. That's valuable in its own right in a way that, like, other experiences are not. And so, like, yeah, I mean, this is where I again am thinking about this as being like really high consequence, right? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it gets really bad if you take it one step further than that, right? This is like one of these really obnoxious philosophical questions that comes up, right?
Yeah.
Which is, but how do you know? How can you tell?
Yeah.
That the way somebody felt didn't force them to act in a certain way, right?
Right. And that's
like you get angry when people say slurs at you too, but you don't punch them in the face. But how do you know it's the same experience for you, huh? Your qualia is different.
Yeah.
And it devolves into nonsense at that point, right? We're just basically saying we must be all permissive and never judgmental, right? At that point.
Well, and we're getting into like some very sticky epistemic questions here, and I think part of the frustration, of course, is the like invoking the conceit of having specific emotions as being what's the word I'm looking for here? Exonerating, right? That certain behaviors
that motive exonerates you.
Yeah, motive is generally exonerating in default in our legal system because you need to demonstrate both means and motive for a criminal case.
Yes, however, that is more about assumed motive than actual motive.
Well, and I was just going to kind of get back to like what you are actually complaining about. I was kind of like just broadening, just take a brief second to say like a motive wouldn't be like the strongest point here. That like in the question of like a murder case, right? Like it's often considered somewhat exculpatory. That's like, oh yeah, like I murdered him because he was fucking my wife. Is considered like relatively exculpatory, even though it's like, I think a lot of us would look at that. This has been a cultural change, right? This would actually be a specific cultural change. A lot of us would look at that and be like, that's not exculpatory, that's just a motive. You just like provided us a reason to convict you. That's okay, it didn't cause a big spill there. But it's there's definitely like this emotional thing around like, oh yeah, like this person did this bad thing, but they were.
Can you really blame them?
Right? And this was we were. I forget how much you were here for this last stream. We spent like 2 hours.
I was like completely dead to the world during your last stream.
We were talking about completely insane online controversy that I think is deeply funny because I'm not actually involved in it and therefore can be very far away from it. The love and deep space nonsense.
Oh yeah.
So dumb. And it was interesting to see some post by people being like, oh yeah, like delivering manure to a corporate office was a reasonable behavior because I was so upset that my period tracking app didn't like might have a bisexual somewhere near it, maybe at some point ever in the future. I have not seen that there have been new developments, Komos. I have just seen some posts on Twitter that were people being like, uphold the boycott. We got to keep boycotting until they bring back the wolf boy. I think it's interesting. I thought it was mostly interesting as a kind of a showcase in like differences between how different cultures do corporate apology. I did learn that the Chinese language corporate apology was actually way less apologetic than the English language apologetic, which is an interesting change. Oh yeah, my period tracking softcore porn app. It's kind of fascinating that this thing even exists.
This is just what fan space is like all the time.
It's what fan space is like all the time. It does seem to be a little bit more extreme than I'm used to. It is, if anything, kind of a reinforcement to me of not actually looking at the fan pages for anything that I am a fan of.
I think actually, no, you're right. This is extreme, and I think that is largely because it is targeted at predominantly adults.
Yeah.
And most fandom things are children's media.
Mm-hmm.
At best, young adult fiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I could definitely see something like this happening in with Harry Potter or I don't know, what's another good example?
Well, okay, so the
40,000, but
the big adult fandom. If we're, I thought, are we gonna talk about the adult fandom or like the child fandom?
It doesn't really matter. The point is more that because this stuff is children's media, right? And is very much not targeting a primarily adult audience, and the adult audience is like peripheral. The culture around what people get upset about is different.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, a lot of these, funnily enough, a lot of these YA fiction sort of spaces, because it's children's media, and children's media is often very based around coming of age and self-discovery, are much more accepting of queerness in particular, right? So usually when you get sort of boycotts, it's because it's not gay enough, or because sometimes it's just because okay, the really depraved ones are the shippers. Yeah,
shippers are fascinatingly psychotic. Yeah.
Yes.
It's I'm not even talking about like pro or anti, just like the whole thing, just like the whole damn thing. Like it's it gets pretty. I mean, I am partially thinking about this a little bit in contrast to there's a whole bunch of fandom shitstorm stuff over a property that I am familiar with and do like, which is Amazing Digital Circus. But it was much more subdued than what I'm seeing out of the Love and Deep Space fandom.
Wasn't that just like, I don't like this plot anymore? I don't know, I don't watch the show, it annoys me.
That's both fair points. Yeah, it was... Okay, so basically, it was a really dumb thing, which is basically just like... The show textually implies some things, and does not state them explicitly, and...
is this a you're a coward if you don't say everything that I want to hear?
Yeah, it's that. Okay. And it's where it got really dumb.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, where it got really dumb is that the creator has her own position on it, and people have been, trying to do warfare over this, and even the creator is just like, I don't care. You don't need my permission to write fan fiction. Like, you don't.
I cannot give you permission to write fan fiction. In fact.
Yeah, like
this is not a permission that can be given or taken away. It just exists.
It just exists. You can just do it. At most,
that's probably the healthiest attitude.
Yeah, I thought she was very reasonable. I thought Gooseworks was extremely reasonable about like, this is like, I'm not in charge.
I'm going to talk shit about something for like 20 seconds.
Oh, please do. Yeah.
This is why this is the problem with shows like Has Been Hotel. they are literally stories that are basically children's media, except everybody says fuck a lot. And when I say children's media here, I do not mean insightful and powerful children's media. I mean written in a way that explains itself so directly that you cannot mistake anything about it, because people do not want to have to understand subtext.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, fandom people in particular want everything to be like literal and depicted, and they get mad when it's not. And there's a particular type of fandom person who is like this, and they are mostly gay shippers. They're the kind of person who's like, no, I don't like this subtle and thoughtful story about two gay men. Why aren't they kissing yet? I want there to be a lot of angst, but I want them to make out. And I'm like, oh my god. Like, you don't want to read a romance, you want to read porn. But you don't want to admit that you want to read porn.
It's not like there aren't...
There's a ton.
Yeah.
There's so much, and it's all garbage.
And I don't know. I mean, this is my bigger thing about like art in general, and kind of my very like anti like my inability to take the TV tropes way of doing things seriously for even like a moment.
Yeah.
Like, there's something isn't good or bad because it is composed of elements that are good or bad. Like, that's like you can't, like, there's no combination.
There is still technique and execution.
There's always craftsmanship. There's always craftsmanship. Yes. And I am so used to being in like the lit-fic side of things, or maybe I'm just old or something, or maybe I've just always been a snooty little asshole even since I was a little kid, that this is like where the whole thing is, right? This is like where the whole thing is. And so like, you can tell me that this is like if a stupid Pokemon fan fiction is exceptionally well crafted, like, I might have trouble believing you this well crafted, but like, it's not because it has, you know, the right combination of
things that you have decided that you like.
Yeah, like those are all surface level elements of a story, and they're labels. They're labels, and like I have like one major place where I'm willing to like bend on this idea that like they don't matter, and that's like, if you have a particular history that causes specific things to be very triggering for you personally, like, okay, fine. Even then, right? Mm-hmm. These things are usually about the inclusion of tropes, not the exclusion of tropes. Mm-hmm. You see far more people talking about how they like it because it has this trope, this trope, this trope, this trope. Yeah. Than the people talking about how they can't read things with that. Like, okay, the one you do see is, I don't want to read anything that has a sad ending. It's like, what do you mean? That's always wild to me. That's crazy to me. That one's nuts to me. That's super weird. That's super strange. Okay, so I will say, Bones, a lot of the I want to do a little bit of defense of the people that I'm talking shit about here. Mm-hmm. They actually do want the slow burn story. They just also want to know for certain that they're going to get what they want, that they're going to be gratified. Mm-hmm. That's why I call it pornography, because it's about gratification and not about being challenged or engaged with in an artistic sense. It's just being gratified. That's what is being sought out here. That is the emotional conclusion of the work, right? And hello, Baka 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 Boy. Welcome in. Good to see you here. But yeah, it's... Baka Boy, Baka Baka Baka. Only read dial. That's wild, Blue. That's super funny. That feels like a troll. That feels like a troll to me. I've seen that though. They just want to read a script. I mean, the thing is, like, people have made stories that are purely dialogue. One of my favorite sci-fi stories in the entire world is pure dialogue. Has no description at all. Which one is it? 17776. Yeah. No, there's no descriptions in the future of football. It's pure dialogue. And that's because that's a type of story that people have been working on for a while. That's not like a new thing. That's that's like early modern at least. Like,
it is legitimately, that is just called a dialogue. That
yes,
is what that
true,
is.
true. So it's actually classical Greek. It's actually classical Greek.
It's actually classical Greek, so it is older than English. It is older than the Bible.
It is older than French. It is older than written Latin. Like it's like yeah. So it like you can read dialogues. Like it's fine. It's weird that you would pick up a book that isn't a dialogue and then just turn it into a dialogue by just reading it weird.
What I am saying, by the way, Gringotts, is that porn cannot, by its nature, be intellectually challenging. That's not what it's for. It could incidentally have these elements, but by its nature, if something is intellectually challenging to a significant degree, it stops being porn. Even if it's intended to be pornography, even if it is pornographic in its content, sexually explicit in its content, it ceases to be pornography if it is for more than gratification.
I will say that this is a bit of a mixed special definition here. A lot of people would not find this to be an intuitive description of pornography.
This is a bit of a I took this from a particular. There's a very important and famous lecture, ludology lecture.
Okay, yeah.
Titled "Games as Porn," and it defines porn not as sexually explicit material, but things we do simply for gratification.
Okay.
So things that lack value to us if they do not gratify us. Better said.
I'm just kind of clarifying for Gringotts' sake that like this is not one of those cases where like this is a definition that a lot of people are engaging with and that a lot of us recognize. I'm willing to just roll with it for our purposes right now because I kind of get you contextually. But don't expect everybody to understand what the hell you're talking about if you follow up on this.
I'm used to having to explain this, but given that I can explain it in about a sentence,
it's not big. It's not a big deal.
I'm not too worried about that.
It's not a big deal. I'm just saying this is not like a general purpose definition.
I think it's the reason I think it's useful is because not everything that is sexually explicit is pornography.
Yeah. Absolutely.
This is actually very important, and this is not about like erotica being artistic or whatever, right? Because of the camera angles or whatever. The point here is that sexually explicit material is not necessarily like lacking in intellectual challenge. And likewise, just because something isn't sexually explicit doesn't mean people are not using it as porn.
That's actually a very valuable point.
Really
That's very valuable. That's really valuable.
Yeah. That is the extremely important point being made by that lecture I was referring to, right?
Yeah. That's actually really useful. That's a very useful and good point here, right? And it like that's actually a really kind of fun one for like the main case for us Americans wind up thinking a lot about pornography as a definition is it has important legal content.
Yes.
And which is super annoying. Super duper annoying.
It is extremely annoying, right?
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like it is too much of a cultural concept at this point to be allowed to be simply legalistic.
Yeah. Still, it matters because like we have to think about like obscenity laws and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
Like, we have to worry about getting locked up because, like, you know, we've defined certain forms of being alive and like ethnic groups and stuff as just being intrinsically sexual and pornographic by default. Which is, you know,
not great.
Not great. I mean, it's the classic thing that people have been making about obscenity laws for, you know, at least most of the last couple of years is that if you allow the banning of obscenity on like protect the children grounds, then you've now opened the opportunity to silence your critics by defining their existence as pornography.
Yes.
And
I'm not very sympathetic, by the way, to the protect the children arguments.
Oh, I'm extremely unsympathetic, especially because most of the people I don't think are actually making them sincerely.
Not to talk too much about this. Yeah,
because I think we want to get back to the more the more artistic.
The more important thing I'm going to say is that most people who make protect the children arguments are actually protecting themselves. They're protecting their own comfort.
Yep.
They're not concerned for children because they have no interest in making children's lives better.
Yep. Yep.
They have interest in protecting their own comfort and their own sense of control over children.
Yes. Yes.
And that concerns me greatly. As a developmental psychologist, this concerns me very, very greatly. Anyways.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. I dissent. I desist.
Yeah. I mean, that's a minor point on this bigger point around like how does.
Hi, Kirill.
Oh, hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. We are very.
Yeah, I'm just staring at chat, right? So
yeah, I am staring. I'm locking. I appreciate you catching the first time chatters for the evening, because I am locked in a little bit on this painting, and I'm trying to decide how I feel about this new brush. Actually, I have 3 new brushes I'm going to be using tonight. I'm trying to decide how I feel about them. While we're here, Taclon brushes, but yeah, the where are we? We were talking about art before, which is a little bit more interesting than talking about laws.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, we were talking about the perception of art as. Well, we were talking briefly about one of my favorite topics, which is that TV tropes is evil and bad.
Yes. We were talking about fandom overreaction. That was
fandom overreaction and how people view art as just being a collection of things that they like, so it's good, right?
Yeah,
as opposed to appreciating it for its craftsmanship. I think that. Like, I really need to do a real study of this because I feel like I need to, I don't know if intellectualize is the right word here, but I need to formalize the knowledge base here and actually present it in a way that can be like digested. Because if you do not have as much experience with fandom as I do, you do not understand necessarily the depravity to which people engage in what I would call like pseudo media analysis.
Yeah, because I really don't, right? Like you and I. It's part of the reason why I wanted to have you on here, right? Is that like you are much more expert on this line of inquiry than I am. That like my experience. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, please.
Okay,
please.
yeah. My experiences with fandoms, right? Like I don't have a lot of. I have some intellectual training in this kind of stuff, but it's like, 1, it's very old. It's very like pre-internet training, and 2, it's very much concerned with a very different set of problems around how people use their consumption of media to foster stuff like national identity and concepts of gender roles.
Yes, and this is.
And it's not very fandom oriented.
Important.
Yeah,
it is very important, but it is much more normie core.
It's very normie core. Yeah, I'm talking like this is like mass media stuff, like mass media social, like socialization stuff.
Now, I want to address both what Kirill has said and what Blue has said, right? I will do that in just a moment, but first I will give a general disclaimer. When I talk about this, I run afoul of something that I really do not like doing. I'm in danger of running afoul, I should say, of complaining about things that young women like.
Yes, that's a real thing to worry about. Yeah.
And so I'm going to say this outright and tell you and everybody else to call me out if I start doing this, right? Because it is not my intention to do so. But so first off, I want to say the reason why I think I need to do some sort of formal presentation on this subject, right? Create some sort of formal presentation, is because, Kirill, I actually believe that it is entirely comprehensible. It makes a lot of sense to me from the perspective of understanding the mindset that people go into this and how avoidant that mindset is of certain forms of conflict and pushback. There is a certain mindset that a lot of people who become very immersed and enmeshed in fandom spaces have, where they want to talk about their thing and they don't want to hear anything contrary to their thing. Hello, Reaplugs, by
yes,
the way.
we have a raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Reaplugs.
I got the shout out, my guy.
Reaplugs. Spud raid. How is it? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man whomst love old thing. I mostly do calligraphy and paint miniatures, which is what I'm doing today. Please do not be alarmed by the deep red legs on this guy. That is an undercoat. It will help later on when I put a skin tone over it to make the skin tone look a little bit more alive. So don't be worried about these undertones. These undertones are crazy for a reason, because they are undercoats.
He's eating a Star Trek alien.
Tis Oni Roman. How was the Civilization 6? How was the Civilization 6? Yes. Obviously, I try to keep things. We over here. We try to generally keep things a little bit. A little bit of a mix of. I like this place to be both cozy and intellectually stimulating. Mikks is my co-streamer today, my collaborator. And we were talking a little bit about fandom overreactions. And Mikks knows a lot more about the topic than I do.
I know way more than I probably.
You know way more than almost anybody else.
If I knew less.
That's fair. Yeah.
The only people that I know who know more than me are far less critical of this stuff than I am.
Oh, of course.
Which is why they know more than me.
Yeah.
Right.
Because they're actually like enjoying their time with it.
Yes. Well, it's a lifestyle for them.
Yeah.
And that's one of the factors that I need to elaborate on, actually, right? I don't know if I will do it all that well right here. But like I said, making a more formal study of this would probably be a good idea at this point, because I do believe that there are a lot of codified, for lack of a better term, tropes at play in the fandom space, right? Psychological tropes, traits, right? Things that commonalities, typicalities, right? And these are not, interesting enough, I do not believe these have to do at all with what attracts people to these spaces in the first place.
Okay.
I think what keeps them there is the pseudo-organization of the space.
Yes.
So the thing I've heard a lot, and this is why I did mention that I when I talk about the subject, I am in danger of doing the great American male pastime of shitting on things that young women like, right? And that is, I have had some pretty deep and very informative conversations with women who are really into this fandom spaces, right? One fandom or another, right?
Yep. I've got some friends who are deep. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the way they have talked about it to me and explained their perspectives, because I try to be non-judgmental about this stuff, even though I am like the most judgmental man on the planet, right?
Yeah.
I try my best. And the way they've explained it is it's good because they can get exactly what they want on demand and filter everything that distresses them in any way. And to me, as the kind of person I am, this sounds nightmarish.
Yes.
It sounds utterly nightmarish to have that sort of rose-tinted reality presented to you, where you only see what you want and you always get what you want.
Yeah, so it's hell to you. Yeah.
It is incredibly distressing to me as a concept.
Mhm.
But one thing that I have definitely determined that is different between me and most of the women that I know. I cannot speak for all women, but I believe that this is a more... Women tend to be more comfortable with hedonism than I am.
Yeah.
And than most men that I have spoken to are.
Okay.
And it is very important to note that fandom space at large is dominated by women.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
By female creators, by female readers, right? And when I say fandom space, I'm not talking about Warhammer 40,000. I am not talking about Lord of the Rings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lord of the Rings fandom is dominated by women, by the way.
Yes.
But fandom space is a particular kind of internet subcultural reality that is different from people who like a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The fans of Star Wars, the fans of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the fans of Lord of the Rings, the fans of 50 Shades of Grey, right? Anything like this, right? Any of these properties are not the same as the fandom of this space. These words can be used interchangeably, casually, but in a more formalized, like, sociological context, fandom is a subculture. It is a lifestyle subculture, not dissimilar to BDSM.
I would say even more so than BDSM. What I have learned from being more online as a result of being a VTuber is that fandoms have a lot in common with each other, to the point where fandom, I think, is fairly I think it's fairly strong and good for us to understand fandom as a culture, not as a subculture, not just that. The things that the Star Trek fandom and the Homestuck fandom have in common with each other is more important than what each of them has in common with derives from their respective art forms than is derived from Star Trek and from Homestuck. And yes, Rekujira, please, if you need to lurk, if you need to leave a lurk, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I actually do have a lot of opinions about Civilization, but this is kind of a fun little line of thought. So, but yeah, feel free to come in and ask me more questions about 4X or history if you want. I am a huge history nerd, but me and Mikks
He
are...
also plays a lot of 4X games.
I do. My personal favorite is Endless Space, too. I love Endless Space, too.
I really wish I liked Endless Space. I say this.
I understand why you don't. I'm not going to try to convince you to like it. I get why you don't.
No, this is a genuine. I genuinely wish I enjoyed that game.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of it that's very cool, but it just does nothing for me as a player. Right.
That's fair.
It's fun to watch, though. It's really fun to watch.
I prefer Endless Space 2, although I do think that the most interesting thing that the Endless Space series ever did was the specific mechanical implementation of the Cravers in Endless Space 1. And also the Endless Space 1 menu theme is the best one that they've made. I love that one. I love that that song. But yeah, but anyway. So the thing about hedonism is kind of interesting. I think that women seem to be much more comfortable with just saying that they're doing something for hedonistic reasons. Taco Bell Bottoms, thank you for the...
It is... I can think of a lot of reasons, some of which may be a little pithy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, one of the big ones is when you spend much of recorded history being told that you're not allowed to enjoy things, except what you're told you're allowed to enjoy, right? It becomes much easier to just say, well, fuck you, I'm going to do what I want then. Right?
Yep.
Like, emotionally, it becomes easier. Especially when you consider, like, women's lib as a major factor here, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like in a lot of ways, it's very punk.
Yeah.
In that it's about being more honest.
Yes.
Because there is one thing that I will say about particularly pleasure and the pursuit of pleasure, which is that women tend to be much more honest about this than men are.
Oh, yeah.
As a gay man, right? It is my experience, right?
No, I'm going to corroborate that as a less gay man. That like a huge part of masculinity as a practice and as a performance is the denial that you are doing things, is the denial of frivolity.
Yes.
That's and I mean I can see this like going way back. The book that I'm reading in the for pleasure on the back end is I am reading Middlemarch by George Eliot, and the phrase "addicted to pleasure" is really interesting, and they just mean like hanging out with the boys, right? They don't mean like anything particularly crazy. They're talking about like spending too much time like playing cards and having nice conversations and taking care of horses.
Away the hours.
Yeah, as an addiction, on par with alcoholism.
Actually, but
yeah. And they don't. This is not paired with a similar concern for women. This need to marshal masculine energy into things that society deems are correct forms of productivity, like being a really annoying lawyer, or writing a book where you solve the concept of mythology for all time. Those are fine, but hanging out and just having a nice time is frivolous and therefore evil, and must be controlled. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I will talk about this from my own perspective for a second.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you are actually describing my position on this subject.
Oh, you're very 19th century.
When
yes.
you describe Middlemarch.
Yeah.
I'm very about this one particular thing. Yes.
I think there's some other ones. But yeah, keep going.
Yes, but it's not necessarily a position that I like holding. But I strongly dislike frivolity, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do not like unnecessary things.
Mm-hmm.
My definition of necessary may be a little bit different than other people's.
Yeah.
Right? Because I am not a pragmatist.
Mm-hmm.
I do not actually believe very strongly in pragmatic decision making at all. I find it dishonest and self-serving. Especially when it is presented as a hard decision being made, when it's obviously beneficial to the person making the decision.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of dishonesty. Yes.
I'm not even talking about like very serious ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I want to live in a world that looks like this, therefore I'm willing to pay more taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't I so pragmatic? No, you're not. You just want to have things, right?
Mm-hmm.
This person, basically, I feel like pragmatists aren't willing to actually suffer, and therefore I do not trust their pragmatism.
Well, and this is well, I think like in the case of pragmatism, right? It's a word that has a lot of mobility. I was gonna say mobility.
Okay.
Because like we've talked about, skepticism a fair few times on here, and realism and stuff like that. And realism is actually a really great case. Where, what do you mean by realism? Because earlier we invoked philosophical realism, epistemic realism. Epistemic realism is actually fucking insane, folks. I don't know if people know this one. Like, epistemic realism and international realism are actually both completely fucking insane and deeply unpractical ways of viewing the world. It's a weird thing, right? Because like you hear realism, our normal baggage around the word realism is that realism means being realistic. And in the case of epistemology, realism doesn't mean being realistic. It means of course you are, Nyanomancer. It means denying, like, continuity. It's very strange. It is the only things that you know about the world are your current direct sensory experiences. Reality. Reality.
It is a failure. Fundamentally, it is a failure to understand the concept of the real.
What it is,
real too heavily, but
I'll be a little bit kinder about it and say what it is being extraordinarily hard-headed and strict about what you consider sufficient evidence for logic. That is what, like, realism's like real reason why it breaks with a normal person's philosophy and approach to the world, is that its expectations for what you can do with rationality and with reason are insanely high, to the point of just being like suicidal. And if you're talking about international realism, yeah, I know you're not Nyanomancer. If we're talking about international realism is the perspective that states don't actually have ideologies. They just do whatever makes them more powerful in the immediate term, and you may realize that this pretty obviously is not how international politics actually works, right?
It's also not what realism is. It's just a weird term for pessimism.
Well, and
it's just pessimistic.
Well, it's realism in international relations, right? Like, it's just like things change, right, depending on their context.
Yes.
We're just talking about context here. And pragmatism is one that changes based on context quite a bit. And Mikks is talking about fairly straightforward, everyday pragmatism, where, you know, people will be like, what people mean is like what a philosopher would call just being baseline rational, right? That, like, you have a stated goal and then you do things that achieve your stated goal. And that's kind of how we use it in common English, because is pragmatist as opposed to, like, being entirely reactive. Like, just like going with your
or entirely ideological.
Or entirely ideological, yeah. And this is why sometimes people get a little bit caught up when they run into people who are extremely ideological, but also really merciless political operators. Right, like a Dick Cheney or somebody like that becomes, like, confusing in this context, because he's a pragmatist, but he's also an ideologue. You know, by which we mean, like, he's
what it is he's a process pragmatist, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't care how he achieves his ends, he just wants to achieve them. So he'll do whatever gets him closer to his goal.
Yep.
And this is the kind of pragmatism that I fundamentally disagree with. In addition to the kind that is driven entirely by immediate need and never by a greater goal. These are the two opposite ends of the scale. These are the two extremes, right? There is the quote-unquote pragmatist who really is just impulsive.
Yeah.
And there is the pragmatist who is just an ideologue, who just doesn't believe in anything except ultimately their own power is what they believe in.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of person who tends towards the international realism argument. Because, wow, isn't it so fucking convenient that the correct way to behave is the way that all nations of the world clearly behave, which is the same way you're going to behave. It justifies all of your actions, doesn't it?
And it's it's obviously, I think it's fairly obvious that I feel like in 21st century America, international realism feels completely insane. Like, if somebody tried to do, like, a strong international realism argument for the US's current set of international actions, I'm just like, you are, like, a maniac. Like, you are off your rocker right now.
The problem is, it depends on what they believe power is, right?
There's that,
That's always the problem here, right? Because a lot of people have a strongly moralistic understanding of power.
Yeah.
Or perhaps a better term would be strongly spiritualistic understanding of power. It's very Tolkien-esque, right? Where even if, like, it's bleeding out in the snow is heroic morality, right?
Yeah.
When, no, it's just stupid. Right? But, like, the actual thing that I'm talking
we're getting a little bit afield from what we were talking, what we wanted to talk about. Yeah.
The actual criticism I have here is simply of this immediacy bias, right? It is of the immediacy bias that people have, where they want to believe that what they're doing is the practical thing to do. Because believing that what you're doing is practical is both politically and emotionally convenient.
It's very emotionally helpful in the type of society that we currently live in, which isn't to say it's universally very helpful, but it is deeply emotionally embarrassing to most of us to find ourselves doing something, and then a person asks us why we're doing that, and then we don't have an actual good answer.
Yeah, which is why I'm personally of the opinion, and you have ads coming up in about 2 minutes.
Excellent. I can use the bathroom.
Yes, I could also use the restroom. So we will drag ourselves back onto topic after the ad break, I think. If
Yeah,
you're
sounds
okay
good to
with
me.
Mentioning that. But to finish my thought on this, right? I take this too far personally, but I do believe that it is good to be suspicious of things that are convenient for you.
Yeah.
Not too suspicious. And not too suspicious, and not when it's somebody actually helping you, not when it's another person, right? I think that we are too suspicious of things that are convenient for us. Like when you get along with somebody while being suspicious of that is pretty stupid, right? Most of the time. They're probably not manipulating you. You probably just have a vibe, right? You probably just like actually are similar or get along well, right? You have a good dynamic. But I am personally of the opinion that if there's something that you want to do, and it seems like the right thing to do, you should at least be skeptical of whether it is the right thing to do before you do it. Engage in a little bit of self-examination before you make a decision to act, rather than just going with whatever is the seemings to be the path of least resistance for you personally. And this can be a really hard thing for people with executive dysfunction, of course, right?
Yeah.
So I don't even want to get into that. That can be really hard. But I think it is important to be skeptical of your own motive. And that's a lot of what I'm talking about when I talk about motive psychologically. It is the need to be skeptical of it. Your ads are coming up right about now.
Right about now. Okay, we're going to be back in a few moments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think the ads just ended.
Ads ended. Whoopsie doodle. Whoopsie doodle. We fucked up.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah,
I
really
did not
need to use the restroom though.
Yeah, you use the restroom. I'll keep going for a little bit. Because I do have some things to catch up on. Yeah, I'll keep going for a little bit, and then I'll probably take a quick break and put you in charge of the stream for a minute. But Nyanomancer, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you for the 4 months. It's very, very kind of you. Have you ever considered what the Roman thinks about being painted? I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like, to my mind, to how I think about this, to the extent that this guy has any life at all, his life is breathed into him by the completion of the model. And I would like to think that he considers it a tolerable existence, if not a great one. You are making me feel a little bit sad that, like, the main thing I do with these guys, I just put them in a cardboard box. But I guess maybe I shouldn't be anthropomorphizing little toy soldiers that I have made myself. That might be a silly thing to do. So far, I like these tackle-on brushes. I will say that. I haven't gotten very far, but so far, I've been pretty happy with them. So far. But yes. And let's get a little bit more in here. Hold on a second. I had to sneeze very loudly. Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, to some extent, like, that is a little bit what a human is like, right? That, like, you know, we begin thinking well before we begin forming memories. We begin thinking and feeling the world when we're very inchoate. And maybe I'm thinking about this again because, as I've mentioned before, I'm around little kids a lot lately. You know, family. And, like, you know, their way of interfacing with the world, right, is quite a bit different from mine. I'm gonna try a new brush. Another Taklon brush. And, you know, they're very clearly, like, I can remember some of these children when they were, you know, fully infants, right? And they're clearly not fully baked. You know, I not very capable of thinking through, you know, notably like embarrassment, in ways that are very important to Mikks, for example. And so I wonder, you know, if this thing is having his mind constructed bit by bit, then what is that construction process like? And what is constructed first? What is he learning first? What is he experiencing first? Because there's no reason for it to be the same order that we would, right? Hello, Byzantium Rose. Hello, Mama Katie. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing here, my dears? Making supper and or chilling. Excellent, 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 excellent. God, you are drunk. Amazing. I think the mind-body problem, Deathheart, I actually think about the mind-body problem quite a bit because a huge percentage of AI discourse is, to my mind at least, just people thinking that we've got a much easier solution to the mind-body problem than we actually do. I think the mind-body problem is persistent and possibly irresolvable. That's kind of my big position on the mind-body problem, is I think that the evidence seems to me, from what I've seen from the neuroscientists who have presented me evidence from the last 10 years as opposed to evidence from the 1970s, is that the mind does appear to exist outside of our physical experiences, and we don't understand how it connects to our physical experiences. And I think that's neat and interesting, and I think it's somewhat irreconcilable. And the fact that we are still getting evidence pulling in both directions is pretty strong evidence that we are not at all close to being able to mathematically construct a mind from basic logical principles, let alone being able to construct a mind from actual material science. Nyanomancer is the solution to the mind-body problem. So true. So true. Nyanomancer, I have a completely off-the-wall question for you that has nothing to do with anything we've been discussing here. Have you played Ace Combat? Hello, Emmerich Draws. Hello, Emmerich Draws. You have played Ace Combat? Okay, because I have played about half an hour of Ace Combat. I fired up. I finally, after 20 plus years of people trying to convince me to play Ace Combat, I finally fired up Ace Combat 4 for the PS2, and I gotta say, I was pretty impressed.
Ace Combat is good.
Yeah, I've only played 2 missions of Ace Combat 4. I'm still like in the tutorials, but I'm pretty impressed.
It is extremely elaborate in its simulation, and also has pretty good politics, honestly. Like, the politics are very interesting.
What I have been impressed with in Ace Combat 4 is that it's very openly... is like, what I've gotten in the story so far is, like, that the character has met the man who killed his parents, and he's just, like, a guy that he's playing guitar with. And that's a kind of interesting commentary on the artificiality of national separation.
Yeah. It does a lot of this.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed.
Right?
I'm pretty impressed.
Also, Ace Combat is responsible for Nier, so...
See, I mostly think the main thing I knew about Ace Combat before this was JPEG Dog.
Yeah, you see,
I love JPEG Dog.
Canonically, ending F of Drakengard 1, right? Dragon Dragoon, involves the protagonist of Ace Combat shooting down the protagonist of Drakengard 1, which leads to the Nier timeline.
That's pretty funny.
It's so stupid, man.
That's very dumb. I will agree with both of those statements. That's very elaborate and very dumb. But also very funny.
I gotta check something. Sorry, I'm OCD paranoid a moment. Hold on a second.
Yeah, please. But yeah. I don't know. It just felt like a question I had for Nyanomancer. I was like, I'm playing this. I'm like, this feels like a game that has influenced Nyano. This feels. There are some other VTubers who I know for a fact have definitely played Ace Combat. Notably Schemy and Madramimi. But Nyano it just felt it in my bones that Nyano was an Ace Combat guy. And I've always had like a mild frustration about it because I'm such like an Armored Core fanboy that, like, you know, years of people being like, oh, AC, and I'm like, Armored Core? And they're like, nah, Ace Combat.
There's like 20 ACs is the
There's
fact,
so
right?
many, yeah. There's so many.
Assassin's Creed.
Autocannons.
Yeah.
I don't know how many game series there are that are AC.
I'm a big fan of air conditioning, I will say.
Air conditioning's pretty good, especially for us East Coasters in the U.S. where it's like 100 fucking degrees.
Yep.
Because it gave you something you could never have, a jet fighter. Because that is something that you're generally not going to have. Can't be a pilot.
Color blindness, right? Yeah, no.
An anonymous user gifted a subscription to EVGA XR1.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub to refrigeration. That's extremely kind. That's extremely kind of you. Oh, let me stretch my back out a little bit. Oh, that's extremely kind of you. That generosity really keeps me going and really keeps me on the air, and I really, really appreciate it. Really, right in front of my non-refrigerated ass. Yeah, sorry, Europe. Hey, Emmerich, at least.
We're suffering more than you are right now.
Well, I mean, like Emmerich Draws is at least coming from a country that is stands a really good chance of winning the World Cup.
Yeah.
We you can take some consolation in France's incredible performance in the World Cup. What was the Catholic Schism thing? I'm gonna do those push-ups though, and then I'm gonna use the bathroom. They called it schismatic. The goddamn World Cup cost me 3 DT. on chair. I'm gonna plank a little bit. All right. Push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. Okay, those were hard. That was hard. Whew.
Saint Pius X is what is going on here, by the way. Are you familiar with Saint Pius X?
No. Saint Pius X. I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah. So this, I'm going to call it Saint Pius X because the actual abbreviation that people use is SSPX.
Oh my God. Okay. Sure.
This is a schismatic sect of Catholics who basically don't give a shit what the Pope says and love ancient Latin rituals.
Oh, okay. These are the Latin Rite guys. Okay.
Yeah. These are the Latin Rite guys. These are the modern Catholic Church is heretical as it's drifted away from the core tenets of Catholicism.
Yeah.
They have been excommunicated.
Okay, formally excommunicated. Okay, that was a long time coming.
Yes. Because Leo basically said, "Hey, don't consecrate these bishops, right? Don't whatever it's called, communicate these bishops." Sorry, I'm not remembering the word right now.
What is the word looking for? It's not consecrate. It's ordain.
No, it is consecrate actually.
Oh, so consecrate. Okay.
It wasn't actually the ordaining that people had a problem with.
Which is interesting because breaking ordination rules is like a real fast route to excommunication. Like, that's automatic.
Yes. Because they're not actually breaking ordination rules.
Okay, so they're taking people who were already ordained but not approved
and then consecrating them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them were Goroth. This has happened multiple times. In this case, it was basically Leo specifically said, "Hey, don't do this," and they went "fuck you" and did it anyways. It's like the most direct fuck around and find out situation imaginable.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's.
Literally, they were explicitly forbidden from doing exactly what they then proceeded to do.
Which is like probably intentional, right? Like this is.
Yes.
Like if there is. I don't like these guys at all because, I like Mikks was saying about being suspicious of your reasoning. These guys, as a rule, their objections to the Catholic Church are not that the Catholic Church is doing some sort of procedural issue. The procedural issue is pretext to hate women more.
Yes,
and this is the Catholic Church went too woke in the 50s. Is what these guys are claiming. Yes. They're very hard to respect.
They're actually claiming that the Catholic Church went to woke in the year fucking 1200.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's their actual claim. Right.
Yeah, but that's a procedural claim.
And
this is.
See, you know what's really frustrating about this? Mm-hmm. They almost sound badass.
They almost do.
Because they're 2 inches away from being the Catholic Church is fucking bullshit with all this modern Christ stuff. Where's the Druids?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Where's the fucking Perchin Festival, right? The whatever it's fucking called, right? Nobody's even fucking dancing around in monster masks to scare away the devil. What's the point? Mm-hmm. Right? They're so close to being something that I can respect.
Yep.
But no, just also, everything else, it's just about hating women.
Yeah. Hello, Skyrish.
Yeah, we are briefly, right? I think we will eventually get back to talking about fandom, but you wanted to use the restroom, right?
Yes. I just loaded up the brush with a little bit of green ink, so I'm going to focus on that for a second, then I'm going to come back and do the dry brush layer, which is the one part of model painting I feel like I'm actually doing something kind of competent.
I will note, Emmerich, it's more likely that you'd have the bard divine the weather and the druid do the law.
True.
Right? That's druids were historically judicial, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the big thing is that they were there. I mean, from what I can tell from reading a little bit of the Latin on it, not really in Latin, just in translation, druids, as described in the sources we have, are just kind of elders. Like
they're kind of elders who are particularly math nerdy.
They're particularly math nerdy. It does seem like they didn't have as much of a like needing. This is probably the reason why the Romans kind of objected them, because the Romans were pretty permissive about lots of different types of elders. Like they would just say these are senators. Druids seem to particularly antagonize them because druids were like weirdly meritocratic and probably ecstatic.
Yes.
If I had to guess, because the Romans did not like ecstaticism in leadership. That was a thing that they were not happy about.
It should be noted that there's also like 3 different historical faiths that we call druids, and they're not all like they're not all Celts.
Yeah,
right?
They're not super related, and it's
there's like the Celtics, the Germanics, and the like the non-Celtic Germanics specifically had druids as well, and the it was like the Gales, the Celts, and the Gauls as well had druids.
Okay, I am going to use the restroom and let the bird have control of stream for a few minutes. So I'll be back in a little bit. I'll leave the Roman.
Yeah, the Gaulish also had druids. There's a couple other groups that could probably be called druids as well. It's kind of like a catch-all in the same way Hindu is, right? But it is like, this is not ancient religion is not my expertise, right? I'm more of a post-Abrahamic scholar on this subject, so but they're actually a distinct like ethnic group. Hi Vex, hi again, hi Vex. How are you doing? It's too hot. I'm sure Al would love to have you step in, Vex. I would too, of course, right? If you'd like to step in for a little bit before you go to bed.
Jelly beans.
Jelly beans.
Say less. Hi, Nick.
Is this a new Fugi?
No, actually, this is kind of one of my default ones when I'm doing like just chatting and that sort of thing.
Okay, it's very cute.
Oh,
I
thank
love
you.
the hair. The hair is amazing.
Mm-hmm. The updo and the summer outfit.
Yeah. Just the floofiness of it is very good.
Hi, Kirill. Lovely seeing you.
Yeah, I mean, so the reason I feel the need to specify that I don't know a ton about ancient religion is because I am generally something of a folklorist, and I have a theological background as well, right? So I like to make it clear that I'm actually, like, especially compared to Al, distressingly modernist, right? Like my understanding of the closer to 1950 we get, the better understanding that I actually have of like the details and specifics, right? Yeah, Nyano knows a lot about Egypt in particular, and Sumeria, Mesopotamia in general, I think as well. I know a bit about like ancient Japanese and Chinese religions, but I actually know way more about modern conceptions of them. Ancient Indian religion, I know Zoroastrians, right, who are relatively modern, but like the dominant faiths of Persia and cultures of Persia and later Iran are very fascinating to me because of how much they obviously influenced Christianity. In particular, the one I like to bring up, which is a pretty obvious one, but one of the central conceits of Zoroastrianism is that there was a perfect being that was split into a being that was perfectly good and a being that was perfectly evil. Right?
That's an interesting division. I'm not familiar with this religion.
Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu, right, are the two components of the platonically good and the platonically evil creature in Zoroastrianism, and it's very important that in Zoroastrianism these two creatures are the same creature, right? It's very much a duality of man sort of thing, right? And one of the big points that Zoroastrianism likes to make is that all men are capable of being incredibly evil or incredibly good. Zoroastrianism is fascinating for one reason in particular, which is it's the origin of the term magic, right? The Magi were the Zoroastrian priesthood. The Magus, right, is the Zoroastrian priest, which was a hereditary position passed down from father to son, as like a not quite a caste, because somebody could become a Magus by being like exalted within society, basically, and then their children would also be this, right? It's quite interesting. I mostly like, they're not as crazy as the Gnostics were. The Gnostics are completely off their gourd, but they are very prototypical in a lot of ways of the moral systems that you see in Abrahamic religion. And it's particularly interesting because they are from the same, of course, region as the ancient Jews, the other main component of Abrahamic religion, right? So it's almost certain that Christianity in particular came from a bit of a synthesis of ideals from the contemporaneous Jewish and Zoroastrian cultures of the time.
I mean, realistically, everything from that region of the world has kind of been an amalgamation of various religions and foods and people and everyone just kind of cross-pollinating ideas, which is kind of fascinating because, you know, you do that over a millennia and all of a sudden it's like, where did we get this piece from? I don't know. It's been part of this forever.
One of my fascinations with the study of theology and of folklore is trying to figure out where the Christians got their ideas, right? Because a lot of common knowledge tends to point towards like the Roman reimagining of the Greek gods or Norse mythology or something. And this doesn't make any sense, actually, because aside from certain elements of Zeus, which are obviously present in the Judeo-Christian God, right? Especially the Christian God, like Yahweh, right? They really, you also have to remember that a lot of what we know, or at least what is commonly known about particularly Norse mythology, but Greek mythology as well, is run through the lens of a Christian-dominated culture. And so you have to be very careful when looking for influence in Christianity from Greek mythology, that you're not actually just seeing what a Christian thought Greek mythology was like, right? What the Greek faiths were like, what the Nordic faiths were like. Because like one of the big ones is Odin wasn't actually very important. Right? In Norse mythology, like in the contemporaneous, Odin and Thor were not especially important gods by like the standard of most of the adherents of the ancient Norse religions, right? I forget which gods were really important. I think it was like the fishermen and like the hearth gods, right? But
so just to recap, hey, welcome back, Manny. So yeah, Mikks was rambling, and I just thought I'd come in and help a little bit. So Mikks, you're asking like which gods were important in Norse mythology?
Yes, it's more in contrast to the fact that Odin is often portrayed as a very important figure, and this is just not actually that true. This is
on your side. I muted on the stream side. There we go.
Welcome back.
There we go. Now welcome back again. Yes. I muted the source in OBS, which is not normally how I mute myself. Thank you, chat. But okay, so first of all, hi Vex, lovely to have you here. And
doesn't her hair look cute in this Fugi?
I love
It's
this
so
Fugi.
cute.
I love this Fugi.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. The question was like which Norse gods were important, and what I was saying is that I think me and Mikks are calling upon the same pieces of evidence, which are, looking at the very limited writing we have that is actually pre-Christian Norse, and combining that with archaeological and other communicative evidence that we have, which is a little bit more valuable but also pretty limiting. The evidence we have from that is that Odin is a pretty minor god for the pre-Christian Norse, and part of like a big part of that evidence that I always think is kind of interesting is number of place names. Number of place names that invoke Odin is very small, whereas I legitimately forget the name of this guy every single freaking time. It's not one of the gods like I ever think about. It's Uller. Not because it's not Baldur.
Yeah,
it's Uller.
Uller.
Uller is like
Yeah.
crazy. Uller is everywhere. Uller has like Apollo level prominence.
Snow was everywhere. Of course,
Well,
they
and
would
he's-
call upon Uller, god of snow and skiing.
Well, he's also god of archery.
Yes,
And like
which is the primary method they would hunt with on ground.
yeah, and it's damn it, didn't make that dry enough. But yeah, it's interesting to see this contrast between what my understanding of like what experts think about it and versus like the pop cultural understanding that I got.
So
yes,
the
yes,
most
Shark Ray.
important pre-Christian gods were Tyr, because he's still the warrior god. Like that, his sacrifice was very important to the culture. And you see a lot of one-handed god effigies and carvings into stone. And then at one point, he predates Odin by quite a bit.
Yeah.
Then you have like your pre-Christian, like the Christian ideals of like combining ideas. And you've got the Vanic gods, which are your nature, your Frey, your Freya, and then I forget what the sea god's name is that came with them. But when the Aesir were at war with the Vanir in the lore, they came together and like, okay, we got to stop this or we're just going to annihilate each other. So it was nature versus modern culture or the Christian ideals, fighting each other. So they came together and were like, oh, we're just going to exchange gods. So some of the Aesir went to the Vanir and vice versa. And then after that, Vanic history just sort of disappears after a while. It's necessarily popularity versus worship.
So, just to clarify one thing for Al's benefit.
Yes.
We got into this topic specifically because I personally find it fascinating. Like one of the things that I like to do as like a research project for myself is I try to decipher where the Christians got their ideas mythologically, right? Culturally, it's easier usually. There's a lot more detail on the way people lived than what they believed about how they lived, right? But and one of the ones that I genuinely think is one of the major influences is Zoroastrianism.
Yes.
I think Zoroastrianism and its binary good and evil cosmology.
Via the
which is
Dominicans.
much more nuanced
Yeah.
than Christianity would portray the cosmology, of course. But because usually these ancient philosophies have weird ideas, right? They have some pretty wacky stuff going on.
Yeah.
But like Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu are quite clearly one of the influences for Christian morality, given that all of these faiths came from the same fucking region, right? As the ancient Jews and the ancient Persians and all this sort of shit, right? It feels very likely that this would have come from a synthesis and like of belief here, right? And so I was pointing out that a lot of like common knowledge would point you to like, oh, well, obviously the Christian god is based on Zeus. The Christian god is based on Odin. And it's like, I'm not sure that's reliable.
I mean,
because so much of what we know about these gods is from Christian sources.
Well, and I mean, in the case of like being like, oh, the Christian god is based on Odin, it's obviously not true just based on timelines. That one's an obvious one to ignore. The one that I ran into that's super interesting is that Jupiter is probably not based on Zeus.
Oh.
That is super interesting. That etymologically and domain-wise, they don't actually match up very well, and that the linkage between Jupiter and Zeus is more Romans later in their history, making the link ex post facto because of viewing Zeus and Greek culture as a prestige culture. And so they were trying to borrow prestige from the Greek tradition by drawing linkages that did not exist beforehand, which is interesting. Jupiter is very much a legal god, and he does have some similarities in the pantheon, right? Like there's not no similarities in the pantheon. The big similarity in the pantheon is that he is a father god, right? Like he is the father of the pantheon, and that's non-trivial. But I don't know. I'm just always struck by how different the Roman gods are from the Greek gods, and it's mostly just that they're not nearly as much as psychopaths. That they're like, the Greek gods are such maniacs. Like
I've always found this
very unhinged,
fascinating, actually. Of like it speaks to me personally, and this is like very layman sociology. So pardon me for this out, but of differing opinions on authority.
Yes.
In particular.
Yes, that's very important for discussing the difference between the Greeks and the Romans on this one. Yeah.
Because, most of my experience with Greek culture is through Greek fiction, right?
Yeah.
Plays, philosophies, all sorts of stuff like that. Fiction and thought, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Academia, perhaps.
It's hard. Well, it's hard to avoid like the reading some ancient Greek philosophy if you get a standard.
Yeah, if you've studied philosophy at all, it's almost impossible, right?
Yeah.
But the thing that really strikes me is, wow, they really did not like people telling them what to do, did they?
Yeah,
they really didn't like that
as a rule.
This is like a huge difference between the two cultures. I thought was this kind of fascinating. Sorry, we're just gonna be talking about Greek and Roman culture here for a second. Sorry, Vex.
As you paint a Roman figurine, no, it's topical. It makes sense.
The Romans are one of the things that the Greeks who were contemporaneous with the Romans would comment on is that the Romans are really comfortable with just outward naked displays of power differential in a way that the Greeks found really weird and off-putting. Like the patronage relationships. The Greeks were like, what are you doing? This is super weird. And the Romans are just like, well, what do you mean? What's wrong with this? Like this guy like supports my family. Obviously, I owe him huge favors. I obviously owe him my vote at the council election and whatnot. And a place where this became really kind of interestingly geopolitical is that the Romans, unsurprisingly, intervened a lot in Greek on Greek warfare.
This is about fidelity, right?
Yeah, I'm getting to fides. Yes,
being discussed. Yeah,
I'm getting to fides. But it's more on patronage is where I'm going with this. Is that from the the Romans would like some Greek state would have a fight with another Greek state, and they would call in the Romans as like a favor, and the Greeks would expect that the Romans would be like, okay, we're joining you in this war on your side, and then the Romans would expect afterwards that Greek state would have a certain amount of deference to the Romans going forward, and that that they would kind of let the Romans do like kind of dictate terms a little bit. And from the Greek perspective, no, like the deal was that the Romans show up and they get to loot some cities and win glory in battle, and that's the end of it. And that's the end of it. That they and the Romans did not feel this way at all. They felt like these Romans, that these Greeks, owed them a certain amount of deference and respect and loss of independence, even, which the
JD Vance shrieking about gratitude.
Yeah, the Greeks were profoundly unhappy about. Well, I mean, from the Romans' perspective, right? Like, by making those kinds of asks, the Greeks had made a kind of submission, right? They had already acknowledged that they were the junior partners in the alliance by the fact that they begged the Romans to show.
Really into submission.
Yes, they were. They were. Like I said, naked displays of power relationships, right out there in public. Hold on a second, my friends. Give me about 10 seconds to do something here. There we go. Okay, thank you. Thank you, we're back.
He went sultry. I would have gone, or something, slightly unhinged.
I mean, it's worth asking you, Vex, I suppose. Is that good? Is that good technique? I like that technique. The slight roll of the R.
Take a breath, ara.
Yeah,
like that soft breathiness is good. It's good.
Thank you. I thought so.
Except the Galaxy Wolfstar disagrees.
Galaxy Wolfstar was the one who came up with the idea and seems to affect her affect him very powerfully. Seems to affect him very powerfully.
Teehee.
But yes, I felt like it was worth asking you in particular that you know a little bit about how to use a voice well.
See.
Yeah.
Once in a blue moon.
Yeah. Vex has some skills. Let me make sure that I add you to the.
I can do it, Al.
Oh, you can do it? Okay, excellent. Add yourself as well.
Add what?
Your name to the description of the stream, to the stream title.
I'm a figment of your imagination.
A figment of the imagination that people may as well be able to know the name of.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
It's important. It's important to name your tulpas.
Yeah.
Painting a Roman with Mikks and Vexxingcat.
True. So true.
See.
Mikks suave.
Mikks suave.
Is that not SUAV suave?
It's UAV. It's no.
Mikks,
My name is Mikks, and then it's UAV. Yes, like unmanned aerial vehicle.
Oh.
It used to be Mikks WAV, like the file type, but I changed it for April Fools, and it was popular. So
See, Emmerich gets it.
Yeah.
We could start calling you Mikks Suave.
I have never been accused of that in my life.
Just of being well dressed.
Yes, I am well dressed. I will say that I have been accused of that. Though not compared to some people, but
Are you not suave, Nyanomancer?
I don't really think I am.
I mean, you're
really
allowed to be wrong. Rhythm with the tism, okay? You've got this.
I mean, yeah, but that's like a character who was created for me by a person who's like very good at character design, right? So,
I mean, the bigger limitation on Miks's suaveness is that as a gay man, the ceiling that you need to have on suaveness is pretty low.
True. But also at the same time, the standard for what's actually considered suave is very high.
Speaking of suave, are either of you going to, what's the next one? Offkai?
We're going to Offkai.
Both of us are going to Offkai.
Yeah, we're both going to be there. Are you Vex?
I am not. It was just not in the cards.
I figured it's getting down here is always a pain in the ass for you. So
Yes.
I kind of figured that was not super duper likely. Whereas
I really want, since I've got a little bit set aside, my goal is to try and make MagFest, I guess, in the spring.
That's in the winter.
Also, that gets me.
That's,
I mean, your winter and my winter are different.
I mean,
So-
it's in January. It's still January, regardless.
it's January and it's on the river, so it is actually going to be quite cold, right? But it's they hold this thing in the in National Harbor, which is not actually in DC.
Seen unmanned aerial vehicle ejected. Suave. Suave.
That
Mhm.
works.
Yeah.
It's it's still the time of year, even if it is a pretty. I mean, so the last I've been to 2 mags. I thought both
This
of them were
year
pretty
I
cold.
heard was not very good. I was too sick too.
You didn't
actually.
participate for crap.
but-
Yeah, you were dying.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, I didn't even get that sick, but unfortunately, my household had COVID. So
Oh,
yeah. I did not have a great time at MAG this year. I think part of that was changes made to the venue.
fucking I heard there were just cops fucking everywhere.
Yeah, the cops everywhere. Yeah.
Like, which is not great. Maybe it'll be better this year.
It's pretty rancid
right, next
vibes.
year, whatever. But yeah. Yeah, no, Skyrish, sorry, Bear. Like, there's a lot of Euros are saying very similar things about this right now, right? It's also like, America UG is another thing that they're saying, but
I mean, we're not even having like a huge welcoming for the goddamn World Cup. So like,
yeah.
like you know, we're not even having like good international tourism for the World fucking Cup.
I will say, Bear, I was disappointed to learn that you weren't coming because I was really kind of hoping to hang out again. But
They're super fun to hang out
but
with.
you know,
That's true.
it is what it is, right?
Yeah. I would not encourage a European to come to the United States. If you, I shouldn't say a European. I would not encourage a person who has to go through international TSA to come to the United States.
Yeah.
It is not the European specific thing. It is a.
I guess if you come through Ireland, you're actually okay, right? Like,
I don't know. We've detained people from like Germany for like weeks at a time. It's mad.
no. What I mean is Ireland and Canada, you do TSA on their side.
Oh, okay.
There's like a couple other countries like that, but you do the TSA on their side. So like, if the U.S. doesn't let you in, you kind of just like leave and go back to your hotel or whatever.
It's kind of like lose your plane ticket.
Yeah, you lose your plane ticket, but actually, I think they actually have to, if they keep you out, and it's just like not something that so in Canada specifically, right? At least as far as I understand it, if you lose your plane ticket, they actually reimburse you for their plane ticket as long as they don't agree that you had a problem. As long as it's on America's side of things, right? Because Canada's all in on fuck America right now.
Yeah. This is.
I think they will take any opportunity to like style on us.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident the fact that Trump has blocked access to one of the most effective trade bridges in the world is kind of pissing them off. After Canada footed the bill.
Yeah, that's no, like they're. Yeah, it's. I'm not saying they're unjustified, right? I'm not saying they're unjustified at all. Like that's not.
Yeah, they're allowed to be mad.
They're allowed to be mad.
It
They've
also
got good
feels
reasons.
like it feels like there's a lot of people who are probably about a little bit younger than me, right? Elder millennials, who are like, finally. Who are just like in Canada in particular, and like Canada and probably Mexico as well. We're just like, finally, I can shit on the U.S. and people will not give me pushback on it. Right?
I mean, I wouldn't be mad if Canada burnt down the White House again. Would that be the third time? I think.
Yeah.
It's God. I mean, we're honestly just doing really bad tourism, period. Right now.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
We're making some really stupid mistakes. Our number one like export is people educated by American universities.
It's a pretty powerful
believe.
one.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
Yeah, and well, I mean, yeah, number one is always a difficult one to analyze because putting that on the scales against like jet turbines. Yeah.
I will admit my bias, right? I think education is very important.
yeah. It's. I just don't want somebody to like take it too far, right? This is me being like a very cautious,
you're right to do
information control thing, right? Oh, I mean, Emmerich, the part that's actually much more funny is that, and hello St. Cousin, and hello Best Under Heaven. Sorry, I didn't say hello to the two of you. What I think is much more fascinating about it is that, like, a smaller thing I should say is that, like, the 200th anniversary of our country existing was in 1976, and it was a huge deal. It was really a big deal, and like we produced a lot of very interesting art and monuments for the occasion. Mm-hmm. We have not done that for the 250th, and the reason why we haven't is that we did, and then it all got canceled at the last minute in order to make room for Donald Trump's friends. And I've talked about this before, but like they're putting on live performances at the White House, like on the White House lawn.
They're having fucking people fight on the White House lawn.
Yeah, which is more embarrassing. But what I was more amused by was that they've got like conservative talk radio hosts and like singers and stuff performing there, and like they're drawing audiences of like 5.
Yeah, like not even like audience of like 100. Audience of like there's like 5 people, and most of them aren't even all that interested.
Yeah. Yeah, the one person said that the only place that they saw any real activity was a bunch of TVs that were showing the Argentina game, and Argentina fans were watching. I assume Shark Ray that it wasn't too dissimilar from the 200th, where like a bunch of like pop culture friendly, kind of minimally offensive rah patriotism stuff.
Maybe Springsteen.
Yeah, Springsteen, Bad Bunny, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The kind of stuff that if you
that would have pissed the conservatives off. So they hate
my god, they hate him. But he performed at the NFL, so suck a dick.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, he got the Super Bowl and he did very, very well there.
I thought he's a very good performer. I don't like, again, he's kind of a pop musician, so it's not really my thing.
Yeah, I'm not super intrigued by the actual essence of his art, by his premises.
I'm actually fairly intrigued by the essence of his art, because he is the essence of his art, and I think he's an interesting person.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
But I'm not particularly compelled by his music.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see
that.
It's
not complex enough for my liking.
I didn't see what the auto-modding was. Wow, that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah,
fine.
it's white trash. That
whatever,
just gets auto-modded because it is technically seen as a racist.
Yeah, it's ethnically motivated,
charged
racist. Whatever.
Yeah, but you know what? People who get mad about this are kind of silly.
Yeah, they're very silly. They're very silly. They're very silly. I mean, I think that there are contexts where it would come across as more harsh, but here it's fine.
It's the main thing there, Emmerich, is that generally speaking, it will be fine unless somebody tells you it's not, in which case just say sorry and move on. That's how I really think that these things should be handled.
Yeah. So white trash develops a little bit of a problematique element to it when people use it to be very dismissive of people from poor rural backgrounds. Like it's
yes,
like that's fairly specific, and like it is very like it's the sort of thing like Americans doing like American on American classism. It'll come up.
Yes. But the more common way this is used is almost celebratory.
Yeah, it's more often kind of celebratory.
It's wacky ass rednecks fighting on the White House lawn.
Yeah.
Right, that's the kind of the connotation. It's Florida man.
So where it would be brutal, I'm
Florida.
gonna use a call out on myself here, right? Because I haven't done this, but it's I may as well use myself as the victim here. If I were to be dismissive of, I hope she doesn't mind me using her as for this example. If I were to be dismissive of Sybil the Moth's experiences, because Sybil the Moth, to my understanding, at least from how she's talking about, comes from a very poor rural background that I don't.
People
right?
shank a bitch.
Yeah, like she earned that dental work, like the hard way. And so if I were a dick about her, like on that front, I would be the asshole, right? Like then it would be bad. But like.
She has described herself that way before.
Yeah, she has. So it's okay. It's okay for her to say. For me, though, it would be a little bit different because I am from a not necessarily wealthy, but wealthier and more urban background. And there is a class tension there. I am from what is generally seen as a higher socioeconomic class, and it would be pretty rude.
Yeah, that's true.
For me to like
the one that came up recently was actually Bogan.
Oh, okay, that's funny. That shouldn't be covered under Automod at all. That's funny.
This is just Automod being overzealous about racism against white people.
Yeah,
that's all it is, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing as a white person.
It is kind of embarrassing because it's nowhere near as zealous against racism against Asian people.
No.
So it only catches the one slur. That's the only thing it ever catches.
Oh, okay.
I've seen some serious fucking Asian racism going on, and Automod has not even blinked. Right, which makes me think that it's probably just that most of the people doing the programming here are white people, so they're hypersensibilized towards white on black racism and vice versa.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, right? But the one I saw come up recently was Bogan, right?
Bogan. Okay. Yeah.
Bogan, right?
Bogan.
This came up because Nagi loves the phrase cashed up Bogan. She thinks it's like the funniest thing ever, right? Which, in her defense, it's pretty funny, right? And it is used pretty celebratorily in like Australian slang, but she got kind of called out on it, and she was like, "Wait, is this like something you're not supposed to say? I thought it just meant redneck." And she had to be like, yeah, redneck is also something that you're technically not supposed to say. Right?
Yeah.
Nobody cares, but it is a slur.
It's as one of those things where like depending on how and when you're using it, there's going to be like big difference. Like I said, like me talking about white trash, saying like the white trash fight on the lawn, like that's not that big of a deal. But like if I were like, oh no, Bogan is a term for as expected of the Guaylo Automod. That's very funny. I like that. Thank you, Koi. But like, Bogan is a term for it's the Australian version of redneck. It's the Australian version of hick or hillbilly.
Hick is probably the closest.
Yeah, hick is probably the closest. Yeah.
But it should be noted that there's a lot of connotations with Bogan with redneck. It's, homebrewing alcohol, loving Jeeps, like that sort of stuff, right?
It's a
mixed martial arts.
It's poor white folks living on the edge of the outback.
This came up because Tech Priesta, right?
Yes.
Is literally a cashed up Bogan.
Yes, he is. Happy birthday, Tech Priesta, if he's here.
Yeah.
But yeah, he very much is. He very much is.
He does ironclad. He's an engineer. He is like the stereotype, and he knows it, right? So he likes to give people shit about using the phrase when he knows he's just being annoying and sarcastic about it, right?
Yeah,
it's pretty good. I appreciate it. Ad break, by the way.
Ad break? Oh, now or in 5 minutes?
Now. It's going on right now. For some reason, it's not alerting me when it's coming.
Oh,
right.
It's being so annoying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep going. I'm just gonna work through it.
Okay.
Hello, Versa. Also, happy birthday, Versa.
Hey, Versa, man. How you doing?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Versa. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Vex, for sparing them from my singing.
You have a very lovely singing voice, by the way, Vex.
Oh, thank you, Mikks.
It's true. She really does. She really does. I have been.
No, we kind of drifted off because Al had to go AFK. I probably should get back to that after the ad break.
Yeah, because it is. We genuinely do have a real expert on the question here. I mean, we can just get started on the less interesting side of it right now, which is, I think you like you said, there's this kind of interesting thing where there are people who are more expert than you on fandom, and there's not a lot of them, and the ones who are more expert than you on fandom tend to be very celebratory about it.
And completely unironic.
Completely unironic, yes. Completely unironic. And I think this non-trivially, like you said, a lot of this just has to do with like the motive for why they even became expert in the first place, right? This is, in case people are not familiar with this is like a genuine problem about subject matter expertise in general, is that in order for somebody to even become a subject matter expert on an intellectual subject, they have to like really give a shit. It's not a thing that just like happens.
Something they gotta be passionate about and investigate.
In one way or another. I know numerous subject matter experts who are ruled entirely by spite.
Yes, this happens. This does happen. But it does mean that you're going to get certain emotional biases, and particularly for something that is a subculture. And this is not just fandom. This is a lot of different subcultures. The norm is that if a subculture is the norm for subculture, for the way that subcultures wind up playing out, is that they are generally seen as kind of cringe and despised by the macro culture, just kind of by the nature of what they are as subcultures. And then, so this means that people who might otherwise be subject matter experts on them kind of go, oh, I don't need to give a crap about this. This is just some stupid bullshit. And then they don't study it. And the only people who bother to show up and try to make a case for why it is worth paying attention to are people who are positively emotionally invested in it and are trying to do recovery, who are trying to do prestige recovery against the macro cultural disdain for it. So a good example on this is, I have never met a person who knows a lot about juggalos and doesn't love juggalos. Have never seen it in my life. Every single person I know who knows more than like very basic things about juggalos thinks that they're fantastic. And this is because all the people who don't like juggalos don't study them at all, right? Like, that's a fairly common tension, is that, this is more common for subcultures. For macro cultural stuff, you do get a lot more people who are haters and experts. That's much more common. But for subcultures, there's a lot of pressure to be pretty uncritical among the subject matter experts because of the type of person who even becomes one. And like, again, I don't have any particular affection for the Insane Clown Posse as a musical act, and so I feel very little interest in studying the subculture, because in order for me to study the subculture, I'd be around the music a lot, and that just sounds less pleasant to me than studying a subculture that I do like. And I don't even study subculture, so I'm not a big subculture guy.
I'm actually much more of a subculture guy than you are in terms of like. True. This is really like the one area where probably I am actually more sociologically in tune than you. Actually,
entirely possible. Right? I might know more about the theory of subculture, but I think you
definitely know more about the theory of subculture.
But you almost certainly know more about any individual subculture, with some rare exceptions. I probably know more about metalheads than you, but like.
Yes, but that's mostly because I cannot interact with metalheads.
Yeah, because we're really annoying.
It's really hard for somebody who is not a music nerd to interact with metalheads.
Yeah.
Christ, that face. I do not hate metalheads. I just do not think that it is important to distinguish hypercore death metal and supercore death metal as completely distinct entities with nothing in common with
It's
each
so
other,
true.
right?
That is how metalheads are. This is, as a person who spent a lot of time around metalheads, this is extremely accurate. I said that metalheads are very annoying for a reason. I'm not joking.
Yeah. At some point, you're just talking about one band. At some point, you're just talking about one band, and for some reason, you are reluctant to just admit that you're talking about how you like this one band, because everything that metalheads do has to be part of a movement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It has to have, like, I wonder sometimes if the reason you like metal so much is that it is so fucking political all the time. Not even the music.
I mean,
like
the core in most metal music is very similar to classical music.
This is actually important to me. She is right about this one.
That's fair.
She is right about this one. I mean, I'm pretty confident I know the main reason why I really like metal, which is that my brother is a huge metalhead. And so my association with metal at a very crude level are positive memories of my family.
Okay, that's sensible. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not very.
I have a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
No. I have a lot of trouble with music, bringing the same sort of energy I can bring to other things.
Mm-hmm.
And
neither of us
has
are big
the
music
side
people.
effect of me being much less judgmental about people's music taste than I am about everything else. Right?
And I just want to call out that Best Under Heaven got a very funny ad break.
That is very funny, actually.
just my favorite band in yeah. So this is what happens. Like metalheads are at least usually like pretty self-aware about how incredibly silly. Oh, hello. Hold on a second. Any entomophobes in the chat?
As long as it's not a spider.
It's not a spider. If you're entomophobic, look away for about the next 10 seconds. I got a little. It's like a little weevil.
A little guy.
Got a little guy.
Oh, he's a little guy.
A little guy. A little cute
Hey, you better keep him away from your books.
I am going to escort him from the premises.
We'll keep
Fair.
chat company.
Yeah, I'm going to escort him from.
I'll tell a funny little story about you while you're gone.
Yeah. I'm trying to keep him from walking in the paint because I think that will hurt him.
Yeah, probably.
Oh. Come on, little guy. I'm trying to pick you up. Okay, he's on his back now. That should be easier.
So, if you guys would like to know, just how kind Al actually is, I once watched him spend 10 minutes trying to figure out how to get an inchworm outside without hurting it in any way.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Did you use a piece of paper? I mean, that's what I would have done.
Ultimately, yes.
Because I found it. He was crawling on my. Oh, I think I might have hurt him. Shit. Gonna escort him. But he's moving very slowly right now. All right. Have a good night, Skyrish. Have a good night, Skyrish, or rest of your day, I suppose. Yeah, you work a night shift, so it's actually the morning for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, he's picking up again. He was just stunned. Okay, I'm gonna get him somewhere else that's a little bit safer than my paint.
Yeah, you do that, man.
You got this.
This is when he was staying with me. My house is far from bug proof, so there's bugs inside a lot. And it was just very funny because he just disappeared for like 10 minutes, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I found an inchworm and I had to take it outside." I was like, "Okay." It was very cute.
That feels very on par from what I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I generally just kind of ignore bugs unless they're the kind that I cannot have around me, right?
Hence spooters.
Yeah, just spiders mostly. If there were scorpions also.
So any kind of arachnids then. Fair.
Scorpions are less bad actually, but like what are they called? It's the whip scorpions are way worse. They're not scorpions, by the way. Like a lot of the I can't look this up because if I look it up, I will like have a panic attack. But but
You're good.
things that are spider-like and move like spiders. That's what gets to me, right? Interestingly enough, this does not apply to most depictions of spiders in video games because they move like robots, not like spiders. So it's not a problem. Right?
Yeah, you're right about that.
It's pretty much like the cartoon automaton version of a spider, so it's not problematic, right?
They move too smooth, yeah.
They move too smooth or way too jerky, right? Way too stompy is a good way to put it, right? They all move like they're a robot crab. Crabs kind of freak me out too, but also not as much, right?
I try not to kill mosquitoes. I really try not to kill any animal. Period.
Yeah, I will absolutely admit the jumping spiders are cute. I am a pretty hardcore arachnophobe, not the most hardcore that I've ever met, but pretty hardcore. And I will admit the jumping spiders are cute. They are cute. They're fluffy little guys. Very ball shaped, right?
Yeah, very friendly.
They're also very pretty with a lot of their iridescent colors.
With mosquitoes, mosquitoes and gnats and such, I'm lucky that I don't really have to worry about them around here. Like I would, except there's enough birds and bats and other creatures that the natural ecosystem keeps the population in check, right? Which is kind of nice around this area. Just like nothing was really going rampant except the bamboo. And those stink bugs that Versa mentioned, right? They're a real plague.
I will admit that I am, as from what I can tell, I am not attractive to mosquitoes. They rarely bother me. I don't know entirely what it is, but something about my...
It's your body odor.
It's probably my body odor, and something, my diet or my genetics have... I think it's my diet, because I think they used to like me more.
I think there's, I read something about mosquitoes being, like something about vegan diets being mosquito repellent to some degree.
I can believe that. I honestly always thought it was my absolutely ludicrous garlic intake.
I'm not sure if mosquitoes will care about that.
I don't know. I don't really.
Oh, right. It's also body. I remember what this was. We talked about this before. Body heat is one factor.
Oh yeah, and I do run cold.
Color.
Yeah.
They don't.
They're
like
attracted to dark colors.
Yeah. More accurately, they don't like equiliptol or allicin, which is in garlic.
Yeah,
and
okay.
equiliptol is in like rosemary, basil, cardamom, stuff like that, right?
Okay. So up my rosemary.
This is a lot of like May, but yeah.
I also, even when it's pretty hot out, I do tend to wear long sleeves and long pants.
Yeah, no, that does help.
That does tend to be pretty repulsive to them that I'm wearing.
Not accessible.
I'm not very accessible, yeah.
I'm not especially attractive to mosquitoes as far as I can tell, right?
And you're
not,
very
like,
inaccessible.
Yeah, very inaccessible. That's just my nature.
Best for Heaven, it does depend a lot on the type of bug in question. It's like how centipedes are called that for a fucking reason. They are adapted to live in pretty specific environments, and you should probably keep the house centipedes around. House centipedes are your friends. They look like insanity. They look like absolute nightmare hell, but they are your friend.
They do a good job of taking care of smaller pests.
Yeah. But no, I am quite principled about my desire to not inflict harm on this world.
Valid.
Look like the devil's mustache.
Best Under Heaven, it's legitimately just Automod. Don't worry about it too much. Right? Automod has decided to reset a bunch of its filters again, it looks like. So.
Or I don't know, they did some change on the I didn't touch shit. I have changed very few settings recently.
So, to be fair, a lot of Australian spiders are actually, like, not that dangerous compared to, like, say, kangaroos.
Do you know what's the most dangerous animals in Australia?
Humans?
Blue-ringed octopus.
Yeah, it's humans, camels, and horses. Those are the things that actually kill people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the native fauna of Australia has a tiny kill rate. It's
now,
genuinely kind of
note,
interesting.
Kill rate isn't necessarily the amount of danger that they pose.
Yes, true. That's true.
But like kangaroos, for example, people know not to fuck with kangaroos too much. Also, a kangaroo isn't that dangerous to an adult human.
Mm-hmm.
Right? A kangaroo is pretty fucking dangerous to a child, though.
Oh, extremely. Well, I mean, just also like so much that has to do with like what do you actually encounter, right?
Yeah.
And what are their actual behaviors? Like brown recluses are a kind of funny one where like they are in fact quite poisonous and can hurt you quite badly, but their actual behavior is like they are not going to bite you unless you really give them no other options. You have to like go out of your way to get bit by a brown recluse.
The actual most common way that people get bitten by a brown recluse is that they put their hand down and there's a brown recluse there, right?
Yeah, like
that is the most common way you get bitten by one of those creatures, just like the most common way you get stung by a wasp or a bee. It's you put your hand down where there's a bee or a wasp. I
am quite proud of myself for being decades out from getting stung by a bee. And I think it's mostly just because when I can tell that when there are bees around, I move slowly. I
got bit by a wasp like last August.
Mm-hmm.
It was annoying, but it wasn't that bad. Just kind of hurt for a day or two.
Mm-hmm.
I was moving scrap wood and there was a wasp on it. It's the actual.
Oh yeah.
Right. It just happens, right? I wasn't wearing gloves. I got bit. I did when I was a child. I do have a fairly formative memory of accidentally knocking over a beehive and getting fucking attacked.
That's awful.
It was not fun. It was not fun.
That's a horrible experience. It was a horrible experience.
It honestly wasn't that traumatic for me though. It was just unpleasant. A lot of the childhood experiences that I had like this were not that traumatic. The traumatic one was the one that involved a spider. And it wasn't even dangerous to me. It was just really gross.
Yeah, he's just out there doing his thing.
Well, are you familiar with water spiders?
A little, yeah, I've been around them.
They're really gross, right? They're icky. I find them extremely icky. They scare me a lot, right? This is probably the formative experience that caused my arachnophobia, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I was like 4 years old, there was one trapped in its own web under my bed. At 3 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
In a log cabin.
Yeah.
So this was very uncomfortable for me. It's what I do remember is that my grandfather came in with what my mother called the implements of destruction, which was not actually used to destroy anything, by the way, just for context. The story is basically he comes in with like a fireplace thing, like a for moving coal around, right? Not like this. Not a fork, like one of these shovel things.
Okay, yeah.
Gets the thing up, it just walks it outside.
Yeah.
Right? No, not water skeeters. Not water skeeters, water spiders. They have another name, but I don't know what it is, and I'm not going to look it up. I'm sorry.
I'll look it up.
They're
after
really,
I get done.
really gross. They're really, really gross.
I'm gonna look it up after I get finished with this deposition.
Yeah, diving bell spiders. Yes.
Oh, just double check to make sure that I understand what you're talking about. 'Cause I think I'm more familiar with the phrase diving bell spider, but than water spider, because I thought you were talking about water skeeters, and I was like, those guys are fine.
No. Water skeeters are fine. Water skeeters are cuties. Like, I don't have any problem with them.
Okay, yeah, I've seen these guys. Yeah, no,
They're
these
very
don't bother me.
gross.
They don't bother me, but that's just me being different from me, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. It's just.
I mean, Hellgrammites and Dobson flies are very spooky, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, again, in my case, this is not rational. This is not a rational fear that I possess. This is an unconscious, subconscious, irrational fear that, as of yet, exposure therapy has not managed to cure me of. And I assume I'm about as close as I'm going to get to safe, where when I see a picture of a spider on my screen, I only scoot back about 5 feet. And then have to, like, stand up and, cry into a pillow for a few minutes. I'm generally okay, right? Yeah, this is in fact what a phobia is. Yes, I am describing a phobia to you. So, on the subject of fandom,
on the subject of fandom,
myself back to the topic.
Yeah.
Before we get another ad break, the thing about fandom, right, is somebody had said before that fandom only gets really, like, wacky when you get into, like, the really intense parts of it. And I find that there's a couple things that distress me a little bit about fandom spaces, right, as a subculture. One is the purity spirals that they engage in.
Yeah.
And the other is the desire to perfectly curate one's experience.
That is something that's something that just infuriates you, period. Right?
Yes,
like...
it does, but it specifically infuriates me here because I find it incredibly disrespectful to anyone else consuming the work and the entire process.
And other people. Yeah, true. There's self-centeredness to it.
I feel that, in particular, it is a corruption of the idea of death of the author.
Yeah.
It is this idea that nobody can tell you what the truth is except you. But you get to actively impose your own truth on everybody else.
Yeah, so it's very...
And no amount of authority or expertise can prove you wrong because you want what you want. And this is kind of gross, in my opinion.
I see.
I find it quite distressing to hear people basically justify their own malicious misinterpretation because it gives them a better emotional experience.
And I will say it's something that, like, I find a little bit frustrating as a person who, like fandom has been around me for decades, because it's been around for decades, and I know a lot of nerds. And a lot of the virtue that people make about fandom when they've tried to upsell me on it, because, they were worried about Rat Boy, thank you for the follow. They were worried about me falling into the spiral that you talked about earlier, and that is worth always keeping in mind here, which is that it's very easy to fall into the repeated cultural pattern of just shit-talking things that young women like.
Yes.
And so I understand why people were... So where I'm going with this, right, is that if you think that it would be a better story if Spock was a woman, okay?
Yeah.
Right. Like let's use a very simple one. Wouldn't it be Spock? You, for whatever reason, a person thinks that The problem with Spock's character and with original series Star Trek is that Spock is a man and that Spock as a woman just makes more sense, etc., etc. You could just write that.
You could just write that, or better yet, you could write something that is that, but it's actually your own thing.
Yeah.
Instead of relying on the fandom, right? Instead of allowing it to do most of the work for you.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of my reaction for a long time, was that a lot of the stuff that I heard people when they were trying to upsell me on fanfic as a concept for a long time was, I was like, you can't just write a book. Like, you can just write stories, and I do understand why. Interestingly, it was Dan Olson who made a pretty good case for why you would write a fan fiction over writing your own original fiction, which is you can skip doing a lot of exposition.
Yes, I think that this is a bad reason to write a fanfic, but
I would say it's a crude reason to write a fanfic, but it's one that I understand.
So I actually don't understand this part, because why would I ever want to skip doing exposition? I hate world building, but I don't hate talking about the world.
Well, this is a question of like what people are into, because I actually had a discussion with a friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours, finally read The Dispossessed, Woody. Woody devs. And
Woody is wonderful, by the way. Incredible expert. He is he if you guys like tech, especially like performance tech and VR stuff and all sorts of things like that,
he's incredible.
You guys should check out Woody devs. He is, everything he does is fucking custom. He's incredibly talented.
It's insane the work that he is putting in. He is a genuine like B2B Unreal expert. Is like what he actually is. Like the VTubing is like a funny thing for him to like test out new tech that like he can't get corporate contracts for. He is nuts. Yet, I should say, corporate contracts yet. But yeah, the way that he described, like his thing with The Dispossessed was, he was like, yeah, I feel like it was a lot of talk about setting and not a lot of plot happening. And so if you can just like use somebody else's setting and then just get to the plot because you can assume that people are familiar with the setting. Oh, looks like I'm at 0 kilobytes per second again. Am I back?
There we go.
Is the stream back? Nope, stream is not back.
Did mini stream die for you?
Stream died for me.
Yes, it is. It
died for
lagging,
me.
But I also lost. There we go.
Stream OBS says it is 0 kilobytes per second.
You're offline now. Yeah.
I mean, you could hear me. OBS connected successfully. We're back. Hello again. Hello again. Hello again. Hello again. Best Under Heaven, I will say that expository writing is very much a skill that you can develop and get better at. As a person who mostly writes kind of expository nonfiction, I think it's actually a skill that I actually have a lot of opinions on and skill with. It's something I think I'm more talented with. I shouldn't say talented, adept with, than a lot of other writing skills. And doing exposition effectively and coherently is it's something you work on. It's something you can work on and improve at. That said, like I said, this is I mean, the big reason to not respect this idea of using fanfic as kind of a shortcut to not having to explain,
or as training wheels, which is very dangerous.
Don't use those training wheels, but like using it as a shortcut so you don't have to explain what what a Jedi is like. There's a real world. Like, this is kind of a lot of the reason why people like writing non-genre fiction. And kind of like you went into the genre fiction so that you could do all the crazy exposition stuff, and then you took that out again. Is kind of sometimes how it looks to me. I realize I might be this might be condescending to a lot of people, and I try not to be, but it is. I don't know. I am. not.
I mean, you are a bit of a like fiction naysayer sometimes.
I am a
right?
bit of a fiction naysayer. I think in some small part I am reacting a little bit to what I see as a bit of a maximalism around the virtues of fiction that I think that can't actually be sustained. Oh, okay, we're getting to the point where I can start doing shading and highlighting. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I would not want to use fanfic as training, because there is one place where there is a virtue to using fanfiction as a form of training, which is just simply the fact that fanfiction communities tend to include a lot of people who are willing to give you commentary. And that is... that is something that can be hard to find otherwise, right?
It can be.
Yeah.
However, I find this okay. So there's actually a streaming analogy I can make here.
Yeah.
You know what this is? This is playing Warframe.
Oh, not what I was expecting, but yeah. I mean, I was going to say a similar thing that has like the same kind of problem. There's a more of general thing than Warframe specifically, of just like, if your goal in streaming is to be a variety streamer, don't just spend like 6 months at like training yourself by just streaming nothing but, say, Dead by Daylight, right?
Yeah.
Like it is worth, I generally think that the best way to train for something is to do the thing. And at most do smaller versions of the thing. Like, so like the one place where I wind up being like, don't do the thing directly is don't write a fantasy epic directly. And I know nobody's going to fucking listen to me, because like I know at the very least 2 people who watch me regularly have had this conversation like, nope, fuck it, I'm going to write my 500,000 page fantasy epic as the first thing I ever write. And I'm just like,
Now, to be fair, there is one thing to note here, okay?
Yeah.
Don't write your fantasy epic unless you're the specific kind of autistic that allows you to do it.
I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't write your fantasy epic at all. I'm saying get some short stories published.
No.
Like that's what I'm saying.
Yes, but the truth is, the thing that you're going to run into in especially fantasy genre writing is for people for whom the goal is not to do mastercraft work. The goal is self-expression. And for them, they are not trying to create the most well-written story. They're trying to create the story that gets across their ideas. It's about the story that they want to tell, not how they tell it. And you see this a lot with genre fiction.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't necessarily think that this is a strictly inferior way of writing. Because ultimately what they are doing is not the same as what I would do when I write an essay, right? Ultimately what they are doing is more storytelling oriented than it is written word oriented. It's more about conveying the story, right? To use the broadest term I can, than anything else. Now, I did want to say something about specifically fan fiction, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I am actually, what might surprise you, far less critical of specifically fan fiction than I am of fandom as a whole.
I'm not terribly surprised, but it is a little bit surprising.
So I have weird reasons for this, and a lot of it comes from the fact that if what you want to do is basically a ripoff of something else anyways, you might as well just fucking write fanfic. If your idea is not sufficiently, like, for lack of a better term, original, I know this is a problematic and incredibly loaded word, I apologize, right? But if you do not have anything to add other than here's another solo leveling ripoff, just write a solo leveling fanfic or fan comic. Like, yes, you cannot monetize it. I don't care about you. Like, in this regard, if your only goal is to make money while being unoriginal, I really don't care about your success. It is taking the low-hanging fruit is something that I find hard to respect, right? I mean, professional writing isn't exactly a hobby, right?
No, it's not. It's not. It's actually one of those things I think is kind of interesting is like, I get published pretty regularly. Like completely outside of VTubing and in like my other part of my life, I write and get published with some regularity multiple times a year. And I'm not even primarily a writer. I'm mostly an editor. And the... to me, I don't feel like I need to come up with motivations, or I don't often feel stuck on like, oh, like what am I going to write or something like that, because this is not really actually tied into my identity. It's a thing that I get paid to do, and usually my big bottleneck is feeling confident that I actually know enough about the subject I'm writing on to provide a meaningful contribution to the subject.
You and your 200,000 tabs.
Yeah. To be honest, so Death Heart, I'm not entirely sure, right? I would say that I am, as far as my career goes, I am emotionally and intellectually happier with my current career setup, which includes VTubing. VTubing is actually enough of a time commitment that it's in some ways more tied in than writing is, and kind of more, in some ways, more important. I am more intellectually and emotionally happy than I think I've ever been at any other point in my life. So, you know, take that as you will, right? Like, I don't know how much further to take that other than just like, I love what I am doing. I love the lifestyle that I live these days. And I'm really grateful that I am able to, in my own small way, kind of make it work, at least for a little while. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I personally feel like most of the jobs I've had in my life have been pretty fulfilling. Like,
I can't say I've had that. I can't say I've had that. I've had a lot of jobs that I have really, really not liked.
Well, I mean, at your core, you're somebody who kind of wants to work with his hands in some way or another, right?
What actually winds up driving me nuts. This is something that you're gonna go nuts about, or just like find deeply unsympathetic. I really want to make the world a better place.
Why would I find that unsympathetic? Why would I find that unsympathetic?
It's very self-aggrandizing and self-heroizing approach.
Maybe if you want to like frame it like that as a way to like reduce yourself, but what do you think I've done for most of my careers?
Fair enough.
Right? Why do you think I would have gotten into education and psychology if I didn't want to make the world a better place?
Well, and where I was going to follow up with this is something that I know that is an annoying habit. I know Vex is annoyed by this habit of mine. I know this. I know both of you get annoyed by this. I'm very, very good at figuring out ways to self-villainize and to put down what I do.
Tell me you're neurodivergent without telling me you're neurodivergent.
Yeah. In my case, it's almost certainly depression, right? Is like the actual issue, right? Is that I'm very good at finding ways to rationalize what I was already feeling. I will say Best Under Heaven, I think VTubing is amazing as an activity to do. It is worth remembering that it is a performing art. Right? Like, if you want to do this, it is above all else a performing art. People often get distracted by other components of what is going into VTubing. They think that this is about gaming or about anime. No, this is a performing art. We are on stage. We are on stage, and I would say if you want to try it, you can try it even with a shitty mic. The microphone that I used for almost a year, Best Under Heaven, cost 50 cents. And that wasn't even the worst mic I used.
The real thing is, do not get one of these pseudo good, like these pseudo professional USB mics. They're worse than just getting an Xbox mic or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, actually, they are worse.
And this is I mostly just want you to do it because I'm constantly encouraging people to do it and not worry about things like having a good microphone, because it doesn't actually matter unless you are already famous for some other reason that is connected, right? So like literally I'm thinking of Vividly VV here. Unless you're literally Vividly VV, you are going to be streaming to an empty room for a while. Like, some people kind of get around that. Mikks, I don't think ever really had like the true like empty room experience because you were like a well-known moderator and such before you started any streams.
Because this is the power of doing roughly 4 years of networking completely incidentally before being basically told go stream by your best friend. By like making promises on your behalf. Right?
Yeah. Most of I spent like a year almost with like my largest stream being like 3. Right? Yeah. Like you're
that's
going to
relatively typical as an experience.
That's typical. I think that's typical. You're going to be streaming to an empty room for a while, so the fact that nobody can freaking hear you and understand you is not a big deal. Because there's nobody there anyway.
Yeah. Also, it's important to note, right, that there's a lot of very low-end microphones you can get, like very budget-friendly. That will be just fine. It will sound like you're talking on the phone, but it will be just fine, right? It is really hard to get a mic that is like bad enough that you are incomprehensible.
I just want to take a brief note here because I can almost feel the tension coming from Vex, because Vex is like an expert on a lot of this stuff. Vex knows a lot about microphones.
Yeah, I've had to do a bunch of different audio related work over the last 8 years. So I agree. Budget friendly mic, you can honestly get like your standard basic gaming headset. Heck, even some of those $20 over one ear with a little microphone ones you use from work, as long as they've got a auxiliary that you can actually plug into your computer, why not? Bluetooth is nice, auxiliary is fine. It's not until you start getting into XLR and higher end stuff that you're gonna start throwing down money because you need separate cables and boosters and interfaces, microphones.
Well, if I may pull back for a second, and then we'll get back to talking about mic quality. First of all, welcome in Soft Cosmos. The point that I'm really trying to make here is that the real question is, the most important question is, do you actually enjoy the process and the experience of streaming and being on stage even when that stage is empty? That's the actually important part. You will eventually start being limited by, like you said, you have a speech impediment. That might be a limiting factor. And that is something that can be worked on. And there are levels of speech impediment that people find kind of charming. I like CharlottXBear.
Impediment, by the way.
Yeah, Mikks has a speech impediment.
By the way.
But it's But when those kind of become something that's actually a limiting factor, those are going to be those are going to be very downstream of, do you actually enjoy the experience? Because you don't have to do this. Like, you
Did he cut
really
out for
don't
you,
have...
or is it just me?
Yeah, no, he cut out for me. This is
Boo! Boo!
It is. He was on a roll.
Yeah, he was.
Boo! Am I back? I can hear you guys. Boo!
Well, wait.
Ah.
Oh yeah, the stream cut out too. Oh, there it goes. Wah, wah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
It's been happening kind of repeatedly, right?
I wonder what is the causation.
Most likely just his internet.
Welcome back.
Okay, I am back. The stream.
Gives.
OBS is not back yet. OBS is a little bit behind the general internet.
So
But yeah,
wait.
it appears to be an ISP problem. And here's what's going crazy. Okay, yeah, it says we're
There,
green
you're
now
back.
on OBS. We're green now on OBS. What's driving
Yeah,
me
you're-
nuts about this is that I can hear you guys the whole time.
Mhm.
I could hear you guys going, "Oh, he was on a roll." Like, I could hear that.
Yeah.
Like-
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry.
Okay, no, it's not a problem. It's just I'm not annoyed at you. I'm annoyed at my ISP.
Of course.
Be sure to refresh the channel, chat.
Yeah.
He's back.
Okay. So what I was saying is that I don't know exactly where I cut out, but my big thing is that until for a while, you are not. The process is what's actually. You don't have to be a VTuber. You really don't. This is a performing art. You are really under no obligation to be a performing artist. This is one of the least obligatory things on the planet. Being a public speaker is actually pretty obligatory. Almost every job I've had has it required quite a bit of public speaking, and it's usually been one of the more important skills distinguishing those who succeed from those who fail at like regular white collar jobs. But actually being
Tell me you're not a computer programmer without telling me
Yeah.
you're a computer programmer.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being mean to computer programmers right now, but no.
But yeah, like you like having to present your findings at a conference is a normal part of being a scientist, that kind of stuff. But if we are talking about, like, you don't have to be a VTuber, and I really recommend you figure out if you enjoy the process before you start investing in any more. I mean, the thing is, Best Under Heaven, that's a good sign. That's a very good sign. But again, you are almost certainly going to be streaming to an empty room for weeks, if not months, before you get any traction and you get any sort of
Unless
audience.
you're asking your like Discord friends or individuals to come watch you.
If your friends like hanging out with you, they might show up when you stream as long as you accommodate their schedules, and that can help a lot, right?
Oh, it helps
That-
enormously. I was an extremely weird, stubborn jackass and insisted on not doing that. It was
Yeah.
very much a weird behavior on my part, not like wise behavior for me to do that. And I'm gonna say Best Under Heaven. Perfectionism is a lot of why I like VTubing. Is that VTubing, not VTubing in specific, streaming, I should say. While why I like live streaming is that live streaming is extraordinarily hostile to perfectionism. I am a perfectionist. This is why I only publish a couple of times a year as opposed to like a couple of times a month, because I probably could given the rate that I actually write at. But I instead only publish a couple of times a year. And a lot of that is downstream of the fact that I am a really dire perfectionist. And it's definitely an impediment, and streaming is, as a process, very deeply anti-perfectionistic. As you may have noticed, by my stream being interrupted 3 times now? By my ISP cutouts just tonight, and me rolling with it and not getting tilted or freaking out about it. That requires overcoming a certain amount of perfectionism to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it also is something that definitely comes with experience.
Yes. Which is part of the reason why I keep on advising people to start as soon as they decide that they want to do this. Just get started, because the experience is more important than the preparation.
I will say there are certain things that might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Right? As setup equipment, right? Generally speaking, you shouldn't go too hard on this, and you shouldn't put you shouldn't, I have to have a full model, and I have to have all this, and I have to have all this, and just keep ramping up the price and the complexity of your initial starting point over and over again. But it might be a good idea to get some sort of condenser mic so that you get used to the mic discipline of using a condenser mic early on.
True.
This is very important.
Speaking as a person who is fucking it up literally right now, and I'm going to fix it.
Yes.
Literally doing a bad job right now. Thank you for the hint, Mikks.
Another thing that you can do if you're just trying out streaming is there's a lot of models out there now, right? We are no longer in 2020. You can buy a $20 fully rigged 2D VTuber model that is customizable to some degree, and you can
to a fair degree. Both there's obviously more female than male presenting models, but there are a number of male ones, and it's growing.
And if you'd prefer to be a funny little mascot, there's quite a few of those as well. Some of them are
you could be a pigeon or a crow, a chicken, a cat,
all sorts of things.
Whatever you want.
There's a whole lot of cats. There's a whole lot of cats.
Oh,
and a whole lot of dogs. There's some otters even, right? Foxes, right? Some of them are very cute, very simple, but quite expressive. And also, it should be noted, VTube Studio actually has a default model that you can use.
It's true. Actually comes with multiple packaged in.
Yes, multiple packaged, including some animals. Some
funny little animals. The dog that's sitting in the little bowl. Yeah,
the little cup dog is super cute. So if you want, I think it's very important to have some sort of visual representation of yourself on stream if you're going to stream, especially if you want to do a lot of talking or a lot of gaming, right? If you are primarily a handcam streamer, this helps, but it's not nearly as important, right?
I will say that's true. There's some of the bigger handcam streamers have nothing. Like they got nothing.
And obviously, if you're a face cam streamer, it doesn't matter at all, right? Yeah. But like you already, if you're a flesh tuber, as we call them, you're already there, right? You're already you're already like visually presenting, right? But I have noticed this from I've done a lot of research into this myself, because when I was thinking about streaming initially, I was a no-cam streamer not because I actually have any problem putting my face on the internet. My face is on the internet, in fact, in several different places. My actual problem is that I don't want to do my makeup every day.
Yup.
I don't want to get the lighting in my room right for having a camera so I don't look like a ghoul. Right?
God.
I don't want to put the effort into presenting myself when maybe it's already hard enough for me to get myself to go to stream. Right? Because I've got distractions and other things I could be doing with my time, and a creeping sense of guilt and responsibility for others that I'm not devoting all of my time into helping them instead of doing anything for myself. Right?
Yep.
And one of the big advantages of using a PNG to represent myself instead of myself to represent myself, though I have considered making a weird collage VTuber model out of pictures of myself. I thought that would be very funny.
That's funny. That's funny.
And demonic, but funny. Is that I don't have to do any of that. All I need to do is make sure my voice is in good working condition. Well, my voice and my brain, I guess, right? And that really, really, really helps, right?
Now...
There is some advantage to finding a cheaper condenser microphone. You can often find things like the LCT 440 Pure, which is like a mid-range. Works really well out of the box. You do need an XLR cable. You do need an audio device for it. But learning how to use these early on, if you plan on streaming, is good. And even if you decide to give up streaming, they're actually still pretty awesome to have.
True.
As communication tools, if you do a lot of talking online, right? Which I do. Right, most of my day is spent talking online, in fact. And if you really decide that you don't need them or want them, you can sell them, and you can probably make a good 60% of the cost back. Because microphones don't stop being useful, right? They don't get outmoded like other technology does if they're actually good, right?
Yep. Versa exactly.
As Versa says, yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a brief, to pivot away from what I said earlier, like I said, I am a big believer that experience is hugely effective and useful, and there's no reason to just not like get the experience, right? Like just get the experience, and then there's kind of no substitute for having more time in. And you're not going to have any sort of audience for the first couple of months anyway, so, you know, you can worry about fixing that as you are learning. That said, in terms of what will help you more when you are growing, and I shouldn't say this like I've grown hugely, I'm partially relying on some bigger streamers having said similar things. I'm thinking particularly of Malfina here, and this is a case where Vex is, again, somewhat more of an expert. Fixing your audio is more important than fixing anything else on your stream.
Yeah, if your chat can't hear you and you can't interact with chat, it kind of defeats the purpose.
People like my model. They're sticking
It's true.
here for
We
the
love
voice.
our old man.
But it's the voice. The voice is much
It's
more
the old
important.
man.
Yeah,
It's the old man.
Yeah.
One of the very important factors there as well, I want to say, to this, is not even just audio fidelity, though that matters. You don't need a perfect environment. What you want to do is reduce the amount of artificiality in your speech as the audience hears it. VTubing in particular is, I feel anyways, and I'm sure everybody has their own opinions on this, and I'm willing to, you know, like, eat crow if I'm wrong about this, but I believe that a huge part of VTubing is the immediacy and authenticity of the experience as people perceive it.
Yeah, I think
It
so.
is social in a way a lot of streaming actually isn't, you know, your Northern Lions of the world aside. A lot of flesh tubers kind of just show up and they talk about their own thing, and they talk about the game and they yell at their teammates. And the chat is just there. And sometimes they look at chat. Right? Whereas, you know, you have your exceptions. You have your Sage Yams and Brian Kibblers of the world who are just all about chat interaction, right? Your Northern Lions of the world. And you have, like, of course, your Chud streamers like Asmongold, whose entire content is lecturing chat about why things are too woke now, I guess. Or something like that, right? But for the most part, I think that one of the reasons why improving your audio quality, your microphone discipline, I'm not doing the best job of microphone discipline myself now, by the way. I keep looking to the side. But one of the best things about VTubing and about improving your audio quality is that it makes it feel more to your audience like they're sitting in the room with you.
Good call.
Not in a weird parasocial way, in a sense that they are engaged and immersed in the experience of your stream. And this is why it's an important thing to do as you find your feet, right? As you get your sea legs underneath you. You need to, like, it is a good idea to have a plan for, like, okay, what if this works out for me? What do I do next, right? That can also help motivate you, I feel, right? It kind of depends on the kind of person you are, but one thing that I know about myself is having plans for what the steps are if things go well for me on any artistic project. Like, if this is working out well, what am I doing next? What's the next step? How am I handling that? That makes it much easier for me to proceed and just roll with it when I get things right. This goes for writing, this goes for like basically all forms of art, right? Yeah, so one of the most popular experiences in the VTubing space is the hanging out on the couch with your friend playing video games and shooting the shit.
Yes.
Experience. Another really popular one, and this is the one that Al capitalizes on, and this is more relevant for us male VTubers, the dreaded M word, than it is for others, but it's the really interesting person you met at a bar. Yeah.
That's how I've often thought of my strategy, and what I am trying to give people is like a really interesting bar, coffee shop type conversation. And yeah, I do. You're right. I hadn't really thought about that as being kind of a more ad break now. God damn it.
Yes, I really wish it was.
They keep coming.
They keep coming.
Surprisingly.
They don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't.
All right. Oh, you just want to be able to use your. Okay. I will replace the water cans, but I'll just be right back.
Oh, sure. We'll just chatter at stream, I suppose, right?
Yeah, I won't be very long.
Nyanomancer. Okay, so in America, this is a very common experience of you go to a cafe or a coffee shop and somebody talks to you. And sometimes they're very interesting. And sometimes you're very interesting, right? I know that coffee culture in pardon me, I'm sorry. I always forget, Nyanomancer, you're German, right? I can never remember, right? Yeah. Okay, so in Germany and Austria and the Netherlands, coffee culture is a little bit different than it is in the United States. Coffee culture is very tied to artsiness and political activism and like writers in particular, and academics in the US. Cafes are very tied to the sort of person who likes to read books and likes to talk about books. And this leads to them being kind of a certain sort of social hub to engage with other people who are passionate about their interests. It's kind of like the proto comic book shop in a lot of ways, right? A lot of this comes from like beatnik culture and other cultures of the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, in the US anyways. And of like having tea as a social event as well. I know that you Germans and Germanic speakers are very serious about your coffee. And that your coffee is an end unto itself, but for the most part, that's not how most Americans think about it. At least when they're going out to get coffee rather than making coffee in their coffee machine at home. So I'm mostly speaking from the perspective of an American. I do recall that one of the funniest conversations I've ever had was an older gentleman. I was on a train in Germany, and an older gentleman just like was very, very politely asked if he could sit next to me. I am told that I look extremely Austrian, so I believe he thought I was from Austria because he just started talking to me in German and asked if I was from Austria. And we get to talking about coffee because he buys me a drink, I guess, right? Because he buys me a coffee because he's a nice older gentleman, and that's kind of how nice older gentlemen are in Europe a lot of the time, I feel. And you get to talking about coffee, and he just decides he's going to express how shit cafe is, right? Cafe being just like the standard black pour-over coffee. And so he's just explaining how good all other forms of coffee are to me, and how shisse cafe is, right? I've been told that despite being Swedish, that I look like a Austrian Jew, right? Is what people think when they see me, right? Especially with how I dress, right?
Oh, Sigmund Freud.
Yeah, very much.
But I'm back. Yes. I am back.
I do actually look like my face is not nearly as round as Freud's, but I do look a little bit like the young Sigmund Freud. I have the same nose. The thing that's very interesting about like the whole coffee culture thing, right? We were kind of talking about differences in coffee culture while you were gone, right? Because yes. It was mentioned that people talk to each other at when they're getting coffee, right? Was said with like something of surprise, right?
Okay, yeah.
And
so chat
by Nyanomancer, who is German.
Yes.
Right?
Not only do I I don't even like coffee. But not only do I meet people and talk to new people at coffee shops when I'm there, I am the type of person who meets and talks to new people on the plane.
Yes,
So,
I do too. I
yeah.
have made 2 long-term friends on the plane in the last 2 years.
Oh, I haven't managed to pull that off. I'm envious.
One was a gentleman who does actually, interestingly enough, audio setup stuff. Right, flies around the country doing that. Actually lives very near where I grew up in Virginia. And the other one was a young lady who had recently been discharged from the military for being gay.
Ah.
When I say a young lady, I mean she was 19, right?
Mm-hmm.
So very young, right? Like military academy, was on officer track, got discharged for being gay, which is super illegal, which she knew, but there wasn't much she could do about it given the circumstances, because she wasn't discharged actually because she was gay, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was discharged because she had behavioral issues, i.e., girl kissing.
Yeah.
No, not the girl kissing. Oh no.
Yeah.
Something that definitely wasn't happening in the military before. Well, I guess
Definitely not. Certainly not. Right.
I mean, a certain person who I will not name, who's in charge of the U.S. military, has been summarily ruining a lot of female soldiers' lives.
Yes.
So
it's pretty bad. I have a friend who I won't get too much into the details. Long story short, they are non-gender conforming, and this has caused them problems as a veteran. It's pretty bad. I do not like as the nice. I also talk to people on the train. One of the more interesting people I've met recently was the most obviously FBI agent that I've ever met.
At a certain point, you just don't even bother hiding it, right? It's like, fuck it.
Yeah, no. At a certain point, you're just like, obviously FBI, right? He did not explicitly state it, but like, given the context that he was giving me for everything he was talking about, he was like, so obviously FBI. And this gentleman referred to Mr. Hegseth as Secretary Dipshit. So.
It is also worth pointing out that I have talked to quite a few active service personnel who refer to him as Mr. Hegseth, which...
because he's never actually served in the military, and
no,
we
has.
don't know why he was in. He has?
No, we do. Yes.
Yeah.
He was. He has a very blemished service record.
Yes.
He has an extensively blemished service record. No, it is just open contempt is why they're calling him Mr. Hegseth.
Yes.
They're just being openly contemptuous of him.
They're not using the term that the gay vets I talk to use.
Yeah.
Which is a slur.
Yeah.
They refer to him as that F slur. Because that man is obviously closeted. It's very obvious that he is compensating for something, right? So
the big thing he's compensating for, and this has always stood out to me as like it took me a while to kind of piece this together, so I feel kind of dim-witted on this front, but he very clearly was a man who fetishized the military as a form of gender affirming care.
Yes.
Which is, I'm not saying that contemptuously, right? That first part. People care a lot about having their gender affirmed and having their gender socially accepted and performing their gender appropriately and correctly in public. People really care. Men are very insecure, yes, but people care in general about this very much. He is not unique in considering the military an outlet for this. And he got put in charge of the military, and the thing... When I say he has a blemished record, I mean he was reassigned away from being put in parade positions during the 2021 inauguration of President Joe Biden because he was seen as too unreliable to be in a march. And that's in his fucking record. And as the Secretary of Defense, he gets to see all of that and probably worse that was said about him by his superiors.
He might be feeling that a little bit.
Yeah. Specifically, it was I think I didn't obviously read the direct documents, but I think Verso the concern was that he's so unhinged they were afraid that he would either be too drunk to stand or that he would try to shoot Biden. That he was not considered like reliable enough for like anything. And he knows that the entire chain of command feels this way about him, and so now he is on revenge path against his own branch of the government.
That tracks. Makes more sense. I mean, he's also completely incompetent.
He's completely incompetent, yes. Yeah. He is, in fact, completely a moron. Like, he is exceptionally bad at his job.
It is actually impressive how the guy with some degree of qualifications, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is actually worse at his job than, like, the director of the FBI is, was a podcaster. That's his qualifications. He was a podcaster who said good things about Donald Trump.
Yep.
It's really scary, actually, that he is worse at his job than, like, Pam Bondi was.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's a name I was hoping to forget.
Don't worry, she'll be irrelevant soon.
What's the guy that, like, is Mitch McConnell, who's like bajillion years old?
Yeah. Mitch McConnell, billion years old, might actually literally be dead right now.
Yeah, people don't actually. He hasn't been seen in public in quite some time, actually. Right?
There was a meme that talked about the weather, around the U.S. being so ungodly hot because hell is open to skates to welcome Mitch McConnell.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That sounds all right. Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Ronald Reagan. No, Ronald Reagan was spawned by hell, so of course they'd welcome him home. But
it's just a homecoming at that point, really.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah,
Sorry,
well, congratulations, Theo. Congratulations, Theo.
That's amazing.
3%, nice. 3%. That's lower than inflation. Oof.
Yeah.
Big sub-inflation. That's sub-inflation. Ouch.
Still, congratulations for getting a raise. It means that they actually are scared that you're gonna find a different job.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, I don't know. Maybe you actually like where you work and you like your employer, so I shouldn't say that, right? Like that. Sometimes it happens, as we were talking about before, right? I actually feel that most of my careers have been relatively rewarding, right?
Hello, Rexy Raibu.
I will say, and I'm not going to talk too much in detail about this, Al, but the ones that I didn't enjoy are the ones that relate kind of to the careers that you have had, right? That you did not particularly find rewarding or satisfying.
I am. Right? This is me pointing out that I am a person with very severe clinical depression. I managed to find being a professor to be a miserable dead end, right?
I mean, I did not like teaching when I was a TA either, right? I say relatively regularly, I think I'm a bad teacher. And I don't particularly enjoy it. I'd much rather be in a counseling adjacent position than in a instructional position.
I mean, I like instructing. I just didn't find that teaching college kids in particular, it was these people are going to, I don't have any good faith to believe that these people are going to use what I'm teaching for good.
Right.
And
the making the world better thing. And then you put yourself in a position where most of what you're doing is equipping other people.
And just having to trust that they do something that I find non-offensive.
Yeah. I can understand that would be problematic, right?
Necomaster, I would say almost by definition, no. It's almost like the
I mean,
the
the
definition
working
of
class had it pretty good under Roosevelt, I think.
it was an
That's
improvement.
probably it.
I mean,
compared to now, when we were 90% taxing the rich, it was a bit better.
There's certainly a useful for. God damn it! I can't figure out how to do eyes. Certainly useful for producing a lot of the prosperity that we have enjoyed for the last 100 fucking years.
You got a marker, Al?
I do. I keep on forgetting that I have these damn things. Keep on forgetting that I bought them specifically for this purpose. Thank you. Let's take out the 1/10 of a millimeter one.
Might as well try it, right?
Might as well try it. I'm not even convinced I'm doing a good job of getting the ice white, the whites of the eyes on here, but
he's a narcissist. He has pitch black eyes and breathes fire.
Still too. Okay, I got one of them looking kind of okay. The other one's bad enough that I might want to redo it.
Give him an eye patch.
Give him an eye patch. It is so incredibly, just as an aside, it's so incredibly deeply insanely funny that Super Eye Patch Wolf has to wear an eye patch.
Has an eye patch.
Yeah. It's not even on the eye, that's on his branding.
It's so funny to me specifically that his video announcing this was just, this is not a joke.
Yeah.
And he just keeps repeating this, like, this is not a bit. I'm not joking. This is not cosplay. I'm not joking. Right? It's credit to that guy, honestly, for like taking it on the chin, so to speak.
I mean, that's the whole reason why he took it on the chin way too many times.
Yeah.
To fill people in, because it's not like a VTuber that's like in our local remit, or even a VTuber in general. Super Eye Patch Wolf is a YouTube content creator who specializes in video essays about shonen anime, and
also Archie.
Also Archie, and he loves combat martial arts. He loves to punch and be punched.
As he says, he's kind of dumb and he likes fighting people.
Yes. He is... So that's like what he does. He does contact sports for fun outside of his like YouTube content creation, which has informed some of his YouTube content creation, but like that is what his hobby is punching and getting punched. And one of the issues that, and his whole brand was he is Super Eye Patch Wolf. That is the name of his channel. His actual name is, I think, John. And it turns out that one of the chronic hazards of getting punched in the face for years on end is detached retinas. So he has a detached retina, and so he has to wear.
I think his name is John Walsh.
John Walsh. That would make sense. And so yeah, he. It's probably actually, I think it's more the throwing that detaches your retina than the getting punched, but I think he's like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I think, is his preferred sport. So he gets thrown a lot, and so he has to like get a bunch of medical treatment that involves him wearing an eye patch. So he is actually wearing an eye patch for medical reasons. And so, I got reminded of this because somebody posted that there's something incredibly cosmically insanely funny about like getting into Super Eye Patch Wolf and going like, I think the wearing an eye patch all the time on like when he's live is like a little bit much. That's a little bit much of a gimmick. And then realizing that no, it's actually medically necessary and just feeling like the biggest jackass on the planet.
Yep. When's he getting the fursuit? Is the real question. When's he becoming the actual wolf?
When is he becoming the actual wolf?
He's already pretty super, but when is he becoming a wolf?
I mean, the thing is, like, of all of, as much as people are like, oh yeah, like VTuber fighting game when kind of stuff, like, just having Super Eye Patch Wolf as like a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu werewolf.
Yeah, super.
Like that's 6. That's 6. That's sick. That's like way better than like putting me in there and giving me.
He's already in Tekken.
He's already in Tekken. Yeah. Way better than putting like, I don't know, like Nyanomancer in your fighting game. Nyanomancer is actually kind of a good one to have in the fighting game.
Nyanomancer is a good one to have in a fighting game. He could be like the.
Nyano's always good for backup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird ass Arxis character who floats around on an orb.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, he's the cat that's floating on
Fursuit to win? What?
I want Nyano in a fighting game. I don't
I
think
could see
I'm
it in like League of Legends, honestly.
Oh, League of Legends
mean,
Nyano is so funny.
Just a Yumi skin.
I mean, they added a cat that floats
right.
to
Yeah.
Overwatch.
Yes, there's one of those too.
Yeah, I learned about that from Kara's stream earlier.
Oh,
They keep adding
gentlemen.
weird-
Oh, gentle listeners. I think it is time for me to crash. It's been a long day.
All right, thank you for stopping by, Vex. It was lovely to
thank
have you
for
here.
having me.
Please feel free to stop by whenever you would like.
Of course. Bye, Manny. Bye, Mikks Suave.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, geez, now you're huge.
I am
Yeah.
big.
Gotta get you down to a kind of normal size. Okay.
I'll update the title.
Thank you. Roundhouse kick to the head from 15 years ago. Jeezy Pete's. I understand why people get into combat martial arts. Not for me, baby.
I mean, I boxed, right?
Yeah.
Which is probably a pretty stupid idea for somebody with the jaw problems that I have. But honestly, my defense was always really good. So, I mean, I never boxed. I never competed, right? I just helped people train. That's all I did because I didn't want to compete. Apparently, I was very good to train against because I have really freakishly long arms. So
You do. You do have you do got some wingspan.
yeah. But like if I was gonna get into combat sports, it would be the kind where you have a ton of protection gear, right?
So like HEMA.
So HEMA, yes, specifically HEMA, or fencing,
Yeah.
right? But honestly, I'm a bit too much of a pacifist for this, even though like I do find the idea of learning Zweihänder fencing, right, be very appealing because it's cool as fuck. Zweihänders are just cool. Zweihänders are cool. The way you use them is cool. The amount of technique that there is for this one specific sword is cool.
Yeah. No disagreement from me there.
Oh yeah, Taekwondo in particular tends to have this. Taekwondo and Jiu-Jitsu both tend to have a lot of very strange masculinity going on. Like not normal masculinity, like strange masculinity.
That is very true for BJJ. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
honestly, I know more about that side, that element of BJJ, than I do about what is actually happening in the martial art. Because it's so front and center to like what Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is like. This is how you become like a real man. This is like the real man sport for real men who definitely don't have any insecurities, but are definitely looking for the most masculine activity they can possibly do.
I mean, given that it is Brazilian, this is not too surprising, right? This is a bit of a cultural identity of Brazil in a lot of ways. Brazilian men specifically, right? Of trying to find the most masculine thing that they can do so that nobody questions their masculinity ever, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, this is not universally true because people are individuals, but it is a sociological typicality of Brazilian
It's a
culture.
bit of a reputation that is not unearned, we might say. Yeah, it's definitely notable. Sensei Stripe enjoying. Yeah, that's
That's always like a weird thing to me. The kind of weird perversion that happens when it's like, okay, like yeah, maybe some people are just masochists, right? I certainly am, but people reinterpret like the idea of like no pain, no gain into pain good.
Yep.
When it's like what it is, it's conciliatory, dude. Like this is about how like you should, struggle through the pain because there's a benefit. There's like an actual, that means you're doing it right, right? When it hurts in this way, when you get like aches in your muscles, that means it was a good workout.
Yeah.
That's what you're being told. This is conciliatory. Like the pain is worth it because it means you did a good job. Right? It's a sign that you did a good job. Every trainer worth their goddamn salt will tell you, however, if you have real pain, stop right away.
I think about this a lot.
Attention.
I think it's about a lot from a runner perspective that there are different types of running pain, and some of those types of runner pain are good, and some of them are very severe warning signs.
Yes.
And learning to tell the difference between like my leg hurts because it is working out a kink versus my leg hurts because I am working on and exacerbating an injury is part of the skill of being a runner. And it's a very important skill, and it's a lot of the reason why running is a skill that you start slow on. And I think, I don't know, I've taken that lesson really to heart for a lot of things in my life, that you want to be careful and move slowly. As much as I was saying, like with VTubing, like just go, right? With VTubing, you just go. And a lot of the reason why I feel comfortable saying that is because the consequences of getting things wrong in your VTubing are like pretty minimal. Like there's like
on top of that, if you just go, you're also not really losing much.
You're not. The biggest concern with like VTubing and like in some way doing something negative, to be honest, is like screaming too much, right? If you're like a screaming reacting VTuber. Like, or
the other thing is spending way too much money on peripherals.
That's the biggest thing. That's actually
right. Yeah. That's what I'm getting at here when I say, like, if you just like you pick up your like mediocre, your okay headset mic, and you just start streaming with that and like a PNG that you drew yourself, or a free model, or like a $20 model, right? You know what you're out? A little bit of time and $20.
Yeah.
If you decide you don't like it, right?
This is actually the big reason why the two of us are just like, please start before you like get too invested in it mentally. Also, hello Sakura Rose, I must have missed you, and hello Emperor's Armpits. Hello. I think Sakura Rose came on while there was an internet interruption. The smaller you are, the less everything matters. That's a big part of this. Yes. And best in heaven, I'm not worried about Charlie horses. Charlie horses are not like real injuries. I'm worried about like knee injuries, right? That's
joint injuries, knee injuries, ankle injuries.
Yeah, doing damage to your bones. And like real muscle pulls. Like a Charlie horse is just like your electrolyte balance got kind of fucky. Like it's like whatever. Now,
I will say I get some pretty fucked up cramps in my legs.
Yeah.
But most of the time they don't do permanent damage. They can if they're severe enough, right?
Yeah, in theory you can get a cramp that can do permanent damage. That is possible. It's pretty rare.
But yeah, it's not the real worry here. The real worry here is damage to your ligaments, damage to your bones, your joints, real muscle tears.
Yeah, the bones is the big concern if you ask me. But in VTubing, like, you could blow out your voice really bad if you're like doing like a lot of like scream and shouting stuff and you aren't training yourself and warming up properly. By the way, anybody thinking about streaming, warm up. Do your vocal warm-ups.
Do vocal warm-ups and have water near you.
Water, preferably closer to room temperature, but
yes. Really cold water is not good for your throat, it's not good for your vocal cords, and it's not good for your stomach if you're exerting yourself, right? Yeah. It's perfectly fine to sip ice water, right? This isn't going to hurt you, right?
But it does make your throat contract. Yeah.
It does make your throat contract, and also, if you guzzle it on a hot day, you will get sick.
Oh yeah, done that a few times.
It also causes your blood vessels to contract, so it doesn't actually necessarily help you cool off as fast as drinking room temperature water, or slightly below room temperature water, right? Refrigerated water is not ice water. It's not the same thing, right?
Yeah, but the big thing is that like, it makes your throat muscles contract and your the vessels in your throat contract if you're speaking a lot. If you're not speaking as much, it's not as high of stakes.
Yeah, or if you speak in a relatively like even tone, or you know, like in our case, we both have a lot of experience with public speaking already.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
I am noticing that my voice is a little bit tired because I also streamed today. So
yeah, if you need to leave, by the way, you are allowed.
No, I'm good for now. I'm good for now.
Okay. Okay.
I may have to relax my my accent, which people seem to like. So you know, but so yeah, for context, right? Because Best Under Heaven was talking about having a speech impediment before. I have a stutter. I have a relatively bad stutter. It's not nearly as bad as people who really struggle with this stuff have it, right? But because I have to always relativate my own suffering as less than others. But I do have a yeah, no, it wasn't very long, and it was at a weird hour because I had audio issues that I tried to fix for 2 hours and did not end up fixing. So
by the way, thank you for shouting me out during your stream.
Of course.
I don't know what happened.
You were mentioned because something. It was something about. What was the subject?
I don't know. I'm just curious what it was. Well, I'm just curious how it came up because it was.
I mentioned that you were a better example of a certain kind of discussion than I was. It was like a sociology thing.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
And how I wasn't really an expert, but I thought that you would probably have some pretty good stuff to say.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact subject. I think it might have been I'll look at my VOD later.
That's it. Shark Ray asked a kind of interesting question. For those who may want to hand cam, like mini painting. Okay, so hand camming, as a person who hand cams a lot, kind of a pain in the ass. The actual thing that you need more than anything else is shock mount arms. In theory, though this is not how I do things, if you already have a single smartphone that you use for your daily life, you can use that as your hand cam and use a program like Droid Cam to hook it to your computer over Wi-Fi. That's how I do it. I don't use my own smartphone. I use a refurbished $100 iPhone X that was originally supposed to be a face cam. A lot of other people prefer, for hand cam purposes, cameras like this, a Logitech C920, which is what I use for my face cam, because they're more reliable at checking on my face, probably because of my beard, possibly because of my low body temperature. But getting a shock mount arm that you feel comfortable with, my shock mount that I'm using for my microphone is mounted on my desk, and it's a very nice one, and I have a much cheaper shock mount arm that is mounted on a bookshelf, which is nice from a stability perspective. And I would suggest that before the big prep thing to do for using for a hand cam is tech test it a couple of times. I am in an unusual position where my camera is in completely different positions for calligraphy versus miniatures. So I think people kind of notice this. I don't know if they really internalize it. The camera right now is is mounted like this. Like these are my hands coming straight out of my body, tucked into my elbow. When I'm doing calligraphy, it's like this. I rotate the camera almost 90 degrees to do calligraphy. The calligraphy paper will be oriented like this, so I can't really use easy mark mounting. But I have done it in the past. I have found positions on the desk that I want to be distinctly outside of the camera, and then put little pieces of tape there. And then before stream, I move the camera around until all the tape markers are out of frame. But mostly, I would say you just kind of need to experiment with where your mark is on your hand cam. That's kind of the biggest difference. Aside from like a little bit more annoyance with technology, there's not a lot more setup. And I will say, I think I am still getting good at this. I'm still learning how to do this.
Orientation has been a bit of an issue for you.
Yes. I'm using very different orientations for my calligraphy and for my my miniatures. But what I was going to say was keeping the action on camera and keeping I need to have three things kind of in mind. I need to have, there's a relationship between the model and the camera that's viewing it, the one that I'm poking you in the eye, right? There's a relationship there that I need to keep in mind. And then there's a relationship between my face and my tracking camera that I need to keep in mind. I just put my hand in front of the tracking camera, and it just totally caused my model to freak out. And then I also need to keep in mind a relationship between my mouth and the microphone. And all three of these relationships are in continuous tension. So this is why it's probably not good for me to use a directional mic. Yes. Because I have a directional mic, and it turns out that I am really bad about keeping my head steady. And thus,
you move constantly when you speak.
I move constantly. The model's actually like way less active than I am. The model's really damped down.
Yes, and you wiggle around a lot, right?
Yeah.
I was going to say... Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
The model's damped down considerably from my actual motions. There's a lot of smoothing and delay implied on this to make the motions look a little bit less jittery. Right. When it's closer tracking, it's actually very jittery because the animations are never going to be quite as fast as my actual motions and as smooth.
At least with that 2D live 2D, right?
Yeah.
With a 3D, you could probably get it.
I'd get a little bit better. I know enough from watching some 3D VTubers, like Hora or Bonik, that like I would still probably be moving pretty fast if I had Vera's tracking. That'd be different.
Vera, there's a couple other people I know. Aki has really, really good trackers. Mm-hmm. That's Orange is Borange, by the way. But yeah, the thing I wanted to say is, if you only have a PNG model, or if you don't have a model at all, because as we discussed before, being a handcam streamer, does not actually necessitate this, right?
Not nearly as
much. It can be
fun
if you want to do it, but you do have a visual representation on screen. You don't have to have a picture of yourself also on screen, right? But it can help. But also, if you're not as concerned as most VTubers are about having your face occasionally like seen or more of your body seen, it also makes your life a lot easier as a handcam streamer. You don't have to be as careful about reflective surfaces, etc., right? If this is more about doing good handcam streams rather than doing good handcam streams as a VTuber who is being very protective of your physical appearance, the geometry changes a little bit. But the big one here is that if you do not have to also track your movements with another camera, that makes your life a lot easier. Kira
and at MagFest, Kira and Hora were doing a presentation about VTubing, and they were relaying a friend of theirs who had gotten like pretty big as a PNG tuber, and then got a like really expensive, really nice, fully rigged VTuber model, and then stopped using it after a while. And Kira was like, "Hey, what the hell?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, I don't like not being able to lean back in my chair."
Yep.
While I'm talking.
Should've gone for 3D.
Yes, and let me hold on. We've got an Ara redeem here. I think that was all right. Let me do it again. I'll keep it. I think that's a bit better. But yes. Willing to see details in shrimping. Yeah, I am kind of fortunate that I am not as prone to the kinds of lock-in that a lot of other VTubers are. And so I don't suffer as much from, like, bad posture issues while streaming. That's the reason why I don't have a cheap, like, 100-point stretch redeem. Because I'm very fidgety. I'm a very, very fidgety person. Yeah, I know people who are more fidgety, but I'm definitely on the fidgetier side. And yeah, it's I don't know, it's the thing.
Which, yeah, you have had a workout redeem.
I have. Okay. Sorry, I was a little bit. I was actually a little bit paying a little bit of attention to the model here.
No, I'm just letting you know, not that you have to do it right immediately. Right.
Yep. I usually don't do it immediately. I usually give myself a minute. All right. Oh, I do appreciate it. That's good for the back. And I am going to do push-ups, and I'm going to pike them up a little bit. Definitely pike push-ups, because these were really hard last time, which is fun. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, excellent. Excellent.
He'll be fine. He's a workout freak. He's a jock.
I love this. Yeah, I love this. No, that's
When he says they were hard, he means that it took some effort.
Yeah. It means it felt good. It means it didn't feel easy.
Yeah.
I do have a hydrate routine. Best Under Heaven is just disabled right now.
He is like me, insufferably hydrated, right?
I have a 1:00 match tomorrow, so I don't want to hydrate this stream.
Makes sense.
I'm not like actually super strong. I'm just in like reasonably good shape for a man my age.
He's in better shape than me, like considerably, right? I'm really out of shape, so. In my case, this manifests as having like being a stick.
You are super thin. I have an Infinity match in the Infinity Global League. It is going to be against Emo Cow, who I have faced before and who absolutely kicked my ass last time.
What does an Emo Cow say?
I don't know, but he
just like
they were
but in a very sad way.
Maybe. Suppose. But yeah, they kicked my ass horrendously last time and gave me some. I mean, it was a little bit of a dumb match, the previous match against them, because I just kind of brought a list that I wasn't very comfortable with. And then I've got a 10 o'clock.
With Sharkray, right?
Yes, with Sharkray.
Yeah,
we haven't
'cause
actually decided
I
what
had to-
mission.
I
you
just
had
set
to-
up this week, so
You're busy tomorrow. Yeah, it's fine.
it's mostly that I'm busy like most of the week. Therefore, I didn't think I would have time to actually like put the effort into showing up prepared. That was
Yeah,
like
that's
my
fine.
actual concern, right? So next week should be fine though.
Yeah. I'm just kind of enjoying getting in some like casual things and doing propaganda for a game that I really enjoy.
Yeah. I will say, I do think that they're like, so I am critical of a few things about Infinity. I won't get into the boring one. I'll talk about the one that I think is actually interesting to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like how important deployment is.
Yeah.
I find this a little bit annoying because I don't think that a game's most important decision making should happen before the game starts.
Yeah. So here's because I know that a lot of you. Also, first of all, Deathheart, thank you for the 100 bits and have a good night. It was a pleasure to have you here, and I really appreciate it. Oh fuck, I forgot to tell Weeabiscuit that like, there's no real reason to use stream elements for donations because bits donations are also not split with Twitch. Like fuck, I forgot to tell her that. That like, yeah, I don't bother with stream elements. So they're kind of shady. But yeah, I do donations through Ko-fi or through bits. Yeah, Infinity is a tabletop game. It's a tabletop war game.
It's a miniature skirmish game.
Yeah. So I would say, like, because I know that your interest in this a lot is for developing your own hypothesis and your own like for like learning things for developing your own games.
Yes, but also because I genuinely like tabletop games,
True,
right? So
true.
I'm trying, and it's been a long time since I've really played them.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I've been resting on my laurels too long, and I need to pick up the slack and learn a bunch of games that I never bothered to learn because there was no real local scene for me, right?
Yeah.
For those games.
Right.
My local scene is Malifaux, Warhammer, like fantasy, not 40K actually.
That's pretty funny. Malifaux's cool.
Malifaux's interesting. There are some Conquest players actually, which is interesting.
Yeah. So presumably there are
And,
Infinity players because the two kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
There is like one Infinity player. I've been
Lol.
thinking about hitting him up and being like, "Hey, you want to play Infinity?" Right?
Mhm.
I'd have to get models though, right?
But yes, so where I was going with this is that
of course.
the fact that Infinity's deployment phase winds up being so critical is kind of a direct result of other decisions that the game made, and the big one is how lethal the game is.
Yes.
That's the big reason why deployment winds up being so incredibly important.
Yes. The lethality of it doesn't bother me as much,
Mhm.
honestly. I think what would appeal to me more in Infinity
Mhm.
is if deployment was if you deployed more every phase.
Which
And I
is
know there are
Conquest, right?
rules that interact with it, right?
Yeah.
But
There's aerial deployment, hidden deployment. Aerial deployment being the big one.
yeah. But I mean like drawing more cards. Right? That's kind of like the thing that if you have a high turnover rate, high lethality, I think you need to have actually an influx of new things to do as well. It can't just be like, well, you lost a bunch of your resources, so now you're just in a worse position for the rest of the game. Which is like, it's fine. Strategically, it's fine. It's not actually a problem. This is a personal distaste of mine, and I know that probably for the same reasons I dislike it are the reasons why you really like it.
I don't know if I'd quite go that far. It's kind of there are places where there are things I dislike in Infinity. I'm not like and one of them is actually related to this. It's that force reconstitution is just kind of not worthwhile. And I want it to be. I think it would be a better game if healing and repairing your units was more valuable, and more worthwhile. It's something that is not generally considered worth bothering with some exceptions. But it's not
Game too killy, basically.
well, and to me, honestly, this is like me talking in the kind of ways that I think about games. It's a mechanic. There's a lot of mechanics to support it, and a lot of the things that they're trying to express with the game and what it's about, like, account for that. And then it's not actually it's not implemented in a way where you use it as much as I think you should. It's what I would consider kind of like a bit of an underutilized game mechanic, right? And like, that's always something that bugs me, right? That like in any game, that's always something that bugs me.
It bugs me too. It bugs me too.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I agree with the analysis of what they're trying to express with the game. But I think that's not really all that relevant, right?
Well, and it's
that's me having a different like ludonarrative principle that I apply to my analytical lens, which might be interesting, but I don't think it's particularly relevant to your point.
Yeah, so. Well, I mean, to take it up a little bit further, the part of this, and it might be a little bit more relevant to the way that you think about this kind of thing. This is supposed to be something of a bit of a faction-defining difference between some factions. Is that some factions are better and worse at healing their own guys.
Yes.
And it turns out that doesn't matter and is therefore not faction-defining because it's just not actually a very valuable or interesting mechanic.
Yes. And part of this is because this is a logistical utility mechanic and players fucking hate those. Players hate mechanics that aren't about shooting the other guys. Right? Or stabbing them, or whatever. This is just like a recurring problem with wargames. It's really hard to make wargames where there's strategy that's significant that isn't about shooting better. Not because you can't do it, not because there isn't strategy there, because there clearly is, right? We've talked before about the idea of a game that's more about supply chains than it is about
gun
lines, right? Gunfighting.
And like I said, in the case of Infinity, I think this is largely a result of some... I actually even have ideas for how to fix it, because I'm, of course, a huge nerd. And I think the suggestion I have is not even particularly bad, and it would also help obviate what is generally kind of seen as... It does depend on people's local metas. Actually, this is kind of interesting. There's a bit of a difference in the local meta over how much the game is a red team wins game, is the phrasing that one person uses. Is this part of the language of your game development time? Okay, red team wins is that aggression is there's no substitute for aggression. That
so so in like the game design circles that I move in, right? The going logic tends to be less player oriented. Yeah. So it's not about who wins, it's about what's powerful. And what is designed to be powerful, and how to avoid certain balance pratfalls. The biggest one of which is if defense is better than offense, you get a boring game.
Yeah.
And that nobody wants to play.
This is not universally held, but it's fairly commonly held that Infinity has a bit of a balance problem where being able to alpha strike the entire opponent off of the board before they can move is seen as a little bit too viable. And a little bit too... Again, this is kind of like a local meta-depending thing. The meta that I am the most in is the Infinity Global League, because I don't like doing things in person, so I don't go to the New York locals. And in Infinity Global League, that's not generally seen to be the case, but I know at least one player who I think is in Europe. I think it was a European player. Is like, I think she said that like if she doesn't win initiative against certain players in her local scene, she just considers it a loss before she even deploys a unit, which is pretty bad.
This is one of the this sort of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hate this mentality.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think that this is like one of the most toxic things in game spaces, and I'm not even blaming the individual actors here. This is not about individual people being toxic or bad or wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is a mentality that goes into game spaces where the point of the game is to win fast and then play more.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that if you can't ensure your victory with certainty within the first 10 minutes of play, or the first 5 minutes of play, or the first 30 seconds of play, you might as well go next. Just go next. Just go next. Go back on ladder. You gotta climb. You gotta climb.
Yep.
Right?
I do see that. I do see that a lot. And it's no, I'm more making like a balancing. I do get this. Though, the mentality thing, I see it a lot with. I see it. I think that mostly as like a ladder play thing on online gaming. I'm pretty sure you are thinking of that as well. But yeah,
the attitude infests everything.
And yeah.
I really want to do a study on this specifically, and I want to determine. Sorry, this is a little bit of a psychological, sociological thing. We don't have to talk about it too much, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I want to see if I can figure out if it's like correlative, causative, or which direction things are going here. Are people more fucking impatient now? And is that why they're behaving like this? Or is behaving like this making them more impatient? Is the immediate gratification of video game ladder play and competitive video game play, and the ability to just drop out of any match without any social consequences, right? It's Nightmare Nexus. Yes. Welcome in, bro. You got the shoutouts? I will do it.
Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. I fairly frequently paint miniatures, which is what I am doing today. And me and Mikks, this is my mod Mikks, he and I were talking a little bit about some game design and my favorite obsession these days of Infinity N5. Somebody asked to pat the moth. Currently redeems are busted in a bunch of ways, but I can do the head pat redeem manually. I can do the manual head pat. How was Hunt Showdown?
I love Hunt.
That not work? Okay, the head pats are broken independently of the ways in which okay, everything's more broken than it was before. I need to spend like a week learning Firebot.
I'm petting the mouse with my mouse. It's okay.
Let's see if I can wait, I can use my hand.
There you go.
Inkwell is the name of the moth. I'm on Streamerbot, and everything on Streamerbot's broken right now, Rochambeau. Yes, but the moth is named Inkwell. But let me make sure I say hello to Nightmare Nexus and Mystic Art Studios and Rochambeau. I am glad that you had a good time with Hunt Showdown. If you would like to raid and run, feel free to do so. But if you would like to stick around, I try to keep it comfy and cozy and still informative. That is how I like to do. But yes, Mikks was very, very cranky. Yeah, because I'm a calligrapher, Mystic Studios. I may as well just show that this is probably my favorite recently completed piece.
Did you know that he takes commissions?
Yes, I do. Make some food and keep. Yeah, excellent. But yeah, this is my handwriting. This is my handwriting. But yes, my painting is not nearly as good. Please don't judge my my artistic abilities by my painting. Painting is a novice skill to me. And that's part of why I like it, right? I enjoy being bad at something so I can improve at it. is my perspective. I will, as long as it's Latin alphabet, I am not setting I can do Japanese, but I don't, do commissions for Japanese. For Japanese or Chinese. I don't think my skill at Eastern calligraphy is...
Umlauts don't throw you off too hard.
Umlauts are fine. I've seen Arabic calligraphy. I've never done it. I don't speak Arabic.
It's so cool looking.
It's so cool looking. It's so cool looking.
Hindi is the one I'd love to.
My Devanagari is much closer to being legible than my Arabic alphabet, which is to say I can kind of read it, which is not something I can say about Arabic. And I like the idea of doing like Tamil or Sanskritic calligraphy is just like, oh my god, I can't even. I kind of know what it would look like, but I don't even know what tools they use. I don't even know what is it brush? Is it a brush calligraphy culture? I don't even know. But yes, we are painting a model, and I am putting on the arms now. I'm doing assembly. Hello, Nyanomancer. Hello, Nyanomancer. Oh god, I keep on. Okay, Mikks, this is an actual thing. This is actual business that we have to attend to at some point. Inkwell plushie. More like enough people have asked for it, and I keep on forgetting.
Yes.
Okay.
I
keep on forgetting. This is actual business now.
Will do. Will do.
I might even have to like cancel a stream or two to make sure we do a meeting about it.
I can make time on one of your non-stream days.
Oh, Jeezy Pete's Nyanomancer. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. Holy moly!
You hit like everybody.
Holy moly! Thank you so much for the. Oh, Hex is in there. I like Hex. Hex did one of my PNGs.
Potato Cat.
Oh, Pow!
Scaldy.
Yay, Pow! Yeah. Yay, Pow!
Yeah,
you hit a lot of people in there. Spark Hoodie's been around. Because sometimes this hits mostly people who are not actually around. Oh, Momo! Scaldy. Master Hentai. Yeah, wow, you really did hit a lot of...
You hit Tigron.
Yeah. Yeah, you hit a lot of people.
This is like god-awful o'clock for Tigron.
Yeah.
Actually, it's like...
Blue Rose. Yeah, there's only one person in there I don't actually recognize. Rochambeau, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. Enjoy your tanks, everybody who just got gifted subs from Nyanomancer. That's incredibly kind, Nyanomancer. I am sorry, saying Rochambeau is pretty easy. I tend to give people I tend to be pretty literal. We are going to. I'm gonna snooze on ads a second time. But yes. This is a real kindness. As you all know, this is a viewer-supported stream. It is supported by viewers like you. This is how I pay for these paints and my inks and my electricity and my having a roof over my head. And so I really appreciate it. Cabbage, yeah, pays for my cabbages. My cabbages. I love my cabbages. Want an appa, the 6-foot appa of
Oh god.
Yeah, that's not yeah. It really showcases how incompetent I am at the business side of this. That it just did not occur to me that Inkwell would be like a marketable mascot. I just thought it was cute.
You know, it's weird because you actually have a very good sense of aesthetics. You just don't care about it.
No, the bigger issue is that I don't understand what people spend money on.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. I will say, right? I'm serious when I say you have a very good sense of visual aesthetics and visual cohesion. right? The thing that I've noticed is that visual consistency and like creating a reality that is coherent is much more important to you than like the actual quality of that.
Oh yeah.
Visual design, right?
Yeah.
You are like, you also care a lot more about material science
Yes.
than you do about about the abstracts of the art, right? In this regard.
Yeah.
Probably because you, like me, are a writer, so you care more about abstracts when it comes to writing, and more about tangibles when it comes to, like, you're more interested in the workmanship of the model than the design of the creature that the model is based on.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Whereas, like, I would say that I'm interested in both, but I'd be lying if I said I cared more about the model, right? But yeah, no. Very marketable creature, right?
You were sleepy, but you're now excited. That's very funny. I'm sorry to keep you up. I'll do another little head pet for him. A little.
Honestly, you also should have some emotes of this creature.
I
Give like one, right?
Anonymous thing. Okay. Somebody just bought the other nippers. The other plastic, the other nippers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the throne purchase. That's extremely kind of you. I need to update my throne a little bit more because Throne has been a little bit. Throne didn't like my login recently, so I hope that nobody changed the shipping address without my noticing. Okay. But yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for that. It took me a second to parse out what I was looking at. I thought it was a gift sub. I was like, who's Spin? Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to not_me.
Different Anonymmus.
Different Anonymous. We got Dueling Anonymous. Yes. Mystic Art Studios. Why is one of these Dream Elements? I need to. We are at a breaking point on this. We are at a breaking point.
Yeah. I think you might want to contact our friend Kari and see about a bot that does what you need it to do with like JavaScript or what the fuck ever.
Yeah, I mean,
won't break constantly.
Yeah,
right?
Firebot's the obvious one to go to.
Hi Mara.
Hi Mara. Thank you. And not. Wow. Okay, somebody. Wait. Hold on. They bought. Hold on. That's. Momiji. Okay, for a second I thought there was going to be another bottle of Fuyugaki. I'm like, I'm pretty sure there shouldn't be Fuyugaki on there. Thank you, Nekomaster, for buying me a bottle of Momiji. I don't actually have a good red ink right now for calligraphy, so I'm really appreciative. I'm really appreciative of getting that, of getting a nice deep.
Very pretty.
Yeah. And hello, Mada. We are going to ads. We've used my snoozes up. I think I'm just going to work through the ads because I'm only planning on being on for maybe one more hour. Okay. So I think I'll just work through the ads. And we'll just keep on going. You're sentient sauna right now, Mara. I went for a run today.
He is very stupid sometimes.
It was 100 degrees Fahrenheit even when I went for a run this afternoon.
I have decided that I'm not going outside until it's like, I don't know, January.
Yeah. I hate being hot.
What? Oh, he hates being hot, guys.
Hello, Reverse
he
the
hates
Sands.
it so much. It's so hard to be so beautiful.
I mean, thanks, Sensational, for that part.
True. Yeah. Versa biked to work, I believe he had said.
Oh my goodness.
And regretted it. At least he took a water bottle, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I was the only person I saw running today.
I opened my door for 20 seconds and then went no and closed my door again. So.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, if you've got vegetation and shade, it's actually like pretty tolerable even in like really hot, humid weather. it really does help, right?
Yeah, it does. It really does. There was a pretty unshaded part of my run, and I was like, I'm dying waiting to hit the next tree. Yes, I believe the reference sheets for Inkwell should be in the Discord. At the very least, they're in the fan art section. They are by Nocturnal Ash, the original design by Nocturnal Ash. Yeah, Mystic Art. I mean, Mystic Art, I think you just... Oh, wait, no, I don't know if you got subbed or not. Well, if you didn't, then... Well, you can't hear me anyway. Level 5 Hype Train. There's my Discord. There is my Discord.
Discord.
Actually, you know what? Discord. We us pronouns. That's going to be that's going to create some challenges. That's going to be a bit of a confusing one.
Was this Venom by any chance? Famous Spider-Man villain Venom?
Okay, that's pretty funny. If it's famous Spider-Man villain.
Yeah. I was gonna say something.
Yeah, it does sound like your brain kind of fell out there for a second.
Yeah,
like,
no. That actually is pretty funny, Theo.
I think that's a good joke. I certainly appreciate that as a bit.
One of the jokes that I liked about pronouns is my pronouns are him. Just him, not he, him. Just him.
Just him.
Yeah. Yeah, because I am him.
What did I get for my hype chest?
What did you get for your hype chest?
Yeah, that one's okay.
Food.
That one's okay. The only one I've been really excited about for a while is Georgie March. That one I've been very excited about.
Georgie March is pretty good.
Yeah.
I kind of like the did you get the cat walking, Nyanomancer? With the glasses? I like that one quite a bit.
Oh no, you got the cat jam. You got the weird what leopard serval jam, right?
Serval.
Yeah, serval bob. Serval bob's pretty good, not gonna lie.
When I do interviews on the interview segment, I always try to make the pronouns like kind of part of like it's kind of like parse in a way that's like coherent.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever encountered anybody who like seriously prefers the it pronoun?
I'm trying to remember if I have. Not as an exclusionary. Not exclusionarily. I've met some people who like it as a pronoun, but not to the exclusion of other pronouns.
Yeah,
like it's been like I've met like some she they it's. I've got a couple of those in my life.
Yeah, that one's not all that uncommon. For a variety of reasons. But no, I there's somebody in one of my writing communities who insists on only the it pronoun, and it is incredibly difficult.
It is a bit of a challenging one, I think, for us English
It does
speakers.
not help that unfortunately this particular person is very belligerent about it.
Well, like I understand being defensive about your pronouns. You know, it's
in this case they strike me as young.
Well,
it feels more like a picking something that will cause fights or will cause problems so that you can get upset about it issue, which is not common in my experience.
Well, there's something to be. I mean, this is one of those things that's kind of true about young folks, generally speaking, is that they are kind of experiencing those first brushes with liberty and making the most out of it, right? That
yeah. The truth is, from this person's writing, they strike me as a first-year psychology major. No, sorry, philosophy major. Right?
Well,
yeah, I think you know the sort of person I'm talking about.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Has to happen eventually, right? If somebody has to be the first generation. Yeah. Chat widget frozen? No, looks fine. Chat widget looks fine.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a little bit delayed.
Yeah. Let me take it.
That's so, Nyanomancer. For a lot of people, the political argument that people make when they use this argument, when they use this, not because they are comfortable with it, but because they're trying to make a political statement, and I will tell you right now, I think that making your pronouns a political statement is fucking stupid. I will just be completely upfront with that. I think that this is kind of weird and passive aggressive, and you shouldn't do it. Right? I think that there's plenty of reasons to ask to be referred to however the fuck you want, and making it a political statement is dumb. Like, it's dumb, and it's a little bit, in some ways I feel dismissive of people who actually, like, have an identity issue here that they want to see represented or need to have respected. Making it about how, like, you don't identify as a human because humans are so bad and nasty. Because I will tell you, half of the people that I know who use who prefer the IP program are fucking eco-fascists. Which is problematic. This is not really an issue with the pronoun itself, right? Because, like, the other thing is, one thing I've actually seen a lot of is people who are not native English speakers who like this, which it makes a lot more sense to me, right? If you speak like a Slavic language, for example, it makes a lot more sense to me to use this pronoun, right? Or if you're Dutch, of course, because then you are in fact in it. But
the Dutch.
Sorry, that was mean.
The poor
but
Dutch. Long-suffering Dutch, having to be exposed to the Dutch so much.
Yeah, I know, right?
Little European humor for you all. Ho ho ho.
I mean, that's a very good attitude, by the way, best under heaven.
Yeah.
Hello. Who goes there? It's Nyanomancer.
Oh, hello, Master Mancer. Necomancer, I would not be nice about my internet right now because it has crash streamed 3 times.
It is true.
So, I'm on pretty bad internet, is what I would say.
Here the entire time.
Yeah,
Oh man.
I don't know. I don't have. I am not a. Gender is a very complicated subject, and I don't have strong opinions about it. I do, in general, kind of think that the main experience that I am familiar with of people affirmatively adopting an identity primarily for its political meaning rather than because of a sincere connection to it is
Political lesbians.
Political lesbians, yep. You know where I was going with that one.
I still find it hard to believe that's a real thing. That's just kind of, that drives me bonkers.
Why? There's a lot.
I
of
don't know,
political
man.
straights. I don't see why it would be so hard to understand, honestly.
Wait. There's political straights?
Yes.
Oh, that's alarming. That's really spooky. That's really rough.
I will just be honest.
Spooky.
A lot of performance of like sexual preference is political.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah, that
talking
makes
about,
sense.
like, individual. I'm not even just talking about individual preferences. Like, we often talk about how the way guys talk about what they find attractive is more for the other guys than it is about themselves, actually. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I love that line of thought.
I was always okay. I started being a downer in those conversations a little bit. Because people would be like, yo, Nyano, what's your type? And I was like, I don't know, I guess the person I like.
I mean, no, it's good to deflate this. This is stupid. This is a stupid
Yeah, I mean, that's just what I say every time. It's just like, hey, what kind of woman you like? Oh, the one I like right now. Yeah.
I actually do agree that I would like it if English had more personal articles.
Yeah.
Personal articles and what your watashis, your bokus, right?
I demand to be called Dono.
Don't say that around Inari. She'll get offended.
Wait, really?
She was telling people, she was informing people not to call her, Chan, unless they're actually close to her. And so I proceeded to call her Inari Dono.
She got mad?
She got incredibly embarrassed.
Why?
I don't know. Because I'm very funny, I suppose.
Thank you for giving me this weapon. I have you as if I needed another way to torment Inari.
No, see, my goal with Japanese is to just speak the most incredibly polite but Kansai Ben Japanese imaginable. That's my goal. So I wish to use incredibly, incredibly, incredibly polite vocabulary with Kansai Ben accent, because that just feels like I'm trying to swindle somebody.
I'm sorry. I just love tormenting Inari so much, and I'm happy to have.
It's very funny.
I must be called Dono.
See, and you're safe because she's not going to try to eat your liver, unlike Nor.
It's true.
This is true. Also, the opportunity is there.
Or May.
Oh my.
May is an actual hazard, though.
May is never beating the Fumiho allegations.
No, never. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you.
So.
Listen, all right. Never go to Vegas with May. Just don't do it.
Oh no, no,
No, Al. No. It's not because of gambling. It's not because of the partying. It's because the air there is so dry and her hair is so frizzy that she can build up almost lethal levels of charge, and then she will electrocute your nipples. She did this to me 15 times, man.
I'll have to ask her for the technique, because I've got pretty frizzy hair too.
It was fucking awful. Every time I would see her, she'd give me the cyanide and then just zap.
You should just message May and ask her how to do the static electricity nipple electrocution technique. She'll love it.
Versal, we were talking about Mecha. Hold on. We have a voice for
meow 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 meow.
Yeah, no,
I gotta turn that song on. Yeah. That wasn't that song. Never mind. It's over. The moment has passed. No. Wait, my turn. I've been talking a lot today.
Good. This is the tech is shredding. Yeah.
Self-expression is a means to an end. Exactly. It's true. The means I am pursuing with self-expression is the annihilation of every other self but me.
The means to that end, I should say. That end being communicating with other people, right? That is the purpose of language. The purpose of language is to communicate. And one of the issues with pronouns, right? With the discussion of pronouns, is that, especially with neopronouns, which are something that I'm not, like, I'm not particularly fond of them, but I'm not going to shit talk them, right? Mm-hmm. Your pronouns are not a personal article. They are a mechanism of grammatically communicating with other people. If you are trying to reinvent grammar in every sentence that you speak, and demanding that everybody else do it as well, you're going to have a lot of trouble communicating with others.
Indeed.
And generally speaking, people will resent that. So
my general opinion is that if you stick to words that are like words that people recognize, right? If you speak to pronouns that people can recognize as pronouns, you're fine, basically. And if you're really uncomfortable with all of those, ask that people refer to you by name. Right? This is my personal strategy here. Which is that I will refer to people by words that are real words. Right? So, you know, if they want it or they or he or she, right? Whatever. And if they are uncomfortable with those, I will refer to them by name. It's not that hard to do, right?
Yeah.
And I've yet to meet anybody who's uncomfortable being referred to by name. So, hi, Sybil.
Hello,
I'm
Sybil.
gonna ask a question.
Have you considered I'm a moth as your pronouns?
That's
Sybil?
good. That's powerful. I've been asked a question, it seems. Why do I sound like a radio host who tells people the next songs?
He has spent a lot of time training his voice.
Indeed.
It's a powerful lineage of radio DJs that Nyanomancer comes from.
He is of the three of us on chat on voice right now. He clearly has the sexiest voice. Right? This is very, very obvious.
In a world.
He does have that. It's the intonation, right? It's
In a
the
world, where cats have smooth voices and women exist.
Oh, what? So this is a horror movie then?
Yeah, it is, honestly.
Special events.
Oh, yeah. There's
it
going
was
to be a
his
bigger
birthday.
special event soon. Yeah, it was. Nobody in this chat wished me happy birthday.
An extraordinarily lie.
Not your birthday anymore.
Literally did calligraphy for your birthday.
I know you did. I appreciate it.
That's more for you than it is for him, isn't it?
I mean,
You
yeah.
don't know how to sacrifice. I'm being very toxic right now.
It's great. It's great. You need like at least another level of bitchiness in your voice, I feel.
I can't do it right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, I know he can do it. I know that he can do that.
I can do it. I can't do it right now. I'll get too worked up. Don't think
Channeling.
that's a good idea at the moment.
Channeling the emotions.
Honestly, I am completely disintegrating, so I may have to let Nyano tag out for me. Tag in for me.
Good, because I only came here to harass for a brief moment.
I see. I see.
You should
I have big plans.
stick around.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a good reminder for me to do something on the back end very quickly.
What are you doing?
I'm doing something very important.
Very important. You should paint your mouse.
I do that by accident.
Oh, really? Show.
There's some green paint has gotten on there a couple times.
Let's go.
I think I've managed to get it out. Yeah, currently it's clean-ish. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. It's Nyanomancer has redeemed something
That reminds me.
important.
Do you know what they called me on my birthday?
The birthday boy.
Hit it, Al.
Ara.
And now I have to follow.
Mm-hmm.
Ara.
Galaxy will
You know what drives me up the fucking wall?
What?
So, like, female cats are called queens, but male cats are called toms. They should be called kings.
Yeah, but the Tomcat is like a fucking
It's an airplane.
plane. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the F-14 Tomcat. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, the Grim.
They only just retired those guys after like almost like 40 to 50 years of service.
Yeah, they're fucking beasts. So
Yeah.
let's just pretend that Tomcats were named after the plane and not vice versa.
I'm looking for a
You're
Mystic
way
Art.
cooler than a queen.
No,
I'm looking-
versus some chat.
I'll just add it to the reference desk. Because I know I've got it on.
Minecraft is not safe if you're on a private server. It's illegal now.
Which just means it's cooler.
Oh,
That's true.
that's a problem. You need to make Minecraft uncool.
That's gonna be hard. People really like Minecraft.
I know. What do I mean? Okay, so there's a stupid little court case that's going on right now where like I can't remember what fucking foundation it is, but it's like the dudes that represent all the big players and the big publishers in the video game industry was like, oh yeah, well, private servers in Minecraft are illegal. And they said it exactly like that, actually. Of course, they're blowing smoke out of their ass. It's because of this like whole like stop killing games initiative that's going on.
Mm-hmm. They really don't like that shit.
No, they really don't.
Meanwhile, Sony just is like, we're not gonna make discs anymore. No physical hardware, actually.
Yeah, it's not actually illegal, Galaxy Wolfstar. It's not actually illegal. They're just like, they're literally pulling shit out of their ass. They're just.
It's gonna. Don't worry, it'll be a hyperbolic meme for like a month,
Yeah,
if not longer.
yeah. You don't gotta sweat it.
Yeah, no. Like the thing is, you gotta remember, the video game authoritarians are just like losing pretty constantly right now.
They've
They're
been
really
generally losing for like their entire run, right? Like it's they've just generally not been able to actually achieve the stuff that they say that they want, and I think it's just because I mean there are places where the like being a weird video game authoritarian, they've been able to win some actual victories, and the real way they've done so is like making games that by their intrinsic nature are hard to pirate, not through deliberate anti-piracy protections, but just like pirating Marvel Rivals produces a completely different experience.
yes.
Yeah, it's that's what I mean. Is that like that's like kind of intrinsically resistant, and it's been.
It's why they want everything to be a live service.
Yeah,
Yeah, so they can maintain control of it forever. Yeah.
and
It is true, by the way, that a lot of this comes out of the crackdown on specifically World of Warcraft private servers.
Yeah,
Because
Blizzard can't keep the fuck up.
yeah,
No.
they can't. They're
No, they
they're a
can't.
the
weird-
actual reason is that the actual issue here is that they're being outdone by private servers and people know it.
Mhm.
Not necessarily in terms of raw playership, right? But these private servers are making it less valuable to play mediocre parts of World of Warcraft.
Mm-hmm.
And they tend to crack down right before new expansion releases as well. To make it harder for people to find alternatives if they don't like the expansion.
Yeah, that makes
It's pretty pathetic, honestly.
Absolutely.
It's incredibly cynical and pessimistic, and it's pretty pathetic.
Blizzard is a frustratingly pathetic company.
You know what kind of pisses me off is that they have the perfect strategy to straight copy from Microsoft and how they've handled game studios. What you do is you just hire these private server guys, fold them into the company, and then you just gradually fire them. That's
I
what
mean-
you do.
I mean, or you could do the cool thing that NCSoft does and say, "Yeah, just fucking do it. Just have fun.
Yeah, who fucking
just do
cares
it.
anymore?
You
We
guys
made
are
our
doing a good
money."
job. Here's the license."
Yeah.
That's what happened with City of Heroes. They gave the license to the Homecoming guys.
Wait, straight up.
Yes.
Wow. All right.
I believe that Games Workshop signed off on Return of Reckoning as well. I'm not certain on that, so don't quote me on it.
Okay.
But I believe they basically said that this is fine, right? There's a couple other examples of this as well. It's kind of crazy.
Well, that's kind of awesome.
Yeah, no, it's like in some way, like, I don't know. There's a lot going on. And I think, like, honestly, if one thing is like, I mean, games are not necessarily like great right now. There's like an shitification issue in general. But industry-wise, I think they're being dragged into a more progressive space right now. So,
I mean, they're going to be dragged into a more progressive space because, like that's the trend in the broader culture, and they're ultimately a capitalist industry, and they don't have a lot of option to just make us live with it, right? Hello, Gravy Gator. Hello, Gravy Gator. We love gravy here. Yeah, the speaking of studying World of Warcraft,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, to me where this hits me with like the Blizzard of it all specifically is like Blizzard has been pathetic and sucking pond water as far as I'm concerned for some time. And it's really hard for me, being the type of bureaucratic analyst that I am, to avoid seeing Blizzard's activities as not evidence of not really downstream of a particular corporate strategy, but downstream of individual managers trying to cover their ass.
Yeah, the trucks.
I mean, that seems to be the entire just field with anything associated with Xbox right now.
Oh yeah, no. The Xbox is in collapse as an institution, and so it is currently.
And it's a damn shame too.
It's currently people playing hot potato, is what's happening. Is what it looks like to me. It looks like a bunch of different people playing hot potato. It looks like it's in Tailspin to me. I don't know. I don't know.
What just really kind of gets my goat about this entire thing that's been going on, with just so many game studios getting shuttered and people getting fired. It's just like, I mean, if the object is ostensibly to make money, and teams that have worked together for quite some time and developed processes with each other, and they know each other and they know how to work with each other, and they can typically work faster and produce, higher quality products together, why don't you keep them around?
I don't have a good answer. I often think that the way that game studios behave on these kinds of issues is strange and mysterious to me. I know at least what was going on at BioWare, which was fucked up and evil. For people who are not familiar, BioWare for years had a deliberate, and they talked about this in public, right? A deliberate strategy of trying to burn out their own staff, because if they believed, possibly correctly, that they were large enough and positioned well enough that if they burn out, when you burn out an artist, you get the best work that artist is ever going to produce, and then they can't actually leave your company and produce better work for another company because you burned them out. They want you to leave the company. The idea is that like each individual artist is only going to produce X amount of good work over their entire life, and their goal was to get all of that done.
Yeah, completely nonsensical. That said, Because this is a topic that will get me fired up if I stick around. I really need to go to bed. So,
yeah, go sleep. King.
So I will see you guys later. Tag out Nyano. Nice to see everybody. I will.
Thank you for sticking around. I'm very, very grateful to have had you here, Mikks. Have a good night.
Of course. I'll see you later, my man.
Peace.
Yeah. So yeah, this is actually kind of one of those things with BioWare where it's kind of a helpful thing to know, because people sometimes ask, like, how did this company that produced Mass Effect 1 and 2 also produce Mass Effect 3 and Andromeda? And the answer,
to be real with you, Mass Effects 1 and 2 are not that, they aren't that great.
Let's not litigate that right now. I agree with you. I'm just not going to litigate it right now.
Fair enough. I would more go to, like, how can the studio that produced, KOTOR, Planescape Torment, they did do Planescape Torment, right?
I think so. That's but the point is, right, is that, like, the people who work, games are produced, art is made by artists, it's not made by brands. And if
they fucking hate that.
Yeah, they fucking hate that. And if a brand is associated with producing quality products, it's because of the artists who work for them, and BioWare had exceptionally high churn even by video game standards. Like, that's how that happens.
I mean, Planescape is Black Isle? Oh, okay, alright, cool.
Yeah, thank you.
I know they make KOTOR.
KOTOR 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is why
KOTOR 2 is Obsidian? Oh, well.
This is why I pay attention to specific designers and artists and not to
brands,
studios and brands. I respect Christine Love, and I respect Meredith Gran, and I should figure out who I like at Sunset Visitor, because I liked 1000 Exorcist a lot.
I need to finish that game. I think I'm like halfway through it.
What is the most recent event?
New Society. I just got called to the upper level.
New Society. What happened right before then? Why is there a New Society?
Well, there was, a bit of a stabbing.
Okay, now I know where you're at. Okay. Okay, you've been to Knife City. Sorry, I'm unfortunately a gamer. We love you, Gravy. We love you. We love you despite
No,
it.
I mean, it's good to be corrected. I'm never mad whenever I'm wrong.
You're just mad all the time, but for other reasons.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, yes. Eternally mad that I'm unemployed.
Oh, it's stretching my back.
But I mean, yeah, I genuinely think part of it is that the middle managers and stuff, the MBAs, are so fucking upset that they're not the ones who are actually providing value to these game companies. That they're just like, well, we have the institutional power around here. You guys don't, so yeah.
Well, there's a bunch of things that go. I don't think that's nothing, right? I don't think that's nothing.
I think that's certainly part of it. That's the entire explanation. Like the other explanation, at least in Xbox's case, is that Xbox's profit margin is being looted to pay for AI data centers.
Yeah.
Because Xbox is Xbox's like profit, like genuine profit was double-digit billions in 2025. Like, they make bank.
It's yeah, and it's what I was going to bring up, I think this is kind of interesting, is that oh my goodness, see my brain is falling out as well. I'm actually at the point where I'm just like, I just want to finish the model and then skedaddle.
How much is left on the model?
We're into shading and inking, so we're pretty late in the process. We're we're pretty late in the process. The head has a lot of work left to do, and I haven't done the shield, so we've got a little bit of time left.
Okay.
I had raids disabled. I'm actually gonna turn that off because I don't think I'm less than an hour out. Now that I think about it,
That's good.
I like to have raids disabled for the last hour because otherwise I am very easy to con into going for like another 2 hours.
Yeah, I need to set up a button on like my Stream Decks where it just automatically turns it off.
That's a pretty easy one to set up because it's a base control in Twitch.
Yeah, but the thing is that like, you know, I gotta open the fucking program.
True.
And then I gotta find a good spot to put the button in, and then that's a fucking chore.
That's part of the reason why I'm very hesitant about assigning all the buttons. Is because like what might I want to add later?
I can't remember. Did I give you my old Stream Deck?
Yeah, I've got it. I use it.
Oh.
I use it frequently.
Would you believe me that as soon as I gave it to you, I thought of a use case for it?
Incredible.
That happens to me all the fucking time, man.
This is why you should be more of a miser.
No, I like encouraging other people to be misers.
Except
by
when
just giving them shit.
Me. Don't be a miser with me. Be generous with me. But in any event, like one of the things that's like super fucking annoying about how corporate nonsense works is that Wall Street will tend to pump a stock whenever there's mass firings.
Yes.
And it's super fucking annoying because it leads to companies like the reason for that is that mass firings are associated with one, fiscal responsibility, just, you know, being careful about your payroll, and two, a company that has, for whatever reason, determined a new direction that might lead to exciting profits. That's why, right? Like that's the like Wall Street level justification is that like, oh, this company fired a bunch of people. That's because they have leadership that has an idea for what the company should do that is meaningfully more intelligent than what they were doing before.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm beginning to think that I could probably create a really nice self-sustaining hedge fund.
Mm-hmm.
If I just label it as like a genuinely like sustainable company hedge fund, in that prioritizing long-term stability over gargantuan profit gains.
I do know some people who might be able to tell you what that would look like from a financial standpoint. Like what types of investors care about that? Because there's different types of investors. Different investors have different strategies. Not every Wall Street guy is the same.
Yeah, and then I just remember there's an unfortunate piece of this, and it's that if for whatever reason I would set up a mutual fund, by law I would have to invest in like the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, and therefore I would have to invest in SpaceX in 3 days.
It's pretty fucking frustrating. The SpaceX thing is so goddamn annoying because it's just like part of their
wrote all the fucking rules.
Part of their claim is that the total addressable market for Grok is $28 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's just not true. That's just like flagrantly not true. That's ludicrous. That's like not even a credible lie. That's just so dumb.
Yeah. And I don't know why people fall for it. I guess they want to believe it's true.
I don't even know why somebody would even like. I don't even know how much market is there for Grok or in general. In general, 28 trillion is like is an enormous number. For Grok, Grok's probably what maxes out like a billion.
I mean, total market. I think like the total market over the entirety of the world is still like, I don't know. I think it's like 250 trillion maybe.
It's one of those numbers I don't think about very hard because it's so big.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, total addressable market for like future is pretty hard to guesstimate because you have to make estimations about
population growth and other stuff.
Well, just like all forms of economic growth, right? Like all forms of economic growth are up.
Yeah.
Are up in the air, and so this is the problem with the AI guys, right? Is that they're making like truly outlandish claims about like what can be done.
Go ahead.
And it did remind me that I ran into... Hello, Blood Angel. Hello. It did remind me that I ran into an extraordinarily annoying take in The fucking Economist that a use case for AI is to make taxes easier to file.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Absurd.
Yeah, let's make the like inherently probabilistic machine do this largely deterministic action. Yeah, that's a great idea.
And also, I mean, hello, Shyrus. Hello. But I think the bigger problem, the one that like got me a lot more about that as a claim, is that the obstacle to us making taxes really easy to pay is not computation. Like, that's not the obstacle. Like, I know that we've got some Europeans in here. I know that some of them have relayed on this very chat what it's like for them to pay taxes.
Yeah. They just get a check.
Yeah. At least one, I believe it was one of the Danes. According to one of the Danes, said just like, they don't even get that. They just get a receipt because it's all already taken out of their wages in advance.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, no, the problem, the American taxes are a pain in the ass for political reasons. That's not going to be technologically innovated out.
Well, hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
The AI fucks up some big boys' taxes, makes them pay a few $1 billion, and then they're like, okay, this maybe wasn't a good idea anymore. We're pissed at this. Just like what happened to those German guys a couple of years ago.
I'm gonna be the ultra pessimist here and say it'll make some AI. The AI will make some rich guy pay $80 bajillion in taxes, and he'll blame the Democrats and claim that the AI saved him 50%.
Oh, that's much more likely.
Yeah. Okay, I tried to do some dry brushing here. It just completely failed, so I'm gonna undo it. I mean, yeah. It's. I will not claim to understand what is happening in the video game market in general. The video game that I have the most recently played, as in like earlier today, was Ace Combat 4 for the PlayStation 2, which is the first time I've ever played it.
Oh hell yeah, brother!
And pretty good. So my own personal stance on like what is the state of video games is I can still play Ace Combat 4.
Yeah, baby.
So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good thing. Do recommend PlayStation 2 Armored Core and Ace Combat. And
there is one good thing about the whole Sony retiring the PlayStation 3 catalog.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that my copy of Xenogears is about to explode in price.
Oh yeah, what a point.
I'm talking like it'll go from being $170 that it is right now, I think, to probably being like $300, $400.
Ooh, that's your retirement right there, baby. Sorry, that's like a really funny thing to say about $300.
That is a really funny. Dude, some people genuinely want that to be the case, though. That's why these fuckers like collect all these fucking video games.
That's always such a good goofy thing. Like I understand. Yeah. You want to play Xenogears, etc. so bad? Bad.
Well, I mean, if you have a PlayStation 3, you can go and purchase it for
Bad.
$10.
Bad.
I
Or,
could give you
yeah.
ISO. Haha, maybe. Not really. That would be bad.
I was just implying that, forgive me for this, Nano, but I feel like... I don't like Xenogears in retrospect. Hello, EVGen.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
That's fine. I'm very mild on the entire Xeno series. I'm gonna be real with you.
I thought you were extremely negative on Xenosaga.
The best entry in the entire series.
I think Xenogears is the best entry in the series. I do agree with that. Which I shouldn't really I shouldn't really like say that because I only played like 2 of the other entries. I don't know how many there are even.
Oh well, I mean, there's Xenogears, then there's Xenosaga 1 through 3, and then there's Xenoblade 1 through 3. So 8. No, 7.
Hello, Eevee Cakes, and hello, Tyrone.
Technically 8 if we count Xenosaga Pied Piper, which was a weird mobile game that has now been ported over to PC in a really weird way. Oh yeah, and Xenoblade X. Yeah, there's 8. Yeah, I was right. I forgot about Xenoblade X.
I don't think it's going to move very much, Tyrone. It might move a little bit, but the unfortunate truth of the matter is that most gamers don't really play a wide variety of games, and they'll just kind of suffer with fewer and less variety of games, and they'll just accept that.
Yep, because they don't know.
They don't know. It is not that people will I think that hello Bober, hello Nate. I think that people will. My expectation is that people will more often play Roblox.
Yep, live service games like that. Roblox,
well, not even live service games like that. I mean specifically Roblox. It is hard to beat the pedophile sweatshop game.
This is true. This is true.
Like if you want a competitive market, you need governments to step in and stop people from doing child sweatshops because they're really economically competitive. So
that'll never happen.
Well, I mean, they've done it in the past because it turns out that the countries that don't do that get outcompeted by the countries that do.
Yes, but consider this. There is a definite and concerning trend in lowering employment ages throughout a lot of like red states.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, it's part and parcel of like the Republicans view American wealth as not a thing to be growing, but the copper in the walls to be harvested by lighting the house on fire.
Yep.
I'm not blaming people for playing Roblox. I'm just saying it's I don't know. I feel always kind of weird about this because like I play a lot of weird indie games. And so when I think about what is modern gaming, I've seen people like, oh my god, the state of modern gaming, and they talk about some game I don't know anything about. Now, like, the state of modern gaming to me is like Nine Kings.
The state of modern gaming to you is the Nintendo 64.
To some extent, yes. I still do refer to Ocarina of Time as the new Zelda.
I mean, like, okay, I'll be real with you. Like, the PlayStation 2 is kind of what I consider to be modern gaming. Like, it's bad.
Well, see, I did in fact actually mention games that were released in 2025 that I play and enjoy. Right.
Well, you're old. Well, how old are you, Best Under Evan?
There are to my mind there are 3 mainline Zelda games.
I mean, okay, listen, I did just have a birthday, so I am old.
It's doing the bit. It's on Steam, it's funny. And hello, Quincy. Hello, Quincy.
But no, yeah, dude. Xenogears is the peak of it.
Xenogears has a lot.
Takahashi.
Xenogears does have a couple of good things going for it, but good lord, that plot, man.
Dude, the plot, listen, I mean, you're right.
Yeah, like, good lord.
I mean, it's Final Fantasy X, like, 4 years before Final Fantasy X. It's because the Japanese love that kind of stuff. They love that, you know, lovers tied throughout the ages.
They love a guy whose identity is actually bullshit because he's a government lab experiment that is also a god. Hello,
Okay,
Michan.
This is true. Bo 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 bo. But no, the reason why Xenogears is king is because it just reeks of desperation. And I like that.
I will be honest, I didn't ever beat Xenogears because once I got to the part where you could do the like fighting game arena, like the 3D fighter, I just like that was like all I played, and then like I played other games. I mean, that is
one of the best parts of the game. I
really didn't get.
It is one of the best parts of the game. It fucking rules.
What was the Let's take a look. What are some actually recent games that I've enjoyed? Timberborn only just had its 1.0 release like a couple months ago. Tactical Breach Wizards. Have you played Tactical Breach Wizards, Nyano?
No.
This is a peak game for you, man.
Oh yeah, let me check it out. Is it on Steam?
Yeah. It is a tactical RPG. Right? It's like a Final Fantasy.
It's like XCOM.
It's like XCOM. You are
fucking god.
Yeah. You are wizards. Like
holy shit.
You are wizards with guns.
This aesthetic is on point.
Yeah, it's so good. It's also really funny. Like this is like a peak Nyano game. Like
how have I never heard of this? And it's fucking overwhelmingly positive. Holy fuck.
No, people fucking love this. Yeah, they're kind of like one of the big things about this is like the main guy, the bearded guy, the bearded wizard with the assault rifle. He's a seer. He can see the future.
Yeah.
Only 1 second.
Into the future.
1 second into the future, which, as it turns out, is really good for a breach and clear operation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god. The Necromedic is so great.
It's so good, man. I really was a big fan of the first boss is the traffic wizard. He throws cars at you.
Oh my god, I love this game. You know what?
Yeah, this is peak Nyanomancer.
I'm gonna have to get this game. Yeah,
do this. I want to see you do it on stream. I think you're gonna love it, man. I think this is gonna be like a great one for you. Because it's very funny and it is not acted. Like,
all right.
Yeah,
that is good shit. I'll add it to my wish list.
Best Under Heaven, I am not a JRPG enjoyer. I'm honestly not like
similar
an RPG.
To games I've played, similar to Metaphor, ReFantazio, and South Park: The Stick of Truth. Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Neither of those games are tactical games.
Yeah. I'm just saying shit. I can see South Park, to be honest.
Okay, maybe, but I only played... Okay, I literally played like 35 minutes of South Park: The Stick of Truth, and I was like, this game fucking blows.
Based. You're so real for that? You're so real for that?
Dude, listen, okay, I make incredibly snap judgments with media that I, peruse.
Mm-hmm.
And if I decide within like an hour, or like less than an hour, that I can make solid judgments as to whether or not I'll enjoy a thing, usually by like the first episode or whatever. Just like, okay, this is bullshit.
I am so the opposite. Sometimes I will watch a movie and then like years later realize that I fucking hated it.
Oh no. I have a very good and rapid sense of if I like something or not.
I am like the world's most indecisive man, so like this shouldn't be that surprising.
This is true, I know this.
Yeah,
But I mean, like, okay, hear me out. So there was this one show that I was recommended to by both Koi and Mikks. It was like, I don't know, it's like a weird, like, what the fuck was it? It was, I don't even remember.
That's a bad sign.
But I watched the first episode of it, and it was about like, okay, well, fiction and reality are kind of blending, and this dude kind of goes into his waifu verse and gets his favorite character or something out.
Yeah. Okay.
Pulls her into the real world. And apparently this has been going on for a while. I don't remember what it was, but I was like, I watched the first episode of this, and I'm like, listen, I don't care if this is a meta commentary on the nature of fiction and like, and how it like interacts with reality and shit like that. This is just kind of cringe. I can't take it seriously at all.
Nice.
And like, that's an important thing for me. I have to be able to buy into the fiction, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And if I can't do it, then I'm just like, you know what? It's over.
No, I understand that. For me, the funniest one on this kind of spectrum, and this is relevant to recent events, was Higurashi no Nakokoro ni.
When they cry?
Yeah. Because I remember watching the first like 3 episodes, under like one of my friend's urgings, and being like, "Man, I can't do this. I can't do this. This is too cringe. This is killing me." Mm-hmm. And my friend was like, "No, you got to stick out through episode 4." And I did, and I was sold, and it's actually one of my favorite anime.
Oh, okay. I was curious where you were going with that.
Yeah. I don't trust my gut at all. I trust my spreadsheets.
I trust myself. I know my taste. I know what I like.
I feel like my gut instinct is the vector by which deception happens.
Though I got to tell you this. There is a recent sort of thing that has kind of made me like mistrust my gut a little bit. Mm-hmm. And it was this comic that I was recommended to read, also by Mikks. Again, I don't remember the title of it, but it was like this weird future where like humanity lives on space stations because the Earth, did something funky.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just it's kind of like a noir, kind of like thriller kind of thing going on there. It's like a horror thriller.
Yeah.
And I read through 4 of the omnibuses, I think of it.
Mm-hmm.
And my conclusion was, I really cannot stand the writing. I don't remember any of the characters. And I don't think the art looks that great. So I am done.
I do make pretty fast judgments on the writing. I will say that. Like, I'm familiar enough with, like, how people write stories and particularly essays that I can usually tell in the first, like, page or 2. I'm like, you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to give it a chance because Mikks likes it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But I read like 4 books of it, and I was like, okay, I see where this is going, and it's interesting, but it's just presented in such a way that I hate.
I am so willing to stick through bad stuff just to like say that I finished it. And
I don't give a shit.
It's so rare that I am willing to just tap out on something just because like I dislike the presentation enough.
I've got so many better things to do with my time, like sit and stare at a wall for several hours, you know what I mean?
Well, and it's funny because like the ones that like were real pain for me that I sat through. Wolf Hall, I hated Wolf Hall.
Never heard of it.
It won a lot of prizes in 2015. Like a lot.
The British television series?
The book that's based on.
Oh.
I did not watch... the television series was actually fine. I did watch the television series, but the book series I hated. I do not like Hilary Mantel's writing. What's up, Mystic? Inkwell doesn't have any particular animations. Inkwell doesn't have any particular animations. If you want to draw Inkwell in the action pose, I certainly will not stop you. Sorry, I wasn't quite. I kind of missed that comment because again, I'm kind of getting a little bit sleepy. So Wolf Hall was painful, and I got through it. Domestic Girlfriend, I was reading on pure hatred.
What the fuck, man?
I hate Domestic Girlfriend so much.
Then why did you read it?
I said I was reading it on pure hatred. I was. Okay, because there were elements of the premise. Yeah, go for it, Mystic.
Fuck you, man, it's Domestic Girlfriend. I'm looking this shit up.
Domestic Girlfriend. Oh, Theo, I read a lot of romances. The last two things I read were I'm still reading Middlemarch, but I did make a brief foray to read what's it called? Hello Raiders! Hello Raiders! You've raided right into ads. Welcome in. Are you guys seeing the ads? Hello. Let me give some shout outs. That's Clyra Clover. The Guardian of Nature. I have never heard of this. I have never ever heard of this. I don't think. Can you guys hear me? I can never tell if you guys raid in while ads are going. Can you guys tell? Okay, you guys can hear me. That's good. Okay. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. This is my handwriting. I am not joking about that. This one is a piece that I particularly like. It is a quote from The Dispossessed, one of my favorite books. Very cozy puzzle-like game. I do understand that. That pull to play games that suit your model aesthetic. You like to lurk in my calligraphy streams. Also thank you for the follow to Twinvestigate as well, and Sunken Shell. But yes, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Welcome in Clyra, welcome in Sunken Shell, welcome in TJ Rossero, welcome in One-Eyed King 02, welcome in, and welcome into the rest of the Raiders. I am painting a miniature. I am painting a little Roman guy. We are towards the end. I have been doing shading. I just worked on the primary layer of the shield. And I am joined by my friend Nyanomancer.
Hello.
Hello.
It is I.
I'm glad that you liked The Guardian of Nature. I do tend to like puzzle games. I do tend to like puzzle games. I don't have an answer for you, Mystic Arts, and also you can't hear me because you are in ads, but I don't control the ads very much. I have pretty minimal control over the ads. Goodbye, Theo. Welcome in, TJ Rossero. Welcome in, TJ Rossero. Claire Ra? Hold on. Claire A or Claire Ra?
Claire Ra.
Okay. But also let me say, so Theo has redeemed on her way out.
No, don't do it. Don't, Al, don't.
Why not?
Because if you do it, I have to do it. I don't want to do it.
Well, then you just don't have to do it. You're not
No, I
actually
have to do it.
obligated.
It's been redeemed, and I'm
Oh.
here.
Well, then you'd have to do it whether or not I do it.
All right, fair enough. And there you have it. And there you have it.
And there you have it. There you have it. There you have it.
Unfortunately.
Yours, you didn't use it? Didn't you redeem goodbye?
Yeah, you redeemed goodbye, Theo. Get the fuck out.
All right, hold on.
Hit him with the ad, Al.
Yes. I'm grabbing the Ko-fi link. Another thing that I need to
Galaxy
fix.
Wolfster, how could you say such a thing on Almantas' own stream? What the fuck, man?
Well, for folks, I do calligraphy commissions. They are $3 per word. I do Gothic calligraphy and a variety of near Gothic variations. I really appreciate any money that you send my way. I love doing calligraphy, and I am happy to do your calligraphy for you. Thank you, and please, I would love to. I'd love to have you commission. It's currently digital only. I have plans to expand into sending physical copies to people. The limitation there is I need to do some testing and some pricing on it. I need to do some testing and some pricing before I can get that done. But yes, that is how I do my things. Welcome back, Mystic Arts. And Galaxy Wolfstar, why you likes the Catman's better?
I just think that's fucked up to say. I think that's fucked up to say.
I think Galaxy Wolfstar is trying to say that he wants more of the ASMR. That this is what is necessary. This is what they deserve. It is bullying. It is bullying. I am bullying you. I would not mind Mystic Arts. I would not. Taking a big back stretch here. Hello, Hoomter. How are you doing, Hoomter? Hello, Hoomter. The Hoomter. What's up, Hoomter? Obviously, to the raiders, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. But if you'd like to stay here, we try to keep things both comfy and educational here. Hello, I'm Never Perry. Hello. Spoken.
Cat would have been an infinitely more healthy story by Hemingway. Nah, you gotta throw in C's, you know.
He loves. What if it's a cat the size of the sea?
Well, I mean, cats are liquid, therefore it makes sense that the ocean is a cat.
I see. An intriguing hypothesis.
Curled around every continent.
An intriguing hypothesis.
And the waves are but the purrs of the massive creature. What do you mean, damn, Nyano's correct? You sound like you're fucking surprised at that, brother. I'm always right. I'll say that I'm always right.
Nyanomancer gets things right.
No. That's not what I told you to say.
It's my stream, I say what I want.
No, I'm your guest. What about hospitality?
This is not covered by the rules of Shinya.
Yes it is. Zeus will strike you down, brother.
I don't have to worry about Zeus striking me down. He's gonna do that anyway. To worry about Shinya attacking me, that's a problem.
Shinya? Who the fuck is Shinya?
That's the Greek rules of hospitality.
Yeah, but Zeus is the enforcer of that.
I don't think Zeus enforces a lot of things. I think he just does what he wants.
Well, I mean... You know the Greek myths are like propaganda, right?
They're propaganda for cheating on your wife, just like that. Just like
No,
Mad
they're not
Men.
propaganda. Shut the fuck up.
They're trying to. Greek mythology was invented by big infidelity.
It's fucking theogony or whatever. It's cosmogony. I can't remember which one he wrote. Maybe one or the other. No, it was Ovid. Ovid who did like a rewriting of like a ton of Greek myths because he was very miffed that the Greeks, had a more ancient tradition than the Romans.
Yeah.
Fucking Ovid. I hate that guy. Zeus the hospital.
Thank you, Sunken Shell.
I knew there was an aspect of him.
But yeah, I was before the raid. I was relaying the 3 works that I actually hated that I got all the way through.
Yeah.
And that I can remember. There's probably a couple others that I didn't like very much, and I just went through, but I don't really remember. They weren't as memorably bad. So Domestic Girlfriend, Wolf Hall, and let's turn this around. Armored Core 6.
Armored Core 6? Okay, I can kind of understand that one.
Yeah.
It is a departure from most of the rest of the series.
Yeah.
I understand. There's just a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I love that game.
I know. I know a lot of people do. Fairy Tale. Ooh, tough one for you, Michan. But yeah, Domestic Girlfriend. God, the funniest part about Domestic Girlfriend, to me at least, was that I despised the main character so much. I hated him so much. I thought this was just like one of the most vile characters. And I thought it was so like Domestic Girlfriend's whole thing is like it's a high school student hooks up with one of his classmates. It's like the first chapter. And so like that's actually kind of like what like made it kind of compelling to me. I like romances, but I'm really tired of romances where like nothing happens for like a million years, because like actual relationships are never that slow. And I think that like the parts of a relationship that are interesting drama, Kami-sama_Kimi, thank you for the follow. That are actually interesting are the parts where like it's actually a relationship and you actually have problems with stuff like, sexual compatibility and like spending time with family and stuff like that. That's like actually interesting romantic tension and plot points, not just like I am too nervous to ask a girl out. And so Domestic Girlfriend, the whole reason why it's called Domestic Girlfriend is that he hooks up with his girl from his class, and then after they've been hooking up, their parents get married. So they are now step siblings.
Yeah.
And then he immediately starts also fucking his older stepsister, who is a teacher at their high school.
That's the one he's interested in first, according to the synopsis.
Yep.
Which is
that
wild.
Is true. That is true. Yeah, he's from another school and they met a mixer. That's true. They did. You are correct. And he's like, he spends he is just like the ultimate fuckboy, right? He's just this like ultimate like unreliable, screwing, like interfering in everyone else's relationships and causing problems for everyone, and just being an absolute menace to all of the straight women who are anywhere near him. He is vile. And I was really kind of hoping, like, the reason what kept me going was that I saw this as a revenge fantasy where, like, he just gets away with everything up until the end where it all, like, collapses down on him. Because he is like the Walter White of sister fucking.
Oh, what does that mean?
That's Domestic Girlfriend.
Holy shit.
Like,
The Walter White of sister fucking. Oh my god.
I guess I gotta add that to the quote bank. But yeah, and then like he just gets everything that he wants at the end. And I read the commentary by the mangaka, and she was like, yeah, I designed him to be like the ideal perfect man. Like he was like a fantasy of like what could be like the best a man could be. And I was like, he is the worst man in this story. Like, aside from nameless mooks who exist to like ruin, like to like be moral lessons about like being muggers, like every other man in this story is like a less awful person. Like even his own like romantic rivals are like, oh, this guy's like way better. Like this guy's like way better. It was just funny because like other guys in the story were like perfectly reasonable and like cool even, and then there's just like
best a man can be is the Walter White of sister fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
So sorry, I'm now actually quite proud of myself. I have a meeting with editors tomorrow.
You do.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got work tomorrow, and I guess I get to relay this to them that I actually even know exactly which one of my editors is going to be like that. I know which one of my editors is going to be like, that's ridiculous, and then which one of my editors is going to cry laughing. We are almost done. We are almost done.
The best a man can be, your brother.
Thank you, Best Under Heaven. Thank you, Best Under Heaven. All right, Shark Ray. All right, Shark Ray. Yes, I'll see you.
Bye, Shark Ray.
I'll see you tomorrow, Shark Ray.
Peace. Jeez, wish tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes. Later today, really. 10 p.m. 10 p.m. on the Discord.
Oh, it's when you go live next, I see.
No, we're not going live. Shark Ray and I are going to do a match on the Discord server. We're going to do Infinity.
Oh, hello. I meant hell yeah. I don't know why I said hello.
Hello to the future. But yeah, Saturday I've got meetings with the editors. That's the work day. That's the day that I work on non-stream stuff. Oh, okay. This tiny man is soon going to be done. Then I can go to bed. But yes. Oh, I love that for you, Mystic Art. This is not Age of Sigmar. This is Hail Caesar. I'm Never Perry. This is a full historical. I actually don't currently have any Age of Sigmar models, and if I did play Age of Sigmar, I'm not even entirely sure who I would play. Probably Lumineth. Oh, Fluffy Tiamat. Thank you for the follow. For the follow.
I unfortunately have philosophical issues with the concept of Age of Sigmar.
Oh?
And mostly it's the fucking old world was so much cooler than the Age of Sigmar world.
Okay. Because I mostly played Warhammer Fantasy Battles.
I'm basing this exclusively on my current readings of the Gotrek and Felix novels.
So here's the way that I would put it. Here's my thing, is that because I mostly thought of this as a war game that I played, right? Like I played Warhammer Fantasy Battles a lot, and I have not played very much Age of Sigmar, but mostly because I don't really like the way Games Workshop writes rules. I don't really like their games. Battlefleet Gothic I like, but the rest of their games I'm not a fan of.
I got a story. about my first Warhammer 40K battle that I did.
Oh no, not a 40K battle.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get through this. My big thing about Age of Sigmar is that the coolest faction in Warhammer Fantasy battles, in classic Warhammer Fantasy battles, was Skaven. Right?
Oh, hell yeah. I love those boys. I love those little guys.
In Age of Sigmar, they are the second least cool faction.
What the fuck did they do to them?
They didn't change anything. Lumineth, Ideneth, Fire Slayers, Flesh Eater Courts are just that much cooler.
Man. It's fucked up that I don't have my little guys, skittering about going, "Yeah, just kill the bad thing."
Again, they didn't change that. No, they're the same. They're the same. That just, like...
Pisses me off.
They're there.
Me off.
They are there. They're the same.
Clearly something is wrong, dude. Something is wrong.
You don't understand how cool Flesh Eater Courts are.
I mean, you're right. I don't even know what a Flesh Eater is.
Flesh Eater Courts...
It's like their version of a vampire.
Kind of. They are a vampire faction. They're an undead faction. That what they are is they're like the knightly. They're actually like the cool, like, heroic knights medieval faction. And the reason why they are also the undead faction is that they have not accepted that they died in battle. They are just fully committed to the bit of I'm a great glorious knight that has caused them to defy death, and they perceive themselves as honorable glorious knights. While they are shambling zombies.
Okay, you know what? That is pretty fucking cool.
It's so sick. It's so sick.
Now, are they actually going around doing honorable deeds, or are they kind of like freaky deaky?
They're pretty freaky deaky.
I figured.
Yeah. Honestly, the like weird like multiverse thing is dumb. I'm not really a fan of it.
I hate that.
Yeah, they're diluted. I love that. Yeah, I think Flesh Eater Courts are so cool. I think the Fire Slayers are so cool. I like the way they've implemented Sylvaneth. Yeah, they see themselves as knights in shining armor, but they're ravenous cannibals. That rules so much. Like, I love that. No, like the Skaven are like largely unchanged. It's just that like everybody else is so fucking cool. Right? Everybody else is just so cool. They are cooler. Skaven are cooler than the Sky Dwarfs. I don't like the Sky Dwarfs at all. I hate the Sky Dwarfs.
Sky Dwarfs.
They broke up the dwarf faction, and I think this was very reasonable, into the Sky Dwarfs and the Fire Dwarfs.
Are the Sky Dwarfs cool? Do they have airships?
No, they have airships and they're not cool.
God damn it.
The Fire Dwarfs are cool as hell. They
of course they are.
Yeah, they tattoo themselves with molten gold.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, that's sick as fuck.
I know. They're so cool.
I gotta look up these guys. Let me look them up. If they don't look cool, I'm gonna scream at you. All right. Oh, they look pretty fucking cool.
I know, right?
Actually, wait, hold on. I don't want. All I'm getting are fucking models that cost $60. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, this is a GW problem. GW models are very pricey.
Never mind. I can't find them.
GW models are very, very pricey. This is just...
Okay, GW can handle doors, but they can only handle one at a time.
Yeah.
And it's always Go Trick.
It's always Go Trick.
I love that guy, by the way. He's my boy. He's my homeboy.
I feel like dwarfs in fantasy settings are either like the most boring thing that the company or the product line has ever done, or like some of the coolest shit that's ever happened.
Dude, the Slayers are like the coolest fucking thing in like existence. They're so cool.
I love that Sotek got a Slayer haircut.
Dude, that was so
It looked really good. He was rocking it.
Yeah,
like,
he was.
I hope that he does that. I hope he updates it and like, I think he just doesn't want to gel it up is the reason why he's not rocking it every day. But I hope he gels it up for off guy.
Dude, I hope so too.
I gotta tell him that. I gotta tell him that. Okay. I think I might be declaring this guy done.
Oh, wait a minute. You interrupted me when I was saying something. I don't remember what it was.
Shit, that happens.
Do you remember?
No. Why would I remember?
I forget that you are... you're not as medicated as I am.
It's true. And I'm also not inside your literal head. So how would I know what you were about to say?
You're an old man. You're supposed to be good at like reading people, dog.
I think I'm all right at reading people. I think I'm all right at reading people. They're not amazing. I think I'm fine. I'm not good at reading minds. That one I'm lacking at.
Oh, I'm very good at that. I know what's on your mind right now.
What is it?
You declared this model done, therefore you're thinking, man, I should end the stream within 5 minutes.
I wasn't going to do 5 minutes, but I was going to do within 10 minutes. I'm mostly thinking about raid targets.
That was going to be my second guess.
Yeah, you would have been right. You would have been completely right about that. You just said it.
No. No, I have to be wrong first.
I should be wrong before you can be right. That's so true.
Mm-hmm.
That's so true.
I embrace failure.
So true, bestie. So true, bestie. But yeah, like the dwarfs in I love the dwarfs in Glorantha. Which is really funny because the guy who made Glorantha hated the dwarfs in that setting. They get to live forever as long as they don't change anything that they're doing. So like most dwarfs in the setting just like they're born at a station on an assembly line and they never leave that station on the assembly line.
And they get to live forever.
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Which part?
Why do they get to live forever? Why does like doing the same thing over again?
Okay, because the metaphysics of Glorantha are such that the universe isn't really made of matter, it is made of runic symbols. And
so the dwarfs form like a gargantuan runic symbol of immortality.
The runic symbol that dwarfs are is stasis.
Yeah, alright.
They're basically stasis elementals. But the part that's really fun to me is that there are clearly dwarfs who don't just do the same thing all the time and they get to like still continue living forever and not aging. And people don't actually know what the boundary is.
So like, they don't fuck with it.
Many of them don't, but some of them do. And some of them die of old age, and it freaks them out. And one of my favorite little bits in the setting is that dwarfs are insanely, impossibly technologically advanced and more advanced than anybody else. And what this means is that the setting's in the Bronze Age, so that means that they're in like the Renaissance.
Oh, so they have guns and stuff.
Yeah, they have like flintlocks and they have like wheel locks.
Exotic metals like iron.
Oh, iron's actually fascinating in the setting. Iron is Mrs. I don't know Jack. Thank you for the follow. The iron is fascinating in the setting. Iron is this is Glorantha. This is not Old World. Old World is nothing like this. This is Glorantha. Glorantha's amazing. The games associated with Glorantha are King of Dragon Pass and 6 Ages and Red Bear, White Moon and Rune Quest and Hero Quest. Iron is death. Iron is like actual death, and it is poisonous to everything other than humans and dwarfs.
Oh, because of the anti-magic shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just is death. It is just death incarnate. Dwarfs are actually incredibly mad that humans can touch iron without being poisoned. They think it's a horrible mistake that's happened in the universe.
Really?
Yeah. And one of my favorite parts of this all is that, like, dwarfs unsurprisingly think that the forward passage of time is a horrible mistake, and they're trying to end the forward passage of time.
Wait, who is?
Dwarfs.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so they literally want stasis, just
Yes.
perfect.
Yeah.
A frozen moment, eternally.
Yes, they want Final Fantasy VIII.
Oh my fucking god! Could you not? That's, dude. Nobody knows what the fuck Ultimecia really fucking wants. She just wants to be God over nothing.
She wants a post. She's Elon Musk.
You know,
I'm not wrong.
that game did come out around the time he did come to America.
I know. They tried to warn us.
They did, except, you know, Ultimecia's, you know, kind of got that freaky kind of hotness going on, and you know,
Oh yeah.
the Musk
yeah.
man, nah,
People will not believe my prophecy if it's not a hot lady.
it's true.
The dwarf's plot for how to fix the world. One of the steps in it that's very important is, you know what a capstan is, right?
A capstan?
Yeah.
Not at all.
Okay, a capstan is it's what you use on an old-timey ship to raise an anchor. It's like a pillar that you rotate, and by rotating it, it pulls up a chain. It winds up a chain. They have made a giant capstan pushed by dinosaurs to pull a continent up from the sea floor, up to the surface level, to flood the rest of the world.
Okay.
Pretty great. Pretty great evil supervillain plot right there.
What's the deal with elves in Glorantha?
The elves in
they're literally
Glorantha,
plants.
they're literally plants. They are. I don't even know how they are like a world threat at this point, because the big thing that elves are concerned with is murdering other elves over incredibly microscopic ethnic differences.
You know what? That makes sense.
Yeah, and yeah, they've been around for forever, and so they've managed to come up with types of grudges that nobody else can even imagine. It's great. Oh, okay, that's me ranting about a fantasy setting I like a lot. Let me take a look at who I...
Dude, I am loving the fits that like the people have in Glorantha. I'm looking through.
Oh,
some
they're
of the
so good.
artwork.
They're so the fucking tattoos.
Like Elmal, the Guardian Sun.
Yeah.
I like his hat.
Oh yeah, no, great hat. I should do some more King of Dragon Pass on stream. I love King of Dragon Pass so much, since it is, you know, literally my favorite game. Okay. I think I know who I am raiding, because she has not made the wise decision. Actually, no.
Get her ass.
I was gonna raid Aiko, because I haven't raided her in forever.
Yeah,
But I could raid Grimmy.
this is true. Get her ass. Either one, just get them.
Yeah, I'm just writing down what happened.
Make either of them regret ever going live.
I'm just checking to see that Aiko isn't ending in the next like 3 minutes.
Oh, right.
Okay. No, she's actually talking about stuff that we were talking about. So we're going over to Aiko's.
Oh, she's talking about Glorantha?
No, she's talking about the PlayStation canceling games.
I never talked about this.
Well, at some point we did. There's my socials. There's my Discord. There's my collab mates. Follow him if you dare.
None of you have the balls.
None of you have the balls. The Dragon Balls. That's how you follow Nyanomancers, with the Dragon Balls. You must give Nyanomancer one Dragon Ball in order to proceed. Tomorrow, I am going to be active on the Discord server doing, I will be doing tabletop wargaming with Sharkray. That is what I will be doing. And then no stream Saturday, Sunday probably have a stream. There we go. I have not made a schedule for next week because that's how I do things. We're going over to Aiko. I like Aiko a lot. Let me make some raid messages.
You won't.
I already done.
Oh. Well. Oh, I like that one. That's good.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. So, thank you, Mr. Nyanomancer. Thank you, audience. Thank you, me. Thank you, Moon. Thank you, Sun. Have a good night, everyone.